in just a moment. There we go. Both of the YouTube streams and the Facebook stream and the Twitch stream should be live and ready to rock and roll. And we're going to hit the ground running. I've already got a guest in the guest box, and I've got 3 super chats. So let me grab these supers. We'll get our first guest in here right away. From the Christian Atheist, good to see you, Fred. Says, when were rock jokes the funniest? During the Stone Age, obviously. Doug is the rock of ages. Rock hard for Doug. Absolutely rock hard for Doug. Remember, Doug will rock your world. Don't take him for granted, friends. And Elteen, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W, friend. So scientist number 1. What should we call this spider? Scientist number 2. Well, as you can see, it has long legs. So how about we call it long legs? Scientist number 1. Not kinky enough. Obviously, we need to add the daddy in there. Or should we call it Zaddy Long Legs? I never understood the naming convention. I'm with you. So happy for the 3 day in a row stream. Well, Big W, so happy you're here 3 days in a row. And from our friend Games Grand says, hey, Justin, was wondering if you can tell us what you think the reason for why Paul converted. Keep cooking, rock hard for Doug. Well, Games, I think he had a legitimate near-death experience. I think he fell off his horse, bumped his head, had a vision, probably baked out of endless guilt for what he was doing, if he was actually indeed persecuting anyone. And just like many people who have life-altering near-death experiences, he probably had one. You know, you fall off your horse and you bump your head really hard, some stuff's going to go down. You know what I mean? All right, let me pull in our first guest. It's going to be Faith Without Works Music. Welcome back. Dan, your microphone's muted right now. Can you hear me, bud? Is your audio 2 days in a row? Is your audio working, Dan? You're on the screen, buddy. Buddy, you're in the hot seat
right now. Is it working?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You hear me, bud? Is your audio?
Should I mute you on the computer?
Is your audio working, Dan?
You're on the screen, buddy. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's like super delayed. Are you using your computer or your phone?
This is my phone.
Yeah. Buddy, do you have 5G?
What?
Do you have 5G?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Should I mute you on the computer? All right, so that's clearly not working.
Can you hear me? I can hear you, but it's like super delayed. Are you using your computer or your phone?
Sorry, buddy. Try again tomorrow.
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
See you, buddy. Love you. One day he'll make it into the guest box. He used to have TikTok. He deleted it. Oops. All right. Looks like we got our friend Meek is going to come up here for a second. The Nightman comes says, happy Friday, Justin. Put on the apron and crack open a cold one. It's barbecue time. It sure is. The grill is fired up. It's at 400 degrees. We're ready to cook, or 500 and shit. I don't know. I forget. We're at 500 degrees. Theoden, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, Christians, when you ask them what God they believe in, I believe in the God of the Bible, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, father of Jesus, mother of dragons, king of Andals, and the first men, the unburnt. Actually, you're not wrong. I'm always tickled by the amount of people that say they believe in Jesus, but then they have this crazy theological system that has nothing to do with what Jesus taught. I mean, good on them for thinking for themselves, but wow, man. You should read the book if you're going to claim the Jesus thing. Bertram, thank you so much for the jellyfish, my friend. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yoda says, welcome to Doug's Pretzels. How can we help you? We really should do a background of just like a rebranded Auntie Anne's pretzel booth. I'd have so much fun. Robin says, happy Friday. Well, shit, happy Friday to you, Robin. I really appreciate the super chat. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. And last one from Straightforward said, thank you for a 3rd day in a row. Rock hard for Doug. Well, I could be wrong. Is today? I think today is my 4th day in a row. I don't know. I lose track of the days. But listen, I'm here, and thank you so much for being here. And let me grab this one. We'll get Meek right in the box. John Warnock, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Big, for contributing to the beer fund. Hell yeah, I really appreciate that, John. Big W. That's going to go right into the Kraken fund. Thank you so much for supporting, friend. All right, let me get Meek into our guest box. How you doing, Meek?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, connection's good.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think you know I'm a friendly. I just
Yeah,
want to be quick. I didn't know if you saw this message I sent you. It's this art project that they tried to square a circle. You can look it up on Google. It's just called Squaring the Circle.
Interesting.
And yeah, it's a art installation project where on one side you look at it and it's a circle, and you walk around and it's a square on the other side, and it's just one piece that it's just like a perspective thing. I just thought you think it might be interesting. If you Google it, it'll be like a short video.
That's fun. Yeah, because if
Yeah.
you have three dimensions to work with, you can theoretically create a square circle. You just have to move around it to make it change form.
Right.
Yeah, I see it now. It's actually pretty neat.
Right. Yeah.
That's a good
It
idea.
comes up. So you find it interesting.
That is interesting. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate that, Meek.
No problem. All right, man.
And Big Dubs, good to see you, man.
You too.
Cheers. Have a good Friday.
You too. Thanks.
It is Friday. There's a lot of people probably finishing out the work week today. A lot of people just want to kick back and chill. So we're gonna do some grill and chill. Let me get Asmith into our guest box, and we'll get the conversation rolling. How you doing, Asmith?
Hey, Justin, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Just want to let you know I am a friendly. I just had a quick question for you if you had the time
Sure.
regarding the turn the other cheek rule from that Jesus was professing.
Mhm.
My brother and I had gotten into a conversation regarding this, and I was wondering if there was any limitations to be put on this rule of turn the other cheek, because my brother reached the determination that this is potentially limitless to the extent that if someone were to try to say on a live view that Jesus said that you ought to just let that happen. And I wanted to know, like, surely there's a limit on that.
Well, it's complicated because when Jesus spoke that verse, he didn't put a limit on it, right? But if we look at the rest of what Jesus says, it really kind of only muddies the water. Like when he was getting arrested, Peter took out his dagger and cut off the ear of one of the centurion, and Jesus said, no, we don't do that. So that's one potential feather in the cap for turning the cheek, even when the real threat is afoot. Although you could then say, well, he had to be arrested because he had to be crucified. So that doesn't really solve the problem. There is the post kingdom view, because he does talk about in Luke chapter 16 or 19, when he returns. He says, all those who didn't want me to be king over them, take them before me and slaughter them in my presence. So he's okay with violence at some point. I don't know when. Like, is he okay with violence only after he comes to judge? And before then, is there, you can't do violence? It's not entirely clear. So I don't fully know, because he says to forgive your enemies.
Yeah, I was curious about that as well. And the conversation bled into this idea of the fact that Jesus, time and time again, had professed this idea of, like, there's glory or grace to be had in suffering, that this is a good thing. And so my brother went so far as to say that all suffering in all its forms should be not only allowed, but encouraged, so that if you were to turn the corner and you see someone getting raped, for instance, you are like obligated to let that happen, because according to you, so that kind of suffering is good, and you should let that occur, because stopping it would stop the glory being done. Which is like obviously absurd, but I wanted to know, like, if, like, surely it's like that's crazy though.
Right. So that's the thing, is it's not clear, and this is the problem you have. And I think the early church agreed that it was essentially limitless. That's why so many of them were willing to become martyrs, and willingly go to their death. And even like the early Anabaptists were completely willing to go to their death in the face of all violence. That's why they're pacifists. Jesus does say something really interesting in Luke as well. I guess today we're doing Luke. But in Luke 22:35, when he sends out the disciples, He says, when I sent you out with a purse, bag, or sandals, did you lack anything? They said, no, not a thing. He said to them, but now the one who has a purse must take it, and likewise a bag, and the one who has no sword must sell his cloak and buy one. So it's not entirely clear, but this could be more end times teaching. He could be suggesting that the end is finally here, and when we do get to the end, there will be war. You will have to fight. So it's the Jesus of the New Testament's not clear, and that's why the church has never really had much agreement on basically any Christian teachings. Like they can't agree on salvation, whether it's temporary or permanent. They can't agree on whether or not you have to do works or not do works. They can't agree on whether or not baptism's required. Like they can't agree on shit because the Bible's not actually clear.
I completely agree. I figured that if we really can take a view that there is no limit to the amount of suffering you can have, then this could be potentially, with a little bit of tweaking, a very powerful argument that I want to try to foster a little bit more. But I just wanted to get your perspective on it. But I appreciate all you had to say, and I'm going to let you get back to the debates, and looking forward to hearing the rest of it.
Sure thing. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll send you some documentation that has the argumentation from the early Anabaptists, because they did lay out a pretty lengthy defense of pacifism within their movement, and I think you might be interested to see it.
I absolutely would be. I'll be sure to join up the Discord and see what you have.
Cheers. Good to hear from you.
Appreciate you. Take care.
Sarah, welcome in.
Hello. How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Am I early? I feel like I'm early.
No, you came just on time. We just started 12 minutes ago. Oh, nice. So you're going to get our first guest. I'm going to read 6 super chats, and we're going to get our next guest in here. It's going to be awesome.
Ready. I'm excited.
Helping Mega says, praise Doug and Sharon for a week of barbecues. Absolutely praise Doug and Sharon. I hope you guys get your fill. And Yoda says, do the big 3 worship the same God? Jews, Christians, and Muslims. I've heard they say they do, but when I ask a believer, they say no. Well, they really don't. They think they do. They claim they do. But when you ask them about the properties of that God, they can't agree on the properties of the God. So no, they like, just because you say that it came from the same historical background doesn't mean that you're worshiping the same God, even if you want it to be the same. And Cheese, my friend, great to see you, said, if someone brings up the Shroud of Turin, I hope to Doug not. Please ask how we can know it is Jesus and not Fred. Actually, just for you, Cheese, if it comes up today, I'll ask that exact question just for fun. Evan, thank you so much for the $9.99, big buddy. It says, enjoy the live streams. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Evan, for supporting the live stream. I really appreciate that. And Baz Kuda says, 1 Kings 18:42, Elijah went up to the top of Mount Carmel. There he bowed himself down upon the earth and put his face between his knees and promptly rolled all the way back down the mountain. That's what happened. He just rolled down. That's the thing that happens. Lou, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. It says, learning is one of my favorite things to do, and you are one of my favorite channels. I've been listening to you for several months. Teach me how to Dougie. We're going to try, friend. And thank you for being here. We love learning too. And you picked a good day to be here. We got the big brain joining us for the conversation. T-Maz says, genuine question. Do most exorcists actually believe what they do is real? What do they actually do at these exorcisms? A priest once told my Catholic school he saw a woman vomit nails. Thoughts? So I've met people who have, quote unquote, been at exorcisms or done exorcisms. They all think it's real. They think they're doing a real thing. I've heard these amazing stories. I heard a story once that like a 12-year-old girl picked up an overweight, like 35-year-old man and threw him across the room. But like, these are just stories. I've never heard confirmation or proof of these. It's weird that they don't film them and then publish the film to demonstrate the truthfulness of their claims. Because if I was an exorcist, I would film every single one. And the minute a 12-year-old girl threw a grown-ass man across the room, I would publish that on the internet so everyone could see that what I'm doing is real. But weird that this never seems to happen. Now, welcome in, camera guy.
Hey, can you hear me, Justin?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So I won't take a lot of your time. I am a follower, big fan of both you and Sarah. Sarah, I messaged you on one of your lives a few weeks back saying that I followed you because Justin told me to.
Oh, nice.
This
Well,
is
thank
Justin.
you.
This is the Justin I was referring to. But anyway, so as a devout follower of Doug, um, but I'm a rookie. I'm a trainee as far as learning and how to. Not that I want to argue a lot. My thing is, I know that you hear things over and over and over, and you even mention that to the guest, that everyone here knows where this argument's going. And I just want to ask you if just once in a while you could let them sync themselves so that we can all learn where the argument's going. Because when you tell us that, all 900 people out here know where this is going, I can vouch for the trainees like myself that are out here that I say, no, 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 let them go. I want to hear this. I want to, but I know for you it's frustrating. But
It's a fair point.
that's my only ask, I guess I would say.
It's
Just,
like the old saying, give them enough rope to hang themselves with.
yeah, but it's just wanting to hear them and just hear where they're going and what, where that fallacy starts. And I know you can cut to the chase. I was in emergency medicine for 30 years, so someone comes in with a grade 2 ankle sprain. It's like, yeah, okay, boop, 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 there you go. But for trainees, you got to take time and explain it to them. If you have a trainee with you. So yeah, so that's all. I mean, I love the channel, and I'm a big fan of Doug. I actually met my first young creationist 4 nights ago, a 60-year-old woman, and denies evolution. And I don't know if you've heard about this, but a fossil that was found, a full body fossil in the Grand Canyon that was in all the layers. They found it in several different layers. Have you ever heard of that one?
Nah, it'd be news to me.
Yeah, okay. No, I didn't even entertain it. I was just like, okay, whatever. But anyway, thank you. Sarah, I love your channel too. I'll go back to listening and smell the barbecue.
Cheers, buddy. Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you. Thanks.
All right. I think monadic property was in the guest queue next. We're going to bring in monadic property. It should be interesting. How you doing monadic?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you actively affirm the not God worldview?
Oh boy, here we go. We got a Darth Dawkins acolyte.
That was like a yes or
Cool.
no question.
I
You
don't
want
know
to try
if
answering the question?
you want. I'll just mute you for now. So I'll explain the rules. So the way this works is it's my live streams, not your live stream. You don't get to come in and dictate how the conversation goes. I realize that you would like to do that because you don't want to be held accountable for your beliefs. You want to run your Darth Dawkins script. Your script doesn't work here. So if you want to be an adult and have a conversation, we can have a conversation. But what I'm not going to do is sit here and watch you just crash out on the Darth Dawkins script. You're going to have to engage in some kind of adult dialogue. So if you're capable of doing that, go ahead and unmute yourself and we'll start the dialogue.
Yes, sir. Let's start the dialogue.
Cool. I assume you believe in the Christian God.
Yes.
Cool. Are you over 18?
Yes.
Cool. What would be a good evidence or a good argument for the Christian God being real? And keep in mind that presupposing he's real is not going to be a winning argument here.
Yeah, a good argument would be a divine conceptualist argument. So it'd be like a deductive argument that entails the necessity of God's existence. And we'd be working under a perfect being theism framework,
Sure.
which just means that.
Go ahead and give me premise
Yeah, I'm
one, then.
arguing that God is. Yeah, premise one is that propositions are intrinsically intentional.
I think propositions have to be intentional because, as far as I'm aware, only minds give propositions.
Yeah, what do you think I mean by intentional there? Just to be clear.
On purpose.
That's not what that means. So intentionality in philosophy is referring to teleological properties.
Monadic, no one gives a shit about philosophy words. If you can't use real people words, then you're in the wrong place.
Well, you asked for an argument, and the only branch that studies logic would be philosophy.
Okay. No one gives a shit. We're going to move on. We're not doing this today. All right. We'll get the next one in. We're going to do CNBTV.
I was already dying.
Yeah, though the entire audience was already wanting to throw tomatoes at him, so we're not doing this today.
Ugh.
I'll never understand why people think that they can walk into the space of average people and just start spitting words used irregularly and be upset when we don't use them that way.
Well, I mean, it explains why their intellect is superior to ours.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. I'm going to, next time I see a Philbro come in here, I'm just going to use nothing but engineering terms and make fun of him when he doesn't know my engineering terms. See how that goes over. Well, they dropped. We'll try again. Somebody will connect. Let's see if we can get Joni in the box. Maybe Joni. There we go. We got a connection. How you doing, Joni?
How are you? Good. What about you?
Very good. Thank you for asking. Joni, are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And which God do you believe in?
I'm a Muslim.
You're a Muslim. Okay.
Muslim.
What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Muslim God being real?
Okay, so I think these people which try to convince you with Bible or Quran verses are just like talking to a wall, because to be a Christian or Muslim, first you gotta be a theist. My opinion.
I'm not that.
So you're an atheist, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I ask you something?
You can ask anything you want to. You're being polite so far.
Okay, thanks. How do you think that life was created? Not
I don't
the
think it
universe,
was
just life.
created. I think it evolved.
Yeah, but I mean the first organisms.
I think the first organisms are pretty well explained by abiogenesis, and I think the building blocks for abiogenesis are pretty well proven at this point. In fact, we've got on 2 different meteors, we've found water, amino acids, and a protein.
Yeah. But I mean, have we ever seen like now unorganic material, turning into organic material?
Well, it happens
think-
over first of all, it's rare and it wouldn't happen overnight. And the fact that it could happen doesn't mean that it would live. Like even if, say, inorganic matter turned into living matter, there's no guarantee that it would survive the current form of the world, being that we live in a hostile environment full of living things already. But that really has nothing to do with the validity. So just keep in mind that even if you don't believe abiogenesis is true, it's still not an argument for your God being real or any God being real.
Sorry,
you would still have to provide an
Genesis is,
argument. So God of the gaps is not an
genetic.
argument.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna turn to the theory of Big Bang. Everyone uses it, so I'm gonna do it.
Fair enough. Give it your
Okay,
best.
so what you think before the Big Bang? What happened?
Nothing happened. It's an endless cycle, infinite regress in the past, and an infinite future in the future.
Yeah, but like everything has a start.
Nope.
That's my belief. I mean,
I know.
like
It's not mine.
yeah, okay, fair.
Why would I believe
But-
that everything that's here was once nothing?
No, I believe that it was compressed into a single point and with infinite density.
Yeah, I don't know if that's really
Yeah.
the modern conception like the singularity. I do agree that it was condensed into a much smaller state, but like you get
It's a
wildly
hypothesis, I mean,
differing views
think.
on what the small state is. Like I've heard people say, well, it was the size of a bowling ball. I've heard some people say it was the size of like a pinhead. I've heard some people say it was like the size
Smaller than
of
a
a small
dapper.
city. The reality is, I don't think anyone knows. We're working on, I think the size of the whatever was here before the expansion, as far as I can understand, is built on a mathematical model. And I don't have the mathematic skills to test the model to know whether or not it works. All I can tell you is the universe
Yeah.
was once smaller.
Yeah, but some people think it was nothing, which
Wow.
is like really stupid.
I agree.
My opinion.
I don't know anyone who
'cause-
thinks everything came from nothing.
Yeah, neither do I.
Because how can it be? Like, one of the theories is energy can be created nor destroyed, just transformed.
Agree.
So
That's why it's eternal.
Yeah, and okay, I came here like to argue with you, but I'm more agreeing with you. But
I mean, that's what happens sometimes when you're being honest.
so I'ma go now.
All right. Have a good one, Joni. Thanks for
Bye.
giving it a shot. Well, he was really nice, wasn't he?
It was very nice. Absolutely.
We do have a couple people that have been waiting in TikTok. The guest queue in YouTube's just now starting to populate. If you're on YouTube, you don't have to join via TikTok. You can join via YouTube. Obviously, you can use the link on the screen here and here, or you can click the link in the description of the video. I'm going to grab just a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here, which is CNBTV. Flux says, "Hey, Big J. I haven't been called Big J for a very long time. Did you get a book I sent you? That book I did, Flux, and thank you so much. I already started reading it. It's a great bedside book, so I really appreciate that. Big W. Thank you so much. And Sarah's making fun of me now, both because someone called me Big J and because somebody gifted me a book and I'm a huge nerd. It's a laugh of endearment. I'll take it. Fun Doodle. Sarah's laughing at me. It's okay. You can make fun of me.
We're good. It's fine. It's not funny at all.
Von Doodle says, I've never believed in any gods, been an atheist forever, but listening to your logical arguments about truth and reality keeps me sane in an insane world. Von, you were smarter than I was. I had to go through all the mud to get to the atheism point. Like, I had to be silly for a while, but big W on you for not, caving into that nonsense and just using logic the whole way. Peter says, me should go work on my book. Wait, Justin's live. Sorry, Peter. You can do both, my friend. You can do both. You'll get pockets. Bryce Aroni says, forgive your enemies while I burn mine in hell. Isn't that the craziest thing, that people will say Jesus is loving and forgiving because he tells you to love your enemies, but then he will for sure cut you up with swords and burn you for eternity in hell. It's just too loving for me. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Len says, doesn't the part in Exodus 20:16 about the witnesses discount the entirety of the Gospels? I don't think so. So Len, what happens in the witnesses from Exodus is, it's also in Deuteronomy. Like, in order for any capital punishment to be carried out, you need at least 2 witnesses. But it's assumed that there were, in fact, witnesses. In fact, Jesus went before a council among multiple witnesses, and then when he gave the confession, the high priest tore his cloak and said, what more do we need? He's just committed blasphemy, right? The one you're referring to in Exodus 20:16 says, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor, but I'm not really sure what that has to do with what happened to Jesus. I mean, I don't know what false witness happened or who the neighbor was, but anyways, interesting question. Let me grab 3 more super chats. We'll get our next caller in here. It's CNBTV. Colin says, hugs from Scotland, loving the time for our lives. Keep destroying the religious nonsense. I'm going to try, Colin. I really am. And Big W over in Scotland. Hope you're doing well. T-Maz says, when we say the Bible condones slavery, isn't that just for the Jewish people, not necessarily everyone else, since those laws were for God's people? Well, not really, because if you just get rid of the law, that doesn't get you to the end of slavery. That just means you can have as many slaves as you want. There's no limitation anymore. The slavery law wasn't the thing that was allowing them solely to do slavery. They wanted to do slavery. The law just said you were allowed to. So nothing says you can't. And last one from our friend Renee the Renegade. Sorry about that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, happy Friday, Justin. My coworker claims that a rabbi told him that Leviticus 18:22 was about a man with a boy, not a man with a man. Is there any translation that says this, or is it total bullshit? It's total bullshit. So it doesn't say a man with a child or a man with a boy. It says a man and a male. Zakar in Hebrew just means a boy, a male of any type. So even like the goats and the animals, when they slaughter the animals and one of them's a male, just refers to him as a zakar. It's just a male. That's all it is. I understand that some people would want to use the indefinite nature of that word and say, well, it's obvious, it's a different word, so it can't be a man with a man. But the fact of the matter is, it could have said boy. It could have said na'ar. Na'ar is the word you want for boy. It doesn't show up in the text. So, yeah, your rabbi's lying to you, friend. I get it, though. If you're a rabbi, you got to justify that shit. Like, you got to find a way. I think this is the second time trying to get CNBTV in here. I don't know if they connected the first time. CNBTV, how you doing?
You're muted.
CM? Is they up here by accident? What's happening right now?
The CM is muted, so I don't know.
Oh, I think it's got a bad connection. All right, CM, you got a really bad connection, which is probably why you didn't connect the first time you were up here. You got to connect to your Wi-Fi and try again, okay? Come on back and give it another try, okay? All right, we're gonna get Rami for absolute truth. Let's see how this works. How you doing, Rami?
Good.
Rami, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yeah.
Cool.
I am 65. I believe in God. I believe that my forefathers believed, not necessarily they did it for the right things. They did it to the law. They brought the law so the people that they have, they can live better. 10 Commandments,
okay,
law of the culture.
Are you a Jew?
But that was 2,500 years ago, 3,000 years ago. It had nothing to do with today. If you want to print something in color in a black and white printer, you can't.
Rami, are you Jewish?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Do you believe in the story as it's told? Like when you hear the story of Moses and the Ten Commandments and the other laws?
It doesn't matter. What it matters is what it means. What do you get out of it?
I agree. I think you can read it either way.
Example,
hold on, Rami. Rami, hold on. I'm trying to figure out what you believe, okay? So do you believe that it was literal, like it really happened in history, or do you believe that it's just there for theological and educational purposes?
Educational purposes.
Okay, there we go. Do you believe that the laws are still binding? It sounds like you don't.
I just said color printer. You don't have a color printer. You have a black and white, and you want to print color. You can't. Now, how are you going to print a 3D color on a black and white printer?
Okay, so you don't think the laws of Moses are still binding?
You're very smart. You catch on what I'm saying. Thank God I don't have to explain. You're extremely smart. So when I say, I open my mouth and you know what I'm saying.
Okay, so you believe in the Jewish God, but you don't believe in the in a fundamentalist view. You think a lot of the Old Testament isn't literal.
It evolves. It has evolved. Actually, Jesus was a Jew. He was a democratic kind of like liberal.
Mm-hmm.
And then what they did to it, just like October 7th.
Okay.
Happened 2,000 years ago.
So Rami, let's talk about whatever God you believe in. So I assume you believe in Adonai, right?
God of my forefathers. God of my forefathers. I believe in this.
Okay. Do you use Adonai or Hashem or Yahweh? What do you use?
Adonai.
Adonai, fair enough.
They're all the same. Hashem is the name, you know.
I know Hashem just means the name. Yep. And
you know everything. You know everything. I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So, what would be a good evidence or a good argument for this God being real?
My soul, my nefesh. I have a nefesh. I have a soul.
So
and with that soul,
you do have life.
I have life right now.
Okay. Now,
especially for a 5-year-old, if you want to explain what life is.
All right, so he's using a Hebrew word. Nefesh is used in the Hebrew scriptures to refer to the soul of a person, but typically it also refers to the life force of a person. So, but we agree that you are alive, and I'm alive, and Sarah's alive. We all agree on that. What I'm trying to
5-year-old. Do you want to do science, a Big Bang theory with the 5-year-old?
Oh, buddy.
Hold on. I'm trying to figure out why you think that this is not just a product of the brain.
What is not the product of the brain? Of course, brain is it all. We have brain.
Right.
What do you think
Can
is it?
you give us some evidence that you have a soul?
I live. I
That's
breathe.
just being alive.
I
How about-
believe. I live. I have a soul. I have a life.
So you don't have any evidence that you have a soul.
Do you have evidence you exist?
Yeah, that's different.
What's the difference?
You can talk to me. I am physical. I am auditory.
No.
Tell me what your
It's
evidence
all
for the
figment of your
soul
imagination. Everything. We are all energy. Nothing. If I go speed of the light, I can go through you, right? We're all made of energy. There's nothing exists.
Okay,
We're
so
all
you're just imagining.
It's just
that
a
you have a
probability.
soul.
To give it, tell it to a 10-year-old.
Rami, did you say nothing
We're all
exists?
confused. Huh?
Did you just say nothing
sorry?
exists?
Yeah, we are all energy, right? If you want to look at it that way, if you go speed of the light or whatever, the energy, I can pass through you, right?
So then
How-
God doesn't exist.
No, I'm just saying that if you want to look at it sciencely, by science,
That's
nobody
not what
exists.
that's not what
You're
science
gonna go
teaches.
crazy. You're gonna go crazy.
So I'm asking what you believe, right? So we're asking for the argument that would end with human beings having souls. Do you have any evidence of that?
Yes, I have a soul. What do you mean? I'm here. I am that I am.
Can you
Right?
prove
That's what
that
God
you
said.
have a soul?
That's what God said. Wait.
Can you
The
prove that you
Hebrews
have a
were the
soul?
first one. They started it. It doesn't mean that they want to exclude anyone. They didn't exclude anyone.
Can
They
you
were
prove
just up
that you
against. Hold
have
on.
a soul?
They were up
All right,
against bunch of.
Rami, I know you're excited, but you got to take a deep breath. Sarah's trying to ask you questions. She's trying to have dialogue, and you can't have dialogue if you just endlessly talk. Like you have to, at some point, you have to engage in dialogue, and that requires a little bit of back and forth. So we know that you believe that you have a soul. We get that part. We're trying to figure out why. What's the evidence or the argument that would lead someone to believe that you have a soul? That's what we want to know. Let's see if this works.
Does he know he's muted?
He probably doesn't. I don't think he's been on TikTok very much.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Welcome back. Okay. So we're trying to have a little bit of dialogue here, and we know that you believe that you have a soul. We're trying to figure out what the evidence is that anybody has a soul.
I don't have to bring evidence. Why would I want to have an evidence?
Okay.
If I otherwise, if I don't have one, okay. You want me to give you evidence? I live. I spoke. I'm talking.
Okay.
I'm talking to you. I have a soul. I have a life.
Okay.
You're breathing. You're here.
Oh my God.
Well, listen, it's been delightful talking to you. I think you might be in the wrong live stream, but thanks for coming up. We're going to move on to the next guest, okay?
So I won the case, no?
No, you didn't win the case. You literally forfeited the case.
Why would he have to bring evidence?
You imagine going to court and judge is like, present the case. And he's like, I don't have to present a case.
How dare you ask for evidence? Good Lord.
People are wild. If you're watching on YouTube, you too can join in the conversation. There's a link in the description of the video and it's on the screen. You can join up. Let me grab our next guest. It looks like it's going to be Marin. Marin or Marin? Let's see if they can connect. How you doing?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, great. Let me say hi to my friend Living Faith. Am I correct? She stitched my comments a few times.
I recognize your name, yeah.
Okay. Is it
Marin
or Marin?
Marin, I'm from Croatia.
Marin, okay. Marin, do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes,
cool.
Absolutely.
And which God?
Can I ask you, I was listening to a few conversations before. First, sorry for my English. I not use it frequently, so it's not perfect, but I know to speak. You said that universe was condensed was smaller into some dot or something.
I didn't say that, no.
But something like in that area.
I said others say that. There are scientists and cosmologists who claim that the universe was once as small as like a beach ball. And I personally don't know how to verify that claim, but I do know that if you ask a scientist, they all have a different answer as to how small the universe was.
Okay, it was let's say it was volleyball. Was any intelligence in that volleyball?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, then how intelligence rose from that volleyball eventually?
One step at a time via evolution.
But how? You're just
Not
saying
very
claim,
hard.
but
Okay,
but
so
you
we'll start out small. Do you know what a Venus flytrap is?
what? Can you repeat?
Do you know what a Venus flytrap is?
Don't think so.
Okay, so inside of a Venus flytrap, it's like a little plant that's got a mouth that closes and opens. And when a fly lands in it, it will rub on the sides of the plant. And if it hits enough of the little hairs on the inside of the plant will close, and then it will excrete some juices that will break down the fly, and it will consume. Oh, you got some, just like that.
I have one. This is what
Perfect.
it looks like.
We've got some.
Ah, those are the little things, and they close.
Yeah, they open and close when flies land, and now I want one. I feel a little bit jealous. So all of this behavior, though, it looks like it's intelligent. It looks like it's doing the thing because it's on purpose and it's got like a thinking brain. The reality is, as far as we can tell, it doesn't really have any brain. It's developed one impulse reflex at a time. Just like the hydrangeas in my garden bed, when the sun's out and it's too hot, the leaves will actually turn over, and wilt a little bit as to not get burned. So, but you build on that, right? A couple billion years of learning one reflex after another, and pretty soon you're a pretty powerful computing machine.
But yes, but you are not explaining how that first, let's say, sign of intelligence came to existence.
Well, first it wasn't called intelligence. Intelligence is when you have a whole bunch of processes going on at once. It started out with one process, and then two processes, and then three processes.
Yeah, but question is, sorry for interrupting, but question is how that first process started.
It's a chemical reaction.
How?
It's a chemical reaction. Do you know how chemicals work?
Yeah, but the question, we can go a step back, how that chemical reaction happened, why chemicals even exist.
Because chemicals do exist, and when they come into contact with other chemicals, sometimes they react because they're not stable.
Yeah, but why?
Because not all chemicals are stable. Some of them have an imbalance of protons and neutrons and other things, or protons and electrons and whatnot.
Yes, but I can say same argument for to prove creator. Look, there is creator, and prove is this chemical that can create can react with these chemicals and this and that.
Well, we can do it in a laboratory. Like, we can do the chemical reactions in a laboratory and verify that it works.
Yes, but you don't explain the origin of those chemicals and why the chemicals have those properties and all that stuff.
They have their properties because they are what they are.
But
the same reason why your God has its properties.
Saying it is what it is not scientific explanation.
Well, we know for a fact that it is what it is. We know for a fact that these things do exist. What we don't know is that your God exists.
But you also don't know how those chemicals exist and why they have.
In my worldview, they existed forever. In my worldview, the fundamental particles that make up the universe always existed. I see no reason to believe that nothing gave rise to something, or that a magic fairy gave rise to something.
Okay, you believe the universe always existed.
Yeah,
no one created.
I believe something always existed, even if it's something as small as a quantum field.
Okay, but you have problem with God just existing.
I don't have a problem with God existing. I see no evidence for it.
But what you wouldn't intelligent universe, whatever, however it is not perfect, would give clues that God, let's not even say God, some intelligence created it.
I don't think the
How would-
universe was intelligently created, and I think looking at the Earth is a prime example. If something created the Earth, it's clearly an evil being. Why would you create the Earth so that it would have natural disasters that randomly kill 100,000 people a year?
Do you know? You probably know why we was kicked out from. According to the Bible, I'm not trying to force you into anything, but according to the Bible, we live first in perfect conditions. There was no earthquakes, no disease, death whatsoever. That was
That doesn't answer
original
the
design.
question. That doesn't answer why God created natural disasters. Why did he do it?
That is why I say that, because we were kicked out from the garden and went into, let's say, sorry for my English, it's a little bit complicated, even for English-speaking people to explain it all. How will I say?
I mean, I think we're familiar with the idea that you think it's because of sin that we have natural disasters, but it sounds like your primary argument is that the world is big and complicated and we don't understand where everything came from, therefore it has to be God.
No, I wouldn't say it has to be God, but I will say if God exists, wouldn't we see signs of intelligence in design?
No, I don't think that's a requirement.
And then, in your opinion, if God existed,
I'm saying if God exists, we would see a world that didn't cause unnecessary suffering. What we see in a world is unnecessary suffering because you believe that your God is all good and he's all powerful and all knowing, which means he wouldn't have created a world that included natural disasters.
That is why I say a story from the garden. Why I say that? Sorry,
Marin,
can I finish?
you don't actually need to tell us the story. We all know it. Just give us the answer to the problem.
Why I'm trying. Let me say 1 minute or two, please.
Again, Marin, we all know the story. You don't have to retell us the story.
I think you don't.
No, we do. No, we literally do. No, Marin, we know. Marin, stop. We know the story. Don't tell us the story. Just give us the answer. Why did God create natural disasters?
I'm trying. If you don't want to, you can kick me out.
Marin, it's just an answer. We don't need a story.
Well, can I tell it in 1 minute?
You can tell it in one sentence.
You want to explain it in one sentence?
Okay, I don't want an explanation. I just want an answer.
But can I try?
Why did God create natural disasters? It's a one-sentence answer.
So, in Garden of Eden, we were living in perfect world.
Can I do it? I know the answer.
Sarah, we'll try this again. Sarah, why did God create natural disasters in the Christian worldview?
Because natural disasters are the consequence of the fall. When the fall happened, everything bad happened, and it's all our fault, even though God's actually in charge.
Shit, that was easy. Why couldn't you say that, Marin?
Because you can't stand 1 minute to explanation. You want one sentence.
That's all we need.
And
Was I right?
So you want to tell me?
Was she right?
No, let me ask you.
Was
so
she
you
right?
think God?
Marin, was I right?
Was she right?
You don't know how to listen.
Was
okay,
she right?
Goodbye.
They always want to tell stories. I'll never understand why they think telling stories is a workable method for dialogue. I don't know why they always assume we don't know literally the first story in the Bible either. It's the only story Christians even know.
Oh, did he drop?
Yeah, he just wanted to preach.
Oh. Marin, I knew the answer, right? That's what you were gonna say.
Yeah,
I promise you've heard that before.
He was mad that you could give the answer, and he had to give you an entire lecture on the Adam and Eve story. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Burner Bunsen, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, they can't speculate all damn day. We are working on the same evidence. How can you make a claim without knowing what your claim fundamentally means? Well, listen, in the Christian worldview, when you make claims, they're always Band-Aids, right? So most of the claims of Christianity were not thought through, and then all subsequent claims are just Band-Aids to fix the problems with the first claim. None of them are actually good solutions. Yoda, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, can you explain the Trinity? Well, it's illogical, so not really. Was Jesus God? Was he the Son of God? Who is the Holy Ghost? Or direct me to a good video explaining it. Thanks, Rock Hard for Doug. I think the best video to explain why the Trinity is absolute nonsense is to watch the debate. There was a short little debate between Danny and Inspiring Philosophy, and Inspiring Philosophy literally had to concede that in order for the Trinity to be true, he had to abandon classical logic. So that's probably the best way to go. I'd watch the debate between Danny and Inspiring Philosophy. And Daniel says, thanks to you, I'm aiming to get a PhD in higher Kundalini calculus. Unfortunately, I have to be at least density 12 first. I swear, the amount of woo that we got this week, I was way over my threshold for woo. It's
We're all
not.
talking about Kundalini yoga.
Yeah.
Oh, I watched that documentary this week, Breath of Fire. It was intense.
We had a firm believer in the thing yesterday or the day before, I forget. Crucifix Me, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, to be Catholic saint, preach morality, cover for predator pals. Poland's done with JP2. P.S. Did Kundalini lost 2 levels in the Matrix? Don't recommend. I'm sorry you lost 2 levels in the density Matrix. We'll pray to the sun for your revival. And Harris says, have you had the misfortune to debate the 7-day week proves God guy? No, I haven't. I don't think. I can't find where the Bible indicates that proves his sovereignty. Shale Doug. Hera, I've heard the 7-day week argument before. It's never been good, and it's never been by someone who knows the argument very well. But as for the guy who created the argument, I have not debated that person. Stephen says, are barbecues burning flesh for God? He must be happy. Barbecues are burning flesh for Doug, but you don't have to sacrifice anything. Don't worry about that. Brianna says, do you think there's any good evidence for God? No, or else I would be a believer. And faith without works, music. Thank you for the $1 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Roger Wenzel says, exposing the ignorance of Christians about their own religion is very entertaining indeed. Actually, that's kind of what we do here. We tend to try to educate because what we find is most Christians haven't actually read the book, and we have. And Faith Without Works coming in again said, I have to spend $2. You owe me $3. You don't have to spend anything, Faith Without Works. You don't have to super chat. But I'll bill you for this conversation later. Don't worry. Vern, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Huge W, my friend. Says another live stream. I'm still trying to get through yesterday's stream. Anyways, keep cooking, man. Also, fuck the Browns. Let's go Steelers. Vern, I'm going to have to ban you from the channel now. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate that you're a football fan, but unfortunately, you're no longer allowed in the live stream. We just got to get rid of you. Sorry. Actually, we agree. The Browns suck. I'm stuck with them. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You got to root for the home team, right? You don't want to be a traitor.
Go Bears.
I'd root for the Bears before the Steelers. Welcome in, Duke.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Very good. Thank you for asking. Duke, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes. Yes to both of those.
Cool. And what kind of a God do you believe in?
I believe in the Holy Trinity. I'm a non-denominational Christian.
Cool. So what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Bible God being real?
Do you want spiritual or like fossils, or how do you want to go with it?
Hey, whatever you think is convincing.
I think the most convincing is probably the seashells that they found like up on top of the mountains. I think that is kind of alludes to there being some sort of flood at some point.
Is that so? You think the flood put them there?
I would think so.
How come there's not seashells on top of every mountain?
That's a good question. I think it might have to do with probably the age of the mountain.
Yeah, there you go. Now we're getting somewhere. The reason why there are seashells on top of some mountains, not all mountains, is because those mountains used to be under a body of water. So not all mountains existed for millions and millions of years. Some mountain ranges are fairly new.
I agree with you. The ones that I'm talking about though are quite old. I'll have to let me. I don't have my laptop with me right now, and if I close the app, it will.
I assume you're referring to the Alps.
Not quite. There was some. It was some mountain in the Middle East. Hang on, I'm fetching my laptop out of the.
Like where you think Noah's Ark was?
No. So they're saying that the Noah's Ark was probably roughly landed in closer towards like Africa.
Ararat, Mount Ararat.
Yeah.
Up near Anatolia, the Caucasus Mountain Range.
Yeah.
So Mount Ararat's only about 2 million years old, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How old do you believe the Earth is?
What, 4.7 billion? Is that about right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so about half the time span of Earth's creation.
No, 4 billion.
Oh, billion. My
2
bad.
million. Yeah.
My bad. Sorry, I misheard you.
It's okay.
I guess I really just like I'm kind of curious to see your guys' perspective of things. Like, what questions do you have for like the people of faith? Like, what are your big questions? Like, what kind of like prevents you guys from believing? Is it the lack of? Yeah, fire away.
How versed are you in the Bible?
I'm not gonna be 100. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I'm not 100% versed in it. I've probably read about 3 or 4 books. I'm relatively new to the faith, so I'm still working on going through a lot of them.
May I ask you why you believe it's true if you haven't read it?
Absolutely. Yeah. So, a while ago, I had a dream where, so in this, for context, right? I have not prior to this dream, I had like almost little to none experience with church or going to church or anything like that. Very, very, like almost literally none, no experience with the Bible, like reading it. And I had this dream where I went to the pearly gates, and they basically cast me down to hell. And I woke up and I just started crying like profusely. So that's kind of what cemented, like, woke me up. Like, hey, I need to be a better person than I am right now, because what I am right now is not enough.
So, do you know that people in other religions or other cultures have dreams about the gods of that culture too, right? I actually worked with a Hindu gentleman that was visited by 2 of the main 3 Hindu deities. And that was a lot of validation for him, but certainly you wouldn't accept that those deities exist, would you?
Well, so a lot of what if we go back to like the book of Genesis and stuff, a common theme is that there are these pagan gods, and the Christian God, right, Yahweh, he's upset that we go to these other lesser gods. And this is how the text explains it, right? I'm not discrediting anybody's religion, right? I'm just explaining it from the perspective of the Bible. It says that, like, hey, you're giving all these attention to these false gods, but ultimately they don't really care about you like I care about you. And I don't discredit their existence, right? It's just that they're not as powerful as Yahweh. So they're not like they.
Oh, so you believe in multiple gods? Like there's lots of gods and this is just the God that you worship?
No, so it's a little bit more complicated than that. It's so we have Yahweh, right? And if you go into the Bible and we talk about, like, if you go into the book of, I believe it's either Isaiah or Ezekiel, I can't remember off the top of my head. It explains the fall of Lucifer, and explains like how he convinced like a third of his.
Hate to burst your bubble, but actually neither of those books describe the fall of Satan, even though both of those books are claimed to have doing so. Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 are the chapters you're looking for, and neither one of them describe Satan at all.
Okay,
I know that's what the church teaches. I get that, but if you read the text, it's clearly not what it's referring to.
Not you don't think that's what it's talking about whenever it's talking about the cherub that got consumed by pride.
That's Ezekiel 28, and no, the cherub is a riff on Humbaba, the cherub that was in the cedar forest next to where this king of Tyre was. If you read the Epic of Gilgamesh, in fact, it's a direct parallel. So he's making fun of the king of Tyre using mythology from his area. Remember, the taunt is to the king of Tyre after he's been defeated. So the taunt has to be understandable to the king of Tyre. King of Tyre doesn't know a damn thing about Jewish theology, much less a Satan character that actually isn't really, like, the way he's in the Old Testament isn't like an evil, malevolent entity trying to harm everybody.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, they definitely use pop culture a lot in the Bible. Like the book of Jude, I believe it is. He references a couple things that are local to the. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Jude quotes directly from Enoch. First Enoch chapter 9, I think.
I have not read the book of Enoch, so I don't know quite 100%.
It's all right. Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
You may not know a ton of the Bible, but you probably are familiar with Christian doctrine. Why does God send people to hell?
It's not that he wants us to go to hell. It's that it's because so sin separates us from God, right? That's the whole premise of it. So like if I'm caught up in sexual immorality, it prevents me from like being in a relationship with God, because he's given us the Holy Spirit to like have a closer relationship with him. That was the whole purpose of like Jesus sacrificing his life for us.
Mm-hmm.
It's really that we put ourselves into that position. It's not the will of the Father for us to go to hell. It's that, you know, we've put ourselves in such a position that it's like I don't think that they would ever change their minds or want to believe in a God.
Okay, I'm going to give you an analogy. Do you have any sisters? Niece?
Yeah.
I asked your sister on a date, and I said, "Hey, we're going to have the time of our lives. You know, I'll be the best date night you've ever had. But if you say no to me, I've got to lock you in my basement and light it on fire. Am I good or bad?"
As a person, you'd be bad, yeah.
Yeah. So why is it different when God does it? When God gives you the ultimatum of love me or get tortured in fire, why is that now a good thing?
It's not quite love me or get tortured in fire. It's more like he's giving us like so much, like the whole purpose on earth is to either get closer to God, or if it's to either get closer to God or find God. It's not that he wants us to. I'm sorry, can you say the question again? I'm a little bit, I just woke up.
If you don't choose God, he will torture you, won't he?
If you choose to completely neglect God, I mean, I'm not the one that makes the judgment, but it's not, it doesn't look, as scripture says, it's not, your judgment day isn't going to look great.
Right, but we're trying to figure out why, because it seems like a really silly outcome for not believing in this deity, right? So I don't believe in this deity. I would in fact say that my life looks most like the life of any believer you've ever met. The difference is I believe and I don't believe and they do, right? So I'm trying to figure out why I should be tortured for eternity in hellfire or until annihilation, either one.
Have you tried asking God about it?
Yeah, I was a Christian for 20 years.
What made you separate from the faith?
The Bible wasn't true.
And I think the point is, do you have the ability to determine, is this a just system? Is this a fair system? And, I think in this conversation, a lot of times we hear from Christians, well, it just is what it is. Like, I don't make the rules. I just have to be part of the system. But I think, well, I hope that you would not bow down to a tyrant. You would not worship someone you thought was bad. And so there's this disconnect between what you're saying God does and yet somehow your own sense of justice.
No, so God's not a tyrant, right? So whenever he casts Lucifer down to earth, right? Because he rules the earth today, right?
Why? Why would he put Lucifer in charge of the earth if he's bad?
Because he doesn't. He's waiting. I think so. His ways aren't my ways. So I don't understand the plan entirely. But I think what God is trying to do is line up the earth to be in a position where his son can take rule over the earth. And right now he can't do that because Satan is on earth right now.
Why does he need to get rid of Satan then? Just axe him, get him out of here.
Because I don't think God likes to just destroy. Like, I think that there may be two phases to his plan, right? There could be that right now it's everybody can go and worship God, or they can separate themselves, and then once Jesus has established his like kingdom, there could be a phase 2 plan where it's like, okay, well, now we're trying to save the people that didn't get saved, like, because God is merciful and he's loving. He's given us a lot of second chances. I doubt that they're.
But the Satan thing, I'm trying to figure out why he put the most evil entity in all of history in charge of the earth. Seems like a real weird thing to do.
That's a good question. I'm sure there's an answer, but I'm not the one that's in charge of that. That's not my circuit.
But Duke, you are in charge of who you worship. Right. And so it's if God is doing something that appears to be really mean or unjust or bad, I think it is your responsibility to figure out, are you worshiping a good God or not?
I'll give you an example from a different religion. Okay, so like have you read through the Quran?
I've read probably about a chapter or two. I couldn't really. Yeah.
I'll read you something from the Quran. And remember, this comes from God, right? So I want you to tell me if you think the God of this book is behaving good or bad. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders at the city gate. Okay, so if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, they got to go to court. And be like, listen, I slept with her. I didn't see the evidence of the virginity. You told me she was a virgin. She said she was a virgin. Where's the blood, right? So it says, when you get there, it said, they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town will take the man and punish him. So the proof of the virginity is the cloth, right? Whether or not she bled on the cloth. Okay. Now, if the man is found to be lying, he gets to pay a fine, and then they have to be married for the rest of their life. If the woman is found to have not bled on the sheet, It says, if, however, the charge is true that the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death because she committed a disgraceful act. So do you think that's a fair thing to do, to brutalize by stoning a young woman who didn't bleed on her wedding night?
No, I don't think so. No.
No. And you would say the God who gave that command is like horrific. Because like brides don't bleed their first time. Only 43% of them on average bleed their first time. Which means like a bunch of innocent women are going to get stoned.
It's possible.
Right.
Again, there's no way of really knowing like why he would give that command.
Well, this is from Allah, right?
Right.
Why would Allah want this command? He tells you in the book, he says to purge the evil from among you. You got to kill the non-virgins based on faulty evidence.
It could be, we could argue that it was a law that was established to tell fathers to properly raise their daughters so that they don't end up in a situation like that. It could be
the situation like that we're describing is a woman who could be a virgin and just by nature of her biology doesn't bleed on her wedding night. That is her situation.
Right.
So how is a father raising a daughter correctly to ensure she bleeds versus not if it actually has nothing to do with her virginity?
Okay, so that will go into like the traditions of marriage, right?
No. I'm talking about the biology of the situation. The law says if you don't bleed, you're not a virgin. However, biologically, many virgins do not bleed their first time.
Okay, and that evidence is probably right. I don't know how.
It is.
I don't know. Okay, and
Sarah's a physiologist, by the way.
Okay, cool. So then you're definitely right. So that we don't know if that law was taken into 100%. Not.
But no one's asking if it was followed. We're asking, is it a good law?
I don't know the context behind the law or not. That's one of the things that
Is there any context in which that would be a good law?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I don't know of any context that makes killing innocent women good.
No, it's not so it's not the context of like, right. So we tell stories that are really bad to protect people, right? And
sometimes, a story about a god. Is this god a good character or a bad character based on the story?
If he was giving that law to protect people, then yes.
No, it's hurting people.
It's hurting people. It's killing innocent women.
Okay, so again, if we go back to the traditions of marriage, right? It's the father's responsibility to make sure that the daughter is seated in the proper hands of a husband. This was back then, right?
But dude, just pause for a second. Pause for a second. Okay. We're not saying that that's not happening. What we're saying is that at least half of the women would not have bled their first time and still be innocent and get killed. That's the problem.
Can you give me the Bible quote that you're referring to, specifically the verse?
I told you it was in the Quran.
I think he's on to you, Justin. That's why he's defending it.
Yeah, I was curious about that, or if he just didn't hear me correctly.
So, dude, just so that we're on the same page, this is a law that says if you don't bleed on your wedding night, you die. And half of the women who are virgins, so who have done nothing wrong, who have followed the law, whose fathers have done what they were supposed to do, everything they've done is correct, they will still not bleed on their wedding night. And so the God who wrote this law is condemning innocent women to death.
I'm sure there's a reason behind it.
Why? Why are you sure there's a reason behind it?
Is there ever a good reason to kill innocent people?
No, I mean, if you can spare as many lives as you can, then you should. But if there has to be like some sort of I again, I don't know, because his ways aren't my ways. I don't that's not something that I'm supposed to fucking.
But dude, you are supposed to decide if this God is good or bad. And if you are going to pledge your allegiance to this God, it is your responsibility to read the claims, to read the book, and to know what this God actually does before you pledge your allegiance to him. I know that you can see that God has written a bad law. This is literally commanding his followers to stone innocent women. And so that is clear evidence that this God has created a bad law that harms people.
I think that there was some sort of purpose behind it.
Why? Why do you think that? Why have you decided that God is good before reading about God?
I have read about God.
You haven't read most of the Bible. You have to read the whole thing to see the whole picture.
And I'm getting there, but I haven't gotten there just yet.
Right. That's my point, is you've preemptively decided that this God is good. You preemptively decided that. And now when you're seeing evidence to the contrary, you're just pushing it away because you've already decided. And even though the document you claim is true is showing you how this God is harming people, you won't see it because you've already decided that he's good.
Because I've had a relationship with God. That's, you don't need to. The Bible, yes, you need to read the Bible 100% so that you can understand the context of a lot of things, right? But if we base our judgment on God off of pre-existing mistakes, then
Wait, what?
The Bible or God making a mistake?
it could have been a person that interpreted it incorrectly.
So the Bible's not true?
No, it is true.
Okay, we read this directly from the Bible to you.
Right. But we don't understand the context at which God has dished out this command.
I do.
There's a lot of information. Okay. Would you
I've
like
read
to
the
elaborate?
entire Bible. Yeah, this is one of the laws of Moses. It's in Deuteronomy 22. It's among the sexual purity laws. And God tells you to do it because he wants you to be pure, because he walks among you in the camp. Deuteronomy 23. It's a purity law. That's it. It's not even a good one.
Is it possible that a lot of the because we have generation. Have you heard of generational sin? Right. I'm assuming you have.
That's going to make it worse, not better.
How so?
Because generational sin is unjust. I shouldn't be held accountable for my parents' sin. My sin shouldn't be held account to my child. That's silly and it's ridiculous.
Right, but that's why they back then you would sacrifice an animal or something to God.
Why?
And that would be an atonement for your sins.
Why does God need you to kill an animal so that he doesn't do something that's unjust?
I don't know why God needs. That's a question for God, not me.
See how once we probe a little under the surface of the God, it ends up with a lot of I don't knows. the reality is it's because the God doesn't actually make a lot of sense. He's just not just, he's not good. Do you think there's ever, and this is an encompassing statement, do you think that there is ever a scenario in any possible world where women should be punished for the crimes of their husband? So like if I go out, I commit adultery, should my wives be graped for my adultery?
I'm sorry, could you say the question again? You broke out a little bit.
Yeah, if I committed adultery, is there a scenario in which my wives, say I have 10 of them for this example, my wives should be graped because I committed adultery?
The fact that you're hesitating is upsetting.
It is
Well, so
upsetting,
for
actually.
me-
The answer should
for
be
me,
no.
The question is why would you have 10 wives? That's the main
You
question.
better ask David.
Yeah, if you think that's the
Yeah,
problem, you've got a huge
that's
problem.
concerning.
So, is there ever a scenario in which my 10 wives should have to be sexually assaulted if I commit adultery?
No, absolutely not.
Ever, no matter what.
No,
You read the story of King David yet?
I haven't gotten to that point. No.
I'm going to read you a snippet from 2 Samuel 12. So in 2 Samuel 12, God has to deal some kind of punishment to David for sleeping with Bathsheba. And he decides on two different things, right? He's going to do two different punishments. The one punishment you probably know of is the child born between him and Bathsheba gets sick and dies 7 days later. The second half of the punishment, which people tend to forget, is that he has 10 of David's wives graped. He says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." And then if you fast forward to chapter 16, it happens. Absalom, the child of David, storms the palace, trying to defeat his father, take him off the throne. And in a display of force over his father, he takes 10 of David's wives up to the top of the palace and sleeps with them in front of all the onlookers. Do you think they deserved it?
The wives? No.
Yeah. Right. So when I read in Deuteronomy 32:4 that God is just in all of his ways, and then I read in 2 Samuel 12 where he punishes innocent women for the crimes of the husband in the most horrific way possible, I just conclude that this God is contradictory, and I don't believe that contradictions exist.
Do you believe that as human beings that we would abuse the grace of God if there wasn't serious consequences for our mistakes?
I don't think the consequences need to be unjust consequences, so I don't think the question's relevant. It doesn't matter if the consequences are in existence. I don't have a problem with consequences. I have a problem with the consequences being unjust. Like if my child goes to school and punches somebody in the nose, what I'm not going to do is say, because you punched this child in the nose, I'm going to have all your siblings get punched in the nose. That's not how that works. That's not how justice works. You see the problem, Duke? I suspect you do.
I'm sure there's an underlying reason behind it. I doubt that it was just because God is so evil and that he wants everybody that doesn't love him to off themselves.
It's just a punishment. He thought the most effective means of punishing David was by having David's property, his 10 wives, graped. Why didn't he just punish David? Why didn't he just kill David for his sin?
Because he had a greater purpose for David.
Ooh.
I'm not saying that the women's death were discredited, right? Not saying that wasn't horrible, right? But
could God have not found somebody else?
He probably. The question is would have David cared if he had killed anybody else?
So he's using your argument is that he allowed David's wives to be assaulted, right? So this is raped. That's what's happening to them in order to make David feel bad enough. Like, that is totally ignoring the women as people.
Yeah, I was under the impression that women were sentient thinking agents with feelings and rights as well.
Okay, well, here's my question for you. When did I ever say that women are awful, idiotic pieces?
I didn't say any of that. You just said that they used the women for a greater purpose, that the women were used to make David feel bad enough. That's what I have a problem with.
Right. But we have to go back to what times were back then. You're looking looking at it from a perspective of today, which is not whenever we're looking over historical stuff. Like how you were relating the things to pop culture before, right? We were talking about Ezekiel and Isaiah and how they were referencing things of importance.
I'm sorry, you're saying that that assault was okay back then.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
I'm saying that he could have used there's right, we have pop culture things in really awful ways and really good ways.
Again, this was something God directly commanded. This was God said, this will happen. Do this. God could have punished David in any way he wanted, and God's choice was to assault his wives. That was the punishment.
Is it possible that God was prophesizing what was going to happen? Because God cannot interject with the free will of horrible people.
Well, first of all, no, that's not what happened. And yes, he can. He does it all the time in the Bible. In fact, it literally says in Thessalonians that he sends a lying spirit so that people don't believe. So yeah, God invades on people's free will all the time. In fact, Romans chapter 9, Paul makes a case that you don't have free will and lays out the case for why God does it. Violate people's free will, but none of that's really relevant here. What's relevant here is that God is doing something that at its core is unjust by every definition of the word justice. And as it turns out, I don't think that women should be casualties to teach a man a lesson.
I don't think that they should be either. But again, we're looking at it from a context of today. There is a context of old times where
then you're arguing that it was okay back then.
No, yes, today it's not okay, but back then that was probably a normal thing.
I'm not asking if it's normal. I'm asking if it's okay. Is it just? Those are two very different questions.
I don't know how the judicial system worked.
No, not what the law was. Is it just?
In today's standard, no.
Was it ever?
Does God change what is good and bad? Like God said, yeah, this is great, good choice. And then he changed his mind like, ooh, whoops, just kidding. Assault is bad.
No, I don't think that he changed his mind. I think that there was a purpose behind that.
So back then, in Bible times, God thought that assault was wrong.
We know because Deuteronomy 22 says that SA is wrong. So God did something he knew was wrong.
It was not God himself that did that. It was most likely individuals that he knew were going to do it regardless. And he
that's not true. We'll read it again, verse 11. Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes. Remember, this is a punishment for David's actions. God's punishing David. So God's causing it.
Mm-hmm.
Duke, this would be the right time to be honest with the passage and just admit how horrible it is.
No.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't be honest if I was in your shoes either.
Okay. Well, I don't think that we'll see eye to eye on any of this, so I'll be praying for you guys.
I'll be thinking for you. Don't worry. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
It's a shame. We thought he was going to be nice.
I'm worked up.
What do you mean, Sarah? You don't want to be a casualty for a man's sin? I don't. What's wrong with that?
I mean, I understand why he has the cognitive dissonance. So I, on one hand, I know that when you believe something so strongly and suddenly this new piece of information comes at you and you don't know what to do with it, I can understand that part of it. But man, it's pretty easy to say that SA is wrong. Like that shouldn't be that hard.
It seems like that would be the easiest admission you could make is, yeah, we shouldn't be essaying women for crimes of their husband. That you shouldn't have to think about that at all.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to read a couple of super chats, friends, and we'll get right on into our next guest. We've got
Justin,
one.
I gotta go.
There. Thank you for joining me. Sorry, we had to end on that note.
I know, it's like, nope, I gotta go take a walk. I need a break. I can't.
Fair enough. Guys, make sure you're following Leaving Faith on YouTube and on TikTok. She's awesome.
Thanks, friends.
Are you doing Salty Saturday tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes, I will.
All right, guys.
So, yeah.
Tomorrow we're at Sarah's place. See ya.
See ya.
Salty Saturday is awesome. Artin, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, isn't it amazing that despite everyone having a camera on their phone, there are still no verified pictures of miracles or Bigfoot? So this is what I've been saying. If in fact the thing was true, in a world where literally everybody has a cell phone with a camera on it at a moment's notice, we should be capturing this nonsense. Unfortunately, we don't actually capture it. We do get some forgeries though every once in a while, or like crop circles. Animal Farm says, just remember, kids, to listen to absolute winners like Eliana from yesterday's live who think burning children as a punishment is swell. Animal Farm, I'll never, obviously she's getting clipped, but I will never understand how someone can come to that conclusion. I was shocked as much as you. Just flabbergasted. My flabber was gasted, friends. Glam says, do you smell what what Doug is cooking? Stay rock hard for the Rock of Ages. Which Bible version is the best for the cheat sheet? Well, Glam, thank you so much for the question. Thank you for supporting. I typically use the NRSVUE translation. That's the New Revised Standard Edition. I typically, when I'm at home, read from the New Oxford Annotated Bible. I'm on the 5th edition. But the 6th edition is supposed to be out this year, finally, thank Doug. So keep your eyes open for the 6th edition. I think you'll really, really enjoy it. TG, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Justin, next time a Philbro calls, tell them to eat lots of chocolate so that when they smell their own farts, it would be pleasant for them, not for us. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm with you on that one. And Doug says, hell yeah, another day, another Justin Cookout. Well, big W, Doug. Thank you for being here, friend. And a $20 super chat from Bryce Aroni. Thank you so much, friend. It says, Muslim apologetics never give an argument for Allah to an atheist because it can be rationalized without presupposing God. Always start with a general theism, which is not how any Muslim arrived at Allah. Philbro first. Actually, Bryce Aroni, that is the case. In fact, the Muslims will admit this. Whenever you're debating the existence of Allah or debating the Islamic faith, they want to immediately run away to something other than Islam and go to general theism because they know they can't defend Islam. And Mitch says, God created Satan, lets him be in Eden to trick his new creation. Humans get tricked, and now he justified killing everyone at a time. So loving. Yeah, you're right, Mitch. It's crazy that the situation we're in is his fault, but we get punished for it, according to the story. Silver Surfer, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that, friend. And Bryce Aroni again with a $20 super chat. Big W, friend. He says the problem with Rami is he was probably using nephesh to refer to life rather than the Christian definition of soul as internal essence. So your question about evidence didn't make sense to him, as life is self-evident. You could be right, Bryce Aroni. So the term nephesh refers to either the life force or the soul. I think it's interpreted classically as being a soul. The soul is the life force itself, but there's certainly a semantic range there, and I can understand why he and I wouldn't have been on the same page. Godwin says, dinosaurs had intelligence. Funny how nobody likes to talk about the hundreds of millions of years that size was more successful than intelligence. Actually, that's a very good point. There's a lot of intelligence in the world, and sometimes we don't even recognize it as intelligent. DJ Diaper says, always the same. You don't know how. Well, theist, you don't know how either. The Bible tells you your God did it, not how. So that's the case. All they really have is God of the gaps. So the reality is, like, if we're just doing God of the gaps, I can just say, well, shit, it was a naturalistic force. I don't know how, but that fills my gap. Like, problem solved. Murin, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I don't build the faith, but I'm here for the deconstruction rave. Love your summer schedule. I can listen at work. Well, thank you so much, Marin, for listening, and I hope you have a good time at work. And thank you also for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. And our friend Rock Hard for Doug just sent out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Rock Hard. I appreciate that. And Doug Brown says, we'll try this again, is by far my favorite Justinism. You know what? I need to do more. I need to do more Justinisms and create a vocab book, like Ian has his own vocab book. Nightman, my friend, thank you for being here. Says, I broke the Matrix because I am the one. My name is Neo. Is your name really Neo? Actually, Nightman? Shit. Well, big W for breaking the Matrix. And Josh, my friend. Oh, did I just miss what? Renee. Sorry, Renee. Renee the Renegade says, what do you think is more likely to happen first? Jesus' second coming or the Cleveland Browns championship? Go Birds. And as crazy as it sounds, obviously it's going to be the Cleveland Browns winning the championship because Jesus ain't never coming back. Good question, though. And Jello B. Afro says, Christian, stop indoctrinating your children. Let them think for themselves. Not going to happen. You got to train them up right in the way that they'll go, and then they will not depart according to the Proverbs. That's the only way to do it. Josh Barber says, I believe the Ark is probably up on Mount Kundalini and is protected by a Yeti, or it could be up on Old Smoky covered in cheese. Just as likely. Actually, I agree with this sentiment wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly agree. And Texas Panhandler says, do I have this right? God gives me an innate desire to believe in him, an objective sense of right and wrong, a sinful nature, a free will, all rolled up into one. No wonder Christians are so confused. This is actually a pretty good observation. Like, there's a reason why they're so confused. It's because the characteristics that we're given don't give us what we actually need to do what we have to do. And Golok says, Shale Doug, Duke's best evidence is the magical boat. He got cooked. I didn't want to cook him. I wanted to be nice to him at first, but once he got into the grape apologetics, it was over. Lilith says, ban all squealers. Get the Steelers fans out of here. Sorry, Steelers fans. And Cameron, my friend, says, Justin, I'm getting used to this daytime cooking. You're spoiling us. Thank you for all you do, sir. Well, thank you, Cameron, for being here and supporting. And I'm going to cook as much as I can. I'm trying to keep the fire hot. And Chip says, people should be required to read and study the entire holy book of religion before they're allowed to join it. Rock hard for Doug. Well, Chip, I couldn't agree more. This is what we typically find is people commit to the religion before they've read the actual documents. And then once they're in it, they read the shit and they're like, oh no, what did I do? Just read the document first. That's what you should do. Fen, thank you for the double galaxy. Big W, Fen. I appreciate that. And Reclaim, thank you so much for the money gun. Big W, TikTok friends. All right, let me read just a couple more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Sorry, that was a long conversation with Duke, and now we've got a bunch of backed up super chats. Trump failed says, just saw Superman 4.8. Now I want to see you and Wes Huff go at it. A cosmic battle of Holy versus Doug. Well, Trump failed. I'd love to debate Wes. I don't think Wes Huff. I don't think he's coming. But I can tell you this: he doesn't have any good talking points. He's got the same bad talking points as the other theists, which means despite his education, he's not going to do any better. Carnage Asada, my friend, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Great to see you today. Says Duke is indistinguishable from a prison pen pal writing unanswered letters to a prolific serial killer and deluding himself into thinking they're misunderstood while refusing to research the case. Holy shit. Carnage, that might be the best parallel to what we just witnessed that I've ever heard. That is 1,000,000% spot on. Thank you for that gem. That was beautiful. And Miko says, let me tell you this from the biblical point of view. I've nearly read 4 of the books in it. I know. It's crazy that they'll get up and defend the Bible having not really read it. Hadassah's concubine. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Hadassah has my spine tingling today. Must be the Kundalini. This job is mostly horrible, but it has its days. All hail the prophetess. She makes me say this. I apologize that you're Hadassah's concubine, but at least you're in her books. She at least writes about you, so you'll live on for, well, as long as the books live on. Melanitis says, I'm thinking about getting a desk mat from your shop. Convince me that I should. By the way, do you ship to Poland? Shout out from Poland. Well, Melanitis, you should get it if you want it. I'm not here to convince anyone to get anything from the shop. If you want it, you should get it. And as far as I'm aware, it will ship to Poland. But if not, you can just use the deconstruction cheat sheet. You don't have to get the mat. Alex says someone needs to explain to Duke that women were in fact still people back in Bible times. Yeah, isn't that crazy that like when men are pressed on some of these passages, they resort to this subconscious mindset that they're not real people. It's so weird. Erzmont says, Duke, you got Sarah upset. You effed up. Yep, that's right, Erzmont. He fucked up big time when you upset Sarah. Now you know you really screwed up. Evan says that was tough to listen to. And Evan, we're with you. That was really tough to listen to. Snickerdoodle says, but God had a plan for David. That's all that mattered, right? Who gives a crap about a woman's life? That guy pissed me off. And it should, Snickerdoodle. It should. The fact that God would spare David, the guy who committed the horrible sin, so he could teach the bad guy a lesson and harm the women who didn't do anything. Erzmont says, I don't think we will see eye to eye on this. What? That SAing is bad? What the action? Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that someone, like, we can stand up here and say we shouldn't sexually assault women, and they'll say, well, we're not going to see eye to eye on this. The fuck we won't. No, we won't. TG says, every soul burning in hell is an eternal shining example of God's ultimate failure. Robert G. Ingersoll. I haven't heard that. That's a really good one. Rock hard for Doug, TG. Thank you for that. And that's a really good quote. And Josh says, God didn't give me the black eye. I fell down the stairs. Christianity is Stockholm syndrome. Jason says, is this a repeat? I must be ODing on Sharon's for whom I'm rock hard. It's always the same argument. Jason, you're not ODing. It is always the same argument. They don't have any good arguments or any new arguments. All right, just a couple more super chats, friends. Eric says, why don't more Bible scholars become atheists like you did? Do you ever worry about your interpretation is wrong because you are in the minority? Actually, Eric, I'm not in the minority. So that's where people get confused. I'm not in the minority. The majority of Bible scholars I've ever met are technically closet agnostics. And that's the truth of it, because they don't believe the Bible word for word. There are very few fully educated people, especially in the Old Testament, that believe it's literal. Space Lord said, step 1, set up in a fallen world. Step 2, step 3, prophet. Actually, that is the case. Give all your money to the church. Colin says, why is there such a vitriol hatred from Islam and some Christians towards my queer community? Is it justified in their books? Well, Colin, I don't know if it's justified in the Quran, but it is in the Bible. Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 20 and Romans chapter 1 all condemn it. You might also be able to lump in Judges chapter 19 as well. Kenneth says, bait and switch. We did it. Rock hard for Doug. I tried the bait and switch, Kenneth. I tried so much. I think he caught on to me. Nightman comes and says, Sarah is so awesome at these conversations and showing the cognitive dissonance that all these Christians have. She is. She's awesome at these discussions, by the way. She's amazing. She always adds value to every place she goes. Rainbow Wolf says, thus saith the Lord Doug, I shall send my rock rough and lichen rock, and they shall smite the apologists and bring calamity upon their industry. That's a good one, Rainbow. That's a good use of words. And we are shattering the industry. That's happening for sure. Josh says, guest has head up keister. Yeah. Lack of O2 to brain. That could explain it. Yeah. He couldn't breathe properly because his head was so up his rear. Skeptic, good to see you, my friend. Says, dude, Jim Jones' ways aren't your ways either. Your special pleading makes you look like a monster. Yeah. Yeah. Special pleading for what he was pleading for too is the worst. Carlos, my friend, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's huge, Carlos. Great to see you today, my friend. I've got 3 more super chats from Dave. Dave says, this guy is horrible. I pray to Doug he gets rocked. Your patience is truly amazing. Well, thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. And it's hard listening to these clowns. Jason says, I'm sure there's a good reason for atrocity. Yeah, there's always a good reason. I can't tell you what the reason is, but I'm sure the God has a reason. Well, you don't know that. And last one from David Burke. David, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says objective morality. A Christian jury should not convict mothers who kill women who killed their children because God told him to children because God told them to Deanna, Laney, Lori, Valo to name two. Okay. David, I think I followed you. Yes. There was a woman who executed her children because she thought God told her to. And according to the Bible, you can make the case that that was something God would do. You can make that case and that she's not crazy. The Bible has that amount of allowance in it. So there is that. Holy shit. I got so many super chats, guys. I apologize if we're going to get backed up. But I'm going to get the next caller in here and we'll try to catch up after the next call. We'll see what happens. All right, we've got OLE with us. How you doing, Ol?
Hey, good evening, Justin. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I am above 18.
Very good. Are you a believer?
I only believe in the one rock, the dog, of course.
Shell dog. Yep.
Yeah, of course. No, actually, I was raised Catholic, but nobody in my country is kind of practicing their beliefs. It's in Europe, in Belgium. So it's very strange to hear all these crazy people calling in. I'm not used to them.
Welcome to America, buddy. It's wild over here. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I guess. No, I just wanted to say thank you. I'm reading the Bible right now for the first time in my life, just to know what people believe and actually never read, I guess. So thank you for all the work you do.
Well, big W, Ollie. I appreciate that. Is it Ollie or how do I pronounce your name?
Ole.
Ola. Okay.
Ole, something like that. Yeah.
Well, thanks for the sentiment.
I also wanna coin the phrase or the term friar. I think that you are a friar if you wanna start your own religion, I guess.
I appreciate that. Yeah, friar would be a good definition. That's a good play on words.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers, friend. Great to hear from you.
Bye-bye.
Friar deconstruction zone. I can get into that. That's not a bad one. All right, I'm going to read exactly 4 super chats, and then it looks like we're going to get Mike in here. Andy says, so sad that these people have to say that killing innocent women is okay so they can stay in lockstep with their cult. There is no context where this is okay. Kudos for trying to educate people. Well, thank you, Andy. I appreciate that. And that's the hard part is, you can tell deep down in his voice that he knows it's wrong. He just can't admit it. He can't be honest with himself. I hope he's laying awake at night thinking about this conversation. And Doc, thank you for the $20 super chat. Huge, my friend. So just to recap, God's eternal morality somehow evolves over time, needed slave laws to warm up, and now finally aligns with 21st century ethics. Cool. Can't wait for Leviticus 2.0. Now with Wi-Fi and women's rights. No, Doc. It might have Wi-Fi. It will not have rights for women. You know this. You know this about Christianity. Good super chat, though. Thank you. And Kyle says, what do you think of cellular memory? How, if someone gets an organ transplant, they start to take on the behaviors of the person they had at previous organ? Oh, I don't know anything about this. This would be a question for Sarah. She's the physiologist. When it comes to biological questions, I'm not your guy. But that's a really good question, Kyle. Next time Sarah's around, I'd love to hear an answer for that. And Mike, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Thank you for the $10. He says, what's your take on the Good Samaritan? Was always taught in the church that means everyone is your neighbor, but it seems like your neighbor is who has mercy on you, or Jesus just dodged. Okay, my take on the Good Samaritan is that he's saying even your enemy is your neighbor, right? Because the Samaritans were essentially kind of at odds with the Jews. So that's my take on it. I could be persuaded to believe something different if a good argument appeared. I haven't heard one, but that's my take on it. We're going to get Mike in here. How you doing, Mike?
Hey, am I up?
Yeah,
I
you're
can't
up,
hear.
buddy.
I can't see anything. Okay.
I don't know if you'll be able to see anything, but you should be able to hear me.
Oh, I hear you just fine. Just fine. First time coming in, I've watched your stuff a little bit. Not in great length, but I'm an atheist. I didn't know if Christians got first dibs or what the deal was, but
well, typically this is a debate stream, so we try to keep it to debates. But if you have a question, I'm happy to answer it.
I did, and I was curious of your title. If it's on purpose, do you ever get called out for it being a reversal of the burden of proof?
Yeah, that's why I have the phrase "prove me wrong," because
Right.
so when I say your God is imaginary, there are two things happening here. I'm saying your specific God is imaginary,
Right.
and almost all
Right.
specific gods I can debunk. That's not even hard. The only God that
Yeah.
you really can't debunk is like the deistic God, but that's nonsense because the deistic God doesn't give a shit if I believe in him.
Right. Right. Exactly. It's completely different premise in the
Right.
first place. So
So that's
yeah,
why I say
get it.
your God, not a God, because I mean theoretically there could be an argument for a God. It
Fair
also
enough.
prevents people from running away to the deistic God, even though I know they have a real God.
Gotcha. And I was told by somebody now, and I can't. Maybe it's just I can't get it through my head, or I'm not understanding it properly. Like deism is a subset of theism. It's part of theism, but I don't see how that clicks in my brain. It just doesn't click right. Is that correct or
I
no?
don't think so. I mean, deism is
Right.
a very specific God concept. It's more like Spinoza's
Yeah.
God, and the deistic God
Sure.
is almost akin to just a force of nature.
Right. It's a God that kind of created everything and then kind of effed off to points wherever. Doesn't necessarily care. And a theistic is there's very specific descriptions of any God that, right?
Right. Yeah, that's how I would frame
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I was curious about the title, and you clarified that for me. I don't want to monopolize your time if it's you want Christians debating more than that, but I appreciate you getting me up.
sure. Cheers, buddy. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a good one.
You too.
Yeah, I do get harassed on the title of the live stream by believers pretty often. Not really by believers, but almost always by philosophy bros. Welcome in, Mo. Is it Moss?
Yep, that's me.
Welcome in, Moss.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Moss, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am at least 18, but I'm not a believer.
Okay. Well, we're just doing debates here, okay?
Yeah. We're okay. I'm fine with that. I'm an atheist. Okay.
We're just doing debates, okay?
Yeah. Of course, I try to stick to debates. I have.
Okay. Move on to John. I don't see anyone in the TikTok queue. If you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request and you can get in just like all of the prior guests. John, are you at least 18 and are you a believer? John? John, are you present? Are you with us? John? Anybody? No one home?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Welcome in, John.
So I'm an atheist, but I've been listening to your show for weeks now, and I really like it. But I sometimes feel like some Christians that call in, they're really trying to be honest with you.
John, we're trying to find believers here that we can debate, okay?
I understand, but I just think that the last caller about the wise,
All right. Guys, there are boundaries here. I don't know what to tell you. I love that there are atheists watching, but this is not a group discussion. Appreciate you guys being here, but everyone's here to watch a debate, so we got to get the debates going. If you're watching on TikTok, you can join the debate using the guest request. Assuming you've got Holy Spirit power. If you're watching on YouTube or anywhere else, there's a link in the description that you can use to get into the guest queue. You can also use the links on the screen. If you're on horizontal, it's that way. If you're on vertical, it's that way. You can find the link tinyurl.com/guestdz. You can get right into the guest queue. So it looks like we're on to Lightly Dark. Are you with us, Dark?
Hello.
How you doing, Dark?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Dark,
Quick question. I'm 18. I'm 18, right?
Okay.
But what's your overall goal with your
Are you
podcast?
a
Are you trying
believer?
to educate? Are you trying to educate?
Are you
or
a
are you
believer?
trying to humiliate?
Are you a believer?
Answer the question, please. I'm me first.
Okay.
You answer.
It's not you first. You're in the wrong place for that. Not your live stream. You don't get to control the conversation. If you don't like what I'm doing, you can fuck all the way off. All right, we'll grab the next one. Looks like Reverend Danger? Reverend Danger, did you mean to be up here? It looks like you've got a bad connection. I feel like we've done this 3 days in a row now, Reverend Danger, where it looks like you're in the guest queue, but you're not actually there. And then I try to put you on the screen and you're not actually on the screen. Do you live in a place where you don't have Wi-Fi? What's going on over there? No? All right. I got to remove you, buddy. I feel like I've tried to get Reverend Danger in the conversation like the last 3 days, and it was the same thing every single time. Okay, we'll get Moss. Wait, didn't we just talk to Moss?
Yeah, but we got disconnected somehow. I don't know why.
No, I cut you is I think what happened. Moss, we're doing debates, okay?
Yeah, but I was trying to propose a debate.
But you don't believe in a God.
I don't, but what
Okay.
I'm trying to
So we're debating people that believe in gods, Moss.
Yeah, but I was trying to propose like a sort of role play where I try
Nah.
to justify the things that God do.
No thanks.
With a rational explanation.
Nah, I'll pass.
All right.
All right, cheers.
I love what you do, Justin.
Thanks, man. I feel bad that I have to cut them, but we don't do role play here, friends. We don't debate people. We don't do like the devil advocate debate situation. Like you actually have to believe the nonsense to get up on the stage. Anyways, we just cleared out our guest queue on TikTok and YouTube. Shit, we only been live for 2 hours. This is weird. We have lots of people to debate. If you think that God is real and you think I'm a hack and you can prove me wrong, I'd love for you guys to go ahead and give it your best shot. Until then, I'm going to read a couple of super chats and see if anyone will populate our guest box. Crucifix Me says, David's dowry, 200 tips for one girl. Kundalini. Yeah, God loves those foreskins. They're like like the cousin of the chitlins. You know what I mean? And pork ramen, good to see you, Fred, says trichotomy of apologists. Too dumb to understand contradiction, too scared to face it, or too fine with God being unjust. Actually, I think all three are true. Is it not? Is it not all three that being true? I'm with you there. Sam Shmuley says the only spirit to have belief in is Kraken. I agree. I do believe in Kraken. And whiskey. I'm with you. Rum and whiskey is my jam. Praise Doug. And the rock hard Trinity. A Doug to that. Big W for the Kraken and the whiskey. And 80% mollusk. This is a wild name. 80% mollusk. Super name says Google report on slavery and racism in the history of the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary. That's the source of modern slavery apologetics. Oh, I believe it. I've read a lot of these modern slavery apologetics, and you're right. But there's also documents from the early Southern Baptist Convention trying to justify it. Okay, I think we might have somebody back in our guest box. Let me read three super chats. We'll get them in here. We debate. Listen, we do too. Thanks for being here. It says, I'm a Christian. I love your content. It makes me think and search for answers and really dive into the Bible and look at scientific studies. Thank you. Well, we debate. Thank you so much. I used to watch these types of debates when I was younger as well. And I liked them even though I was on the other side. I think they can be enjoyable and educational. Nightman Coming says Neo is a reference to a character in the movie The Matrix. I did know that much, actually. One of the best sci-fi action movies of all time. Highly recommend. So I'm a millennial, which means I actually do know that movie. That's one pop culture reference that I know. But thank you for explaining for all the youngins. And Ellis Campana says you need to add the Mortal Kombat whoopsie anytime theists start digging their own grave. Maybe a Doug animation. Oh my gosh. This is so true. All right, while I'm talking to the next guest, I'm going to go download that sound bite of the Mortal Kombat whoopsie. We're going to get John in the guest box. How you doing, John?
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
John, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah.
Awesome. And what God do you believe in?
A personal God.
Does it have a name?
I give it an adjective more than anything. I would call it a weave.
I'm sorry, a weave?
Yes.
Like a hair weave or a net weave?
No, just an abstract concept of weaving. I give
Does
it an adjective.
does it think?
It thinks through me. It thinks in my head.
So it's you. You're the God.
It's a personal God though, and throughout my life, all my journeys have taught me that that's God, and I'm not going to deny that.
Do you think it could just be an inner voice?
Absolutely, absolutely, but I'm not willing to concede that after a lifetime of learning.
So how do you know the difference between an inner monologue and a deity?
Well, I think I may have had an inner dialogue, but now I don't want to say I hear voices, but I'm in constant struggle with my own subconscious trying to decipher what I would think is God's message.
Uh-huh. So do you know that there are certain people that are predisposed to have these types of spiritual experiences?
Absolutely. I'm pretty old. I'm 45. I'm not a student of philosophy or religion or anything. I'm the type of person I've read the Bible front to back. I harped on religion a lot, which is obviously part of my problem. I mean, revelation, and I've looked at other people's philosophies throughout my life. Not taking in the full information of it, but getting a good understanding of it. And it's just like I said, I just have a belief in God.
Sure. No, I know you believe in God. I'm trying to get to the bottom of why you think what you think about God.
Okay, I was raised in the Catholic Church. I wasn't confirmed or anything, um, but I've always held those Christian ideals with me, I guess, even though I'm not Christian.
Mhm. Right, but you don't believe in the Christian God. You believe in
No,
the
no,
God
I don't
that's
believe
living
Jesus
inside of
was a
you, right?
deity. No, no, no.
Okay. All right. So then the question that I'm still trying to figure out here is how do you know the difference between a God and an inner monologue? Like what would be a reason to believe that it's
Hold on, my AC
actually
is kicking on. Let me cut it off. All right, I'm back. Like I said, I think I've had an inner dialogue before that I was confused by and I confronted it. And now I just basically talk to myself in my head because I feel like my own subconscious got God's message wrong.
No, I'm trying to figure out why you think it's God and not an internal monologue.
Um, I
Because
feel like
I
I
have an
just told
internal
you that.
monologue. I don't think it's God.
Yeah, I don't think mine's just an internal monologue.
Right, that's what I'm asking. Like, why do you think that it's God rather than an internal monologue?
The voice itself would not be God. It would be all nature and my thoughts combining in my subconscious trying to spit it out and tell me.
Okay.
But I feel that's coming from God.
All right, let me back up. What test could you run to determine if somebody's inner monologue was in fact from a God? How could you verify it?
Um, there's two things that I've heard of. I'm sorry, but um, well, I believe in astral projection and stuff like that. It's difficult to prove astral projection because once you're on the spot, I mean, it's going to obviously interrupt the chemical processes that allow it.
Yeah. Have you astral
So if
projected?
you can astral project, then I believe that it's more than just an inner monologue, because if you have an inner monologue that's telling you stuff to do and you can't do anything, nothing's really happening. But if you can do things like astral project, then there might be something more to it.
Yeah. Have you astral projected?
I've never, I mean, dreams are dreams. I'm not going to sit here and say I flew my spirit around, but it feels like it sometimes. But I believe in astral projection.
Oh, okay. Even though you've never done it.
I think I have. I wouldn't call it that because I could easily call it a dream.
What's
I'm
the
not a
difference
scientist.
between a dream and an astral projection?
I'm not a scientist. I haven't studied it.
Sure. Why would anyone believe that this stuff is true?
They shouldn't, but I do.
What shape do you think the Earth is?
It's a sphere.
It's a good start. How do you verify that there's God causing your voice?
Through all the philosophy, how do I verify? Because I'm still here and I've done a lot of dumb things that have led me down dumb paths. And if I listen and feel the correct vibration, I get out of trouble a lot. And I don't feel that's just me and my subconscious or a collective subconscious.
What do you think a vibration is?
Everything. Everything is nothing but vibrations. Matter, energy, everything is nothing but vibrations. That's why I call God weave.
What's the
Because
difference
if God,
between your feelings, like the chemical reactions happening inside of your body, and the vibrations that are around us that come from the physical world?
I think you look at the double slit experiment with the particle and the wave duality. It's not a part. It's not necessarily. It doesn't have to be a particle. That's just a placeholder for our observation in space.
Photons
So
act like
everything's
a
a wave to me.
wave. Photons act like they're a wave.
Yeah, everything to me acts like a wave, and I'm actually a layman, whatever you call fan of sciences who don't know it, but I follow physics a lot, and just everything seems like they're waves. There doesn't seem like there's really particles, and the waves create our reality, which are particles. But cool, thanks God.
So still didn't answer my question, right? Because it sounds like you just feel it, right? Do you have
Right.
any way to test any of these beliefs, or is it just your feeling?
Well, absolutely not, because if God is holding our universe in His hand, then how the hell could I communicate with Him on a personal basis?
Well, what I'm trying to figure out is why you're putting a God in this thing at all. Like you're presupposing that there's a God without any evidence.
Well, to me, God is just a word that doesn't make any sense anymore. It was a word that had meaning back in the past. Now it just means nothing but God. And to us, that is people voices inside their own head, and we go crazy, and that happens.
Sure. Well,
But
listen, I believe that you do hear voices in your head, but I don't think that you've come with an actual argument to defend the position that you hold. It
Okay,
sounds like
okay.
it's just something you feel, and unfortunately,
okay.
just because you feel it doesn't mean it's true. Because I could just
Well,
feel that it's not true.
then I'll give you something. I feel like the farthest I've ever gotten is the Rosicrucian path with the demiurge. That's as far as I can ever get.
I don't even know what that is.
The Rosicrucians, religious sect back in the medieval times that believed some crap, and they got to the demiurge, and that was the end point of their philosophy or something.
No idea who you're talking about.
Okay, well, I've read about them and something about the demiurge or something, and that's as far as I can get to without thinking that there's no God, because that's still a God. Even if
So
it's
God is real because a bunch of people in the medieval period talked about the demiurge.
I'm a student of history too, and we look back 1.2 million years, and there was probably religion back then. We were apes and we were simple, but hominids, but there still was religion, and there's no way that there wasn't something that cared about us.
Why do you think it cares about us?
It's a personal God to me that I have a radio receiver to, and my subconscious is just too dumb to properly decode it and give me the correct phrases and words because it doesn't speak English.
Yeah, but why do you think it cares?
I don't know. I don't care if it cares. I don't really care if it cares.
You just said it did. All right. Listen, I don't think this conversation is going to go anywhere because I don't think you've tested any of these beliefs of yours. I think you just believe it and you've never thought about why you believe it. Take
Yeah,
some
but you can
time.
go.
Hold on, John. Take some time. Think about why you believe these things and then come back, okay? That was quick. Yeah. All right. With that, we'll move right on to the next one. Hundrum says you're doing God's work. Go Jags. Listen, I root for the Jaguars over the Steelers. Nightman says being a Steelers fan should be considered a mortal sin in Dougism. Hooday. Listen, I'm with you. If you're a Steelers fan, unfortunately, it's not a venial sin, it's a mortal sin. Jimmy says the Sermon on the Mount sponsored by psychedelics. Actually, I would believe that. I think Jesus was on some stuff. Godwin says the underlying reason is God isn't real. Yeah. The underlying reason why reality is the way it is because God isn't real. That's the reason. Jonathan says, Justin the Friar. Good day, peeps. Hail, Doug. Well, hail, Doug, and good day to you, Jonathan. Thanks for stopping by. And David Burke, clearing up his prior chat. Thank you for the $9.99. Says, you interpreted my super chat well from the mess it was, Justin. Apologies. No worries, David. I do the best I can. You know what I mean? I do the best I can. I've chatted incoherent super chats before. It's just one of the unfortunate consequences that happens when we super chat. McDubbin says King Solomon had over 500 concubines, and the Bible had deemed him the wisest man to ever live. Don't understand what Duke was going on about. So McDubbin, this is a fair point, and I've pointed this out before, where if Solomon's the wisest man in earth, how come he didn't know that having so many wives, especially foreign wives that practice foreign religions, would be bad? How could he not know that? It's crazy. Overly Polite Rebel says, how does one claim morals come from God while simultaneously saying modern morals can't be applied to biblical texts? These can't both be true. I'm with you. If you believe that there are, in fact, some kind of objective moral claims, you can't say that they change over time. That would make them subjective. That would be absolutely, completely silly. And Brianna says, God does horrible thing. I'm sure he has a reason. Yeah, I'm sure he has reasons. I don't know what they are, but he's got them. Dr. Pizza, my friend, thank you for sending out 5 DZ debates memberships. I appreciate that, Dr. Pizza. And last one from our friend Elton. Again, Elton, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, try framing it this way. If your wife hooks up with another man, should she be taught a lesson by you being publicly essayed against your will? Christian dudes can't handle it. This is the question I should have asked. I should have turned it around and said, if your wife commits adultery, should you be punished for it? They would never say yes to that. Very, very good idea. In fact, before this live stream is open, we will have another opportunity, or before the live stream is closed, we'll have an opportunity to hit that one again. All right, we're going to get Yehoash and then Fine Research in here, and then we'll bump over to the YouTube queue. Welcome, Yehoash.
Hello. Wait, are you live streaming on YouTube?
I'm live streaming on TikTok and YouTube.
Okay, so are you aware of the parable of the mustard seed?
Yeah, I don't know if I would call it a parable. It seems to be more of a analogy. But
Yeah, well, basically, Jesus is talking about how of the mustard seeds, people with faith, believers, their faith is not sown on a solid foundation. So in the first
that's not the right
signs
parable.
of
You're
it's
referring
going
to
to wither away.
You're referring to the parable of the soil, the good and the bad
Yeah,
soil.
parable
That's not
of
the
the mustard seed.
No, there's not mustard
So
seeds in that.
and so that
You haven't read the Bible.
That's your problem right there.
That's actually not
is
my problem.
because,
My problem is that the
your
Bible's not
faith wasn't
true.
sown on.
Yeah, you'd be wrong. So my problem is that the Bible's not true. Can you demonstrate that it is true?
Okay,
You want to
and
read some
so
Bible with me?
well,
Are you scared to
okay,
read the Bible?
let's
Do you not have the Holy Spirit?
okay, let's go beyond the parable
So,
of the mustard
so
seed.
you
then.
don't have the Holy
Okay,
Spirit.
so the Bible
So
is
do you want to just
is
stop
not-
talking? Do you want to read the Bible with me? Yes or no?
Yep.
Cool.
The Bible is a historical book. The Bible is a book of wisdom. The Bible is a book of prophecy. So whatever you want.
Cool.
But then again, yeah, your faith wasn't sown on solid ground.
You'd be wrong, and you're ignorant. So the first question I have is: do you think this Bible is completely inerrant?
Wait, the Bible is what? Incoherent?
Inerrant.
Inerrant?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Without error.
So, what types of error do you see in the Bible?
I asked you your belief. Do you believe that the Bible is without error?
I'm not too sure where you're getting at.
I'm not getting at anything. I'm trying to figure out what you believe about the Bible. All I need is the answer. Do you, as a human being who has opinions, believe that the Bible is without error?
So, what was your foundation of faith?
He can answer the question.
First sign of trouble that it withered
So
away.
you're going to answer the question or I'll kick you. Do you believe that the Bible is inerrant, yes or no?
Um, I'm not too sure what you mean. Okay.
Okay. You're a waste of time and a waste of space, I would presume. We'll move on to somebody who has something to actually say. And you obviously don't. So it is what it is. All right. I said we would get Fine Research next, and then we'll get Love Thompson. And then after Love, it looks like King's Sipper. How you doing, Fine?
I'm doing good. And you?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Fine, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm over 18 and I believe in Christian God.
Cool. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, if you have ever heard that there's like this artist called Bob Dylan, and he was doing an interview and he said that he made a bargain with Master Chief of this world and that world we can't see. So I think he explained that he did.
Oh, I have no idea who he is or what he said, so that's not a good
Bob
argument.
Dylan, he's a
So
musician.
we'll try this again. Do you have evidence or an argument that the Christian God is real?
If you see God, he will show yourself. I think that.
Well, I haven't seen God, so obviously I don't believe he's real.
But if you
try
see
again.
God and pray for,
I
Jesus.
did. I was a Christian for 20 years, and the Bible demonstrated that that God couldn't exist. So we'll try again. Do you have evidence or an argument that God is real?
Well, I've seen some miracles when I have seeking God.
So you don't have any evidence or arguments then?
Well, I've seen miracles.
Okay, I don't believe you. I've not seen the miracles. Why do I care that you claim you saw miracles? I'm asking
If
you
you
things
really
that you and I
God,
can verify together.
I think God can show you miracles if you seek Him fully.
Again, we'll try this again. I was a Christian for 20 years. So try again. Do you have an
don't know
actual
why.
evidence or do you just have claims?
Well, I say what I said, but
Okay, so you don't.
I don't know why you haven't. I don't know why you haven't seen that, but like miracles, but.
Okay. Guess what got added to my soundboard, friends? Found the sound effect. Hope everyone can hear it. All right, we'll get moving right on to Love Thompson. How you doing, Love?
Hello.
Love, are
How
you
are
with
you?
us?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's just a little bit delayed. Love, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I
Oh,
just
it's
heard
okay,
you
Love.
asking what I hear.
I just think it's delayed. Let me do a sound check. I'm gonna count to 4. When I say 4, I want you to say 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, got it.
Love, I don't think your connection's strong enough to do this conversation. I don't think you're hearing everything I'm saying.
I can hear you. I said 5. I don't think you can hear me.
Oh,
I'm
I
not
didn't
sure
hear you at
why.
all. No, I didn't hear you say 5 at all.
But you can hear me now?
I can hear you right now, yeah. Are you on a cell phone?
Okay, cool. I am. Is that okay?
It's okay. Just try not to move around too much. We'll see if we can keep the conversation moving. Okay, so Love, are you a believer?
Yes.
Sure. And what God do you believe in?
The God of the earth, the universe, everything, the creator God, the
Right.
God of the Bible, if that's how you would like me to phrase it.
Right. Okay. And
God.
what would be a compelling evidence or argument for this God being real?
For me personally, or something that you can identify with? I just want to make sure I understand your question.
It would be something that both of us can identify with because I have no access to your personal experience.
Okay. I believe that everything that exists has to begin with a cause. You can't get nothing from nothing, and haven't been able to identify outside of my own personal experiences with God personally that you can't identify with any other method of how people try to explain how everything came into existence, as well as, you know, the Bible, which I heard you say you don't believe is true, but everything that the Bible explains about the beginnings of time, I actually believe is true. And
Sure.
in my opinion, it's
So I first of all, I don't believe that there was a creation or that there ever was nothing. I think that there always was some sort of matter, space, and time. And I don't see any evidence that would point me against that conclusion. Do you have any?
my evidence would be, can you tell me what existed before this particular time, space, and matter that we are part of here and now?
Well, cosmologists have a couple different answers. Some of them point to a quantum field. Some of them say that there was just more time, space, and matter, but in a different shape and size. Some would point to like an infinite worlds universe or like the multiverse. There's a lot of theories as to what could have been the situation prior to the Big Bang. But one thing seems to be sure: if matter and energy can't be created or destroyed, and we actually do have matter and energy, I have no reason to believe that it didn't exist in the past.
I can respect that point of view. I think that my reason for believing that it didn't exist in the past would be that the same way there's no solid way for you personally to identify with my personal experiences with God, there's no way for me to see a quantum field or for it to be like proven to me, if that makes sense. And so I would have to go with what I know to be true already. So outside of just creation alone, there are so many other things that God points out to me personally that I see, such as how we are as human beings, how, you know, we can't seem to ever agree on one matter. You know, we're not kind to each other. Not just that, just different ways of the world itself, that there is life and there is death. We've all experienced that. And I don't see any other cause or proof that those particular matters come out of something else
Well, we do have
other than
evidence.
what has already been.
We know for a fact how quantum fields produce matter. That's not a question. I mean, you can just
How did
look
they
at.
come to exist? The quantum fields themselves.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They always existed, right? So the same way you think your God always exists, I'm just going to say that the universe always existed. And the reality is, we only have proof for one of those two claims. We have proof for the universe always existing. We don't have any proof for God existing.
What is your proof for the universe always existing other than what cosmologists say? Because
Well,
again, you said that you wanted something that you could identify with or prove as well.
Well, I think the proof is that first that the universe exists. So we can start at a firm conclusion that I think we can all agree on. Conclusion number one is that the universe does in fact exist. Now, the conclusion on whether or not God exists is the question at hand. We don't have a conclusion on whether or not God exists. I'm saying it's more plausible that the thing that already exists, that we know exists, existed forever, rather than saying that it didn't exist forever and then also some magician in the sky made it come into existence. I don't see any evidence for either of those two claims.
I understand like what you're trying to put forth here. For me, it's like that's just like someone being born now. They come in something that's already been running, right? And they could ask you, how did this thing come to be? And you can explain that to them, but because it existed before they existed here, they could tell you, well, I don't believe what you say about how it came to be. I believe that it was always here. And it's been here, according to my grandfather, for the last 100 years. And he said that his grandfather said that it was here 100 years before that. So it's like basically all of this stuff is still going to eventually come down to word of mouth. So then the other form of proof would then, from my side at least of the argument, be the Holy Spirit. And I do believe that if you allow the Holy Spirit to guide you or to be a part of your life, the Holy Spirit will be a part of your life. I don't
Well,
think that,
how
I
can you
think
prove
that
that?
I can only prove that pertaining to my personal experience
That's
and
right.
the other things that I've seen other people, the other ways of change that I've seen other people experience as well,
Mm-hmm.
that can add some proof to there being a Holy Spirit. The
Do you
same
think
way
there
we
are people
can't
who
see
disagree with
air.
that claim?
I know that there are people who disagree with that
Okay.
claim. There are people who
Do
disagree with
I don't
claims.
hold on. We're gonna get somewhere, okay? Do you think that there are people who tried the same thing you tried and didn't get the same result?
Actually, if I'm being honest, I'm one of the people who tried what I tried at the beginning of my life and didn't get the result that I thought that I should get. And I walked away from God. I'm willing to be honest about my life. And I know from the experiences that I had outside of having a relationship with God, it totally had no thought of ever returning to God. I went through times in my life where I didn't believe that God was real, and I had 1,000 questions. And ultimately, one day God showed up in my life in a way that I can explain to you, but I can't promise you you would believe it. You see what I'm saying? And that's okay with me. You get where I'm coming from? But I know
So
for a fact within.
so love, just hold on a second. I know like you probably have a really compelling personal story and it was very
I
powerful
don't
to
need to tell you
you.
my story.
But what I'm saying is that a lot of people tried exactly what you did with different results, which means it's not really
What was
a
their result
compelling.
exactly that makes it, that makes God not real because they got a specific result? What is that specific result?
Well, there are two things. One is that you can ask God slash the Holy Spirit to present themselves to you, and then it just doesn't happen. That's the first problem. Now, the secondary problem is that you're going to come in and say, well, obviously they weren't sincere or they didn't mean it or some other nonsense like that. And to you, I would just say, how in the world could you possibly know that? You can't read minds.
Well, excuse me, before you speak for me, I am not your typical whatever the world has in their view as a Christian. I don't do that. I don't speak for people. So please don't speak for me. I can't tell you that you were not sincere. I can tell you that it may have happened in a way that you didn't, which is not what you were looking for. I can't tell you you weren't sincere when you invited God into your heart.
Okay.
That's not my
Does
place.
God know what it would take to convince every person?
I would have to say yes, but
Hmm.
I would also have to say that I personally believe that God has presented so many different options and ways for each person to identify with, and then it becomes a personal choice as to if that's something that you are willing to accept.
Uh, well, let's try to keep this linear.
So,
So the question
for
was,
example,
but hold on, love, you're getting ahead of yourself. The question was, does God know what it takes to save every individual? And I presume the answer to the question is yes, he does know that, right?
correct.
Okay. Does God want these people to be saved?
Yes.
Okay. So if God knows what it would take to save everyone and he wants everyone to be saved, why doesn't he do it?
Again, my question to that question would be, how do you know that he doesn't do it?
Because people
It's
die
up
not
to
being
you to
saved.
decide. People die gang banging. We tell them their whole life. They see people go out and choose that life and get shot and killed in the streets. Their families are hurt by it. There are so many that people go to jail from it and never get out. All types
Right.
of different proof
But
is there
that's not
that
my question.
the street life, excuse me,
Just try to focus, love.
all types of,
You're
no,
talking,
don't do that. If you don't want to allow me to give you an answer to your question,
love. It's
then I
not
will
an answer to
politely
my
leave your
question.
mic.
That's the
Excuse
problem.
me, sir. If you would not like for me to.
Okay, and now you're muted, love. So this is what happens. This is not your platform to preach. No one cares about your preaching. We're trying to have a linear discussion. I asked you a question. You went on rambling about something that wasn't nothing to do with my question. All I'm doing is redirecting you back to the main question because I want an answer to my question. I don't want to hear you preach. Okay. So And she left. Okay. Well, I guess she didn't want to have a conversation. They always want to preach. I'll never get over that. I'll never get over people just wanting to preach. They literally think that they can just preach and people are going to believe what they believe. It's the craziest thing in the world. Hyro Fantastic says, former full-time minister here. Big W for being former. Left conservative Christianity over 20 years ago, but appreciate what you're doing here. Keep on cooking. Well, thanks, Hyro. I appreciate that. And yeah, when I left conservative Christianity, I was kind of on the liberal side for a while before I ended up on atheism. So best of luck on your journey. Reverend Danger, you were in my guest box earlier. Reverend Danger says, Mike sucks apparently. Just wanted to ask who went around collecting Paul's letters. Heard they came from Marcion. According to Livesey. Okay, so first of all, let's get a couple things clear. Dr. Livesey has a very niche opinion. It's not well accepted within scholarship. Is she brilliant? Yes. Is she smart? Yeah, of course. Did she do research? Yeah, of course. I've listened to her lectures. I don't agree with her. That being said, if you just look at the church history, they were obviously collected by the people in the church. And we have pretty good evidence that those churches existed. I don't think this is a difficult question to answer. But I love Dr. Livesey. She's fantastic. Tom, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Says a teacher, lawyer, and priest are together on the Titanic as it's sinking. The teacher says, save the kids. The lawyer says, nah, fuck the kids. The priest says, you think we have time? I've heard that joke before, but it never gets old. There's never been an occasion where that joke didn't hit. Every time. Dexter says, we've got a real basket case on our hands. Yes. That was something. Hyro coming in again. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says Rosicrucians are a mystical organization. The demiurge originates in Platonism, pops up in Gnosticism as ignorant God who thinks he created everything but didn't. Yeah, you're right. That is the case. The demiurge originates in Greek philosophy. It gets picked up again by Marcionism and his people and the Gnostics, and they do a whole thing with it. John, thank you for the 667 super thank you. And Rust, thank you for the super chat. Says, what's your best evidence? My gap. Well, that's just vulgar. Fantastic joke. And just a couple more. My friend Nigel says, Justin, you are the best atheism debate content creator on YouTube now. Love what you do. Doug rules. Well, thank you for the sentiment, Nigel. I really appreciate that. My goal, I don't know if my goal is ever to be the best, but I want to be the best that I can be. So thank you for being here. And Carrie says, would you please consider other Q&A streams for atheists to ask questions? I will, Carrie, I promise. Soon, maybe I'll do one next week. I'll do a Q&A stream just for questions rather than doing debates. Thank you for being here and asking, though. And Tech says, I will deconstruct your deconstruction zone. Tell me the rules of the debate. Also, isn't the burden of proof on you since your is Y-O-U apostrophe R-E, since you're making the claim? Well, no, only a little bit, because your God, which I'm sure is probably the Christian God, I can disprove pretty easily, or the Muslim God, whatever. So yeah, the burden of proof is only partially on me. The burden of proof is also on you, because the prompt says, prove me wrong, which means the prompt ends with the burden already on you. And Mel NYC, I see a retracted super chat. I don't know what happened there, but thanks. And Angry Amalekite Infant, Big W, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, do you believe in UFOs, astral projection, mental telepathy, ESP, clairvoyance, spirit photography, telekinetic movement, full trance mediums, the Loch Ness Monster, and the story of Atlantis? Ghostbusters. Yeah, that's a good quote. I don't believe in any of those things because there's no evidence for those things. But I do agree that the belief in God is kind of akin to all those things. Hockey says, Justin, do you think Jeremiah and Baruch wrote Deuteronomy Kings? I'm reading Who Wrote the Bible by Richard Friedman. Yeah, Richard Elliott Friedman's awesome. And thought that was interesting. So I don't think Jeremiah wrote them, but I do think there was a collection of scribes and prophets at the time period that, what's the word I'm looking for? Let's just say they were working in unison together. That's what I would say, probably with the Deuteronomist. I think that's where we get a lot of the Deuteronomistic history. Generally, I do agree with Richard Elliott Friedman on source criticism. You might also want to check to see what Joel Baden says. Anyways, we got King's Ripper in the guest box. How you doing, Kings?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I just want to say something before we start. I do have a question.
Do you
If you're,
do you have a real voice or just a voice changer?
this is a voice changer, but I have a real quick question, and I'll leave.
Are you a theist?
I am not Christian, and I'm not an atheist.
Okay, so you're Muslim.
Correct. But I
Okay.
do have a question before we start.
I mean, are you gonna have a conversation with me, or did you just want to ask a question and leave?
Just an ask the question, if that's okay.
I mean, are you asking a question and leaving, or are you asking a question and then arguing with me about it?
It's not necessarily on a debate, but do you know cyber deconstruction?
I do know cyber.
What happened to him?
I have no
Why
idea.
isn't he streamed?
No idea.
He hasn't streamed for like so many days.
Well, I mean, believe it or not, he has a life too. I think he's in school and working, or perhaps he's going to be going back to school soon. So I don't know what's actually happening with cyber. I couldn't tell you.
Ah, okay. I understand. Well,
Sorry.
thank you.
Cheers, man. Yeah, those who are friends of the channel probably already know Cyber, but I don't know why he's not been streaming lately. So we'll have to wait and see on that. All right, let me go ahead and get our next guest into the box. It looks like it's going to be Zobin or Zobin. How you doing? Is it Zobin or Zobin, or how do I pronounce your name?
It's Zobin.
Zobin.
But yeah, it's okay. Yeah, how are you? I really enjoy your content. Just first I have to say this, and also wanted to mention that, like, I have to tell you my background. I'm kind of a Muslim, and I'm sort of like lean towards analytic idealism in a way, and so I believe that your statement could be actually true in a way, as well as the how to say this in a better way. But what do you mean by imaginary?
Means you can imagine your God, but you can't prove your God to actually
Yeah, no,
exist.
but there is what okay, let's define imagination. What do you mean? It's a relationship. Like, imagination is in a relationship with your consciousness or a conscious experience. What is that?
Imagination is something that's happening inside of your brain when you could make an image of something in your brain,
is that?
but the image in real life doesn't appear to exist.
No, but where is that?
In your brain.
I know, but okay, so you say you're a physicalist, right?
As far as I can tell, I'm a physicalist, but I don't believe that your brain is non-physical.
No, but what do you think reality is? Is it made of matter? Are you a restrict materialist?
I mean, as far as I can tell, materialism makes the most sense. If you think that there's something other than material, I'm certainly open to it. Keep in mind that I would count like quantum fields and quantum particles to also be material.
I mean, you could. I mean, there is no if you go deep down that rabbit hole, there is no real proof or evidence that reality is made of matter. It could be made of
proof or evidence that we're not brains in a vat.
No, yeah, exactly. So there is no you can get down to solipsism and all sort of things, but
right, that's the problem. Is solipsism cuts both ways. Like it could defeat my worldview, but at the same time, it defeats your worldview.
That's what I'm asking. Can you tell me where exactly this imagination happens
in your brain?
Can you tell me this this is the set of physical attributes of the brain that actually creates the imagination?
I can tell you it happens in the brain, which is what neurology teaches. If you need more information than that, you came to the wrong place. You should ask a neurologist, not me.
Are you familiar with Donald Hoffman interface theory of perception?
No, but let me guess. You've cherry picked some neurologists that say something that you like without actually checking what the field teaches.
No, I'm quite well versed on this, but there are a lot of different ways to approach reality, and there are a lot of either idealism. You can go down the Hegelian route. You can go down all sort of different routes, right? I just wanted to ask you, I think maybe, like, here's the thing. I'm kind of an agnostic deist. So, excuse me, sorry, I have to go somewhere.
Okay. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for going up.
Yeah, no, but just a second, I continue. What I mean by that is like, no, I'm back. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But so you can go down different rabbit holes, and I kind of enjoy it. I am kind of I'm a Muslim, but this is kind of some like a Pascal wager that I'm actually believing this divine, how to say, divine source. I don't call it God. I'll call it divine source, because I believe that there is such a thing as a conservation of consciousness, and there is there is this meta consciousness, or like you can say like mind of God or whatever, that is unveiling, or this is kind of my personal belief, but I don't have any evidence for it, as far as if as far as if you assume the scientific worldview, right? So, but if you assume that reason enough to approach reality, which I believe reason is not enough to approach reality, you cannot, like, there are 1,000 different ways to just discuss these things, and that's why I'm asking you. I would like to know your answer about this. My answers, I can go down, I can refute myself.
I haven't heard the question yet.
My question is, what do you think, where do you think imagination happens?
In the brain, I already told you.
Yeah, but what is this? Do you know about the Mary's room? Is imagination a sort of knowledge?
Make this a little bit easier. Hold on, let me. All right, 1 second. Got my whiteboard out.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you think a set of neurons, or like this set of like physical or like an objects could create
the bad human skull? This is the brain inside of the skull.
Do you think a conscious experience?
This is like where I think it comes from. This is the thing right there.
Do you think a redness, a conscious experience of redness, is that you think in your imagination is the same as like some set of neurons that gives you a pattern?
Yeah.
Do you think that equals?
Yeah, when your body interacts with the world around it, it triggers patterns of neurons and synapses firing in your brain. And then that pattern can be stored in your brain. And then when you recall things using your memory, that same pattern and firings happens in your brain, which is why whether I'm dreaming about ice cream or whether I'm eating ice cream, the same regions of my brain are lighting up.
Okay, let me make posit another kind of example. There is this like a famous thought experiment called Mary's room, and Mary basically is a person who lives in a black and white world. She only experienced black and white world, and then she only knows about redness. Just the knowledge, like she knows everything about redness.
Yes,
So the
I'm
memory,
aware how this works.
in her memory and in her neurons, she has everything about redness, but she has never seen redness. Right?
Because
She
your
had never
neurons
seen
is
the color
remembering
red.
feedback from visual apparatus, right? So when you visualize, hold on, Zabin, when you visualize something with your eyeballs trigger a pattern inside of your brain. That pattern is retained and remembered. So if your eyeballs have never visualized red, it has no way of storing that pattern in your brain.
Here's the thing. Here's the other thing. This is actually a real philosophical thought experiment, and maybe I'm not qualified to actually go down that rabbit hole, but people have been talking about this for a long time. It's not like you can answer it just with few words. Just, I think it's good to go read about it. But what I mean by that, if she hasn't seen the qualia of redness, even if she has all sort of memories or all sort of information about redness, she could not understand what redness is.
So she's never experienced it. Our brain
Yeah, exactly.
stores actual experiences. And so if you haven't
Exactly. So
experienced
you'll confirm
Zabin,
my
hey,
thesis.
stop talking over me, Zabin.
Yes, okay.
If you've never experienced redness, you have no way of conceptualizing redness because the pattern in your brain has never been initiated, which is why, for example, my mother is colorblind, but she used to see color when she was young, which is why sometimes her dreams are in color and sometimes they're not. But people that are born colorblind don't see color in their dreams because they've never seen color in real life. Your brain is a storage apparatus and it can only reproduce what it has actually seen.
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question is not that she is not colorblind. She has every information about redness stored in her brain.
She does not.
Right? That is the question.
Zabin, she does not.
No, but she does.
No, she doesn't, Zabin.
Again, let me repeat the Mary's room problem.
Zabin, pay attention.
Let me repeat
if you've
she
never seen
lives
red,
in a black and white room, but she knows everything about redness.
I gotta mute you. We'll try this again. If you've never seen redness, you don't know what it's like. You lack the ability to know what it's like because the way redness works is you have to perceive a particular wave of photon. You need an actual frequency of photon to be absorbed by your eyeball and transmit that to the brain. That's what seeing red is like. No one can describe it to you. No one can tell you what it's like. If you haven't seen it, you don't know what it's like. That's like asking what color is the sound of smell. None of that makes sense. You're crossing over things that don't cross over. But listen, this conversation has been absolutely brutal and it's not going to go anywhere. So I got to move on to someone with better arguments. And I know that Muslims love the qualia argument. It's not a good argument. I know you're an ex-Muslim or deconstructing Muslim, but you got to do better. That's not a good argument. All right, come back sometime with a different argument, okay? That was brutal. Zakul says, I had a personal experience with Lord Krishna and Lord Ganesha. Am I justified in converting to Hinduism? Because I'm going to do it anyway. Zakul, you're killing me today. Listen, I mean, for most people, that's a justifiable reason. It really is. Snickerdoodle coming in again. Thank you so much, Snickerdoodle, for a $10 super chat. It says, as a child, I know I used to have that vague feeling that even while I thought God cared about me and loved me and answered my prayers, that it did not make any sense to me why others went through bad stuff. So this is a really good point, okay? So Snickerdoodle, one of the things that gave me pause when I was a deconstructing believer was this idea that I thought God was good to me. And I was thinking about a friend of mine. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine that was upset that it seemed like God wasn't good to him. And all he wanted was evidence. And he was frustrated that he couldn't get it. And I halfway in my brain thought, well, God only reveals himself to people who like he really thinks, are sincere. I was going to say the old bullshit, right? I stopped myself midway and I was like, no. This is a person I actually know who I know is sincere. That's a bullshit answer. And then that got me thinking, well, what about all the children that are dying from bone cancer and their prayers aren't being answered? Like once you stop saying God is real because he's real to me and you look at other people's lives, then it becomes really difficult. Viper says, currently deconstructing. Well, thank you for being here, Viper. Thank you for the super chat. Says, your stream is helping me short circuit years of painful waffling. However, chat keeps asking me to worship Doug. Maybe I'm still a believer. Well, don't worry, Viper. You don't have to worship Doug. Doug will never force anyone to worship him. Doug is the Rock of Ages, though, and his consort, Sharon Stone. They are the firm foundation, the grounding for all grounding. But you don't have to. Dougosaurus Erectus says, question, what's your best evidence? You are doing it wrong. I'm about right, actually. Thanks, Dougosaurus. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. And Voltage says, as I told my chew wieners, praise Doug. I don't know what a chew wiener is, but praise Doug anyways. Thank you, Voltage. And Daniel, thank you for the 999 super chat, says God's more worried about who's sleeping with whom rather than feeding starving children. That's the truth. He's way more concerned about what you're doing with your tallywhacker then why there are 3 million children that are going to die of starvation this year. And just a couple more super chats, friends. Doc says Christians keep dropping the call, maybe upgrade from Holy Spirit dial up to faith fiber with better bandwidth for divine revelations. Well, you know they're on that mega mobile most likely. That's going to be a real problem. And we used to joke about mega mobile, but now it's a real thing. So buckle up, friends. Kevin, thank you for the super chat. Kevin, why is that Dr. Kip? Is that Dr. Kip on your screen? Anyways, you are too good at your job. You are working yourself out of a job. Kevin, I appreciate the super chat. I don't know if that is the case, but I understand what you're saying. If I deconvert all these people, eventually I won't have anyone left to deconvert and I'll be out of a job. But I'm going to try, Kevin. Thank you so much, buddy. And John Paul says, what the fuck is astral projection? Projection sounds like some bad diarrhea. It's when you leave your body and you see things outside of your body. People claim to do it, but they've never been verified. And Lucor says, Justin, we both have something in common. People compliment me for being such a good cook. Sorry for the typo. I mean to say good cook from Rock Hard. Well, if you're good at the first word, I would imagine you'd have to be rock hard. Thank you for being here and thank you for supporting the stream. I really do appreciate it. And Mr. says, you mentioned Darth Dawkins, so of course I looked him up. Holy shit. He is why we need psych hospitals back. I agree. Darth Dawkins he's insane, actually. He's absolutely insane. All right, let me grab our next guest, Pitch Black Days. And Solovino, good friend, good to see you, says not that it matters, but the Mortal Kombat noise is saying toasty, not whoopsie. I did find toasty first. I'm adding whoopsie. So we've got toasty. We're going to get whoopsie in here. I got you, Solo. Thank you for the reminder, though. Pitch Black, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am a believer and I am 18. And your prompt says your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong, right?
So
I can prove my God is real, right?
I would
Each
love for you
and
to
every
do that.
day
Let's
you can
start.
see
Let's start at the beginning.
Okay,
Who is your God?
the sun.
The sun, like the physical sun above our heads.
Yeah, this the sun, yeah, the physical sun.
Sure. And you believe that the sun is God, not just a burning ball of like helium and plasma.
Nah, not really. I do believe it's a burning ball of helium and plasma because, hey, it kind of projected life on the planet.
Well,
If you really think
photons,
about it.
it projects photons onto the
Yeah.
planet. Now, I think that photons and brains are different things. Do you think they're different things?
So, sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah. Do you think that brains and photons are made of different things?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Okay.
I think brains essentially process photons, such as images and whatnot.
Okay. And is the sun a brain or is it made of something else?
No, I just believe it's plasma, right? It's just plasma science. And essentially, that is my God in a sense, because not that I worship the sun, but I do believe the sun is the God of the solar system, if you get what I'm saying.
Does the sun think?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's any evidence that
Okay.
the sun thinks.
Well, then you don't believe the sun is God. A God is like an actual thinking agent.
I mean, if you personify it, you could say that, but I don't believe a God has to actually be personified.
No, I'm not personifying. I'm saying that's the definition of a God. A God, by definition, has thinking capacity and agency.
Oh, okay.
Right. So you just
I'm
don't.
not
You're an
okay.
atheist. It sounds like.
Yeah, no, I don't believe in like a Christian God or something. No, because there is no evidence for that. But in the sense of the sun itself, the sun rises every day and the sun does exist, and I can prove it. So
No, we agree the sun exists, but we also agree that the sun is
yeah.
not a thinking agent, which means you don't believe in God. You're actually an atheist and you don't know it yet.
No, like Christian God, no, I don't believe in it. If you in that aspect, yes, I guess so. I am an atheist, but I would say your God. I was looking at the word your, so I was thinking maybe it applies to me in an anecdotal sense, what I consider God.
Well, I would say it does apply to you, but not your definition of God. The definition of God doesn't change.
Yeah, no. Okay. In a general sense, yes. Then I think I'll concede it.
Okay.
But like, yeah, I do believe in the sun and whatnot. So yeah, may the solar system be with you. Thank you.
Hey, may the solar system be with you too, friend. I appreciate that. All right, cheers. Have a good one.
Cheers.
Okay, I'll give him credit. That was funny. I think this might be a what do you call it when you remember something but it's actually wrong? I don't think Mortal Kombat has a whoopsie sound. I think it is toasty. I think people are remembering it as whoopsie. Yeah. It sounds like whoopsie, but it actually is toasty. Here's toasty. Separated. Yeah, it's just toasty. I think a lot of us had that. The Mandela effect. That's what it is. I think it's a Mandela effect. I don't think that's actually what was in the video game. But Solo, thank you for letting me know. Cosmic Flow, thank you for the super chat. Says this really is simulation. Then something someone had to create who would basically be a kind of god, at least in the sense of having total control. Yeah, the simulation theory hasn't come up today, but you know it's going to. Like, it's only a matter of time before simulation theory pops in. All right, we've got Michael with us. How you doing, Michael?
Hey, what's up, man? Am I on here?
Yeah, you're up, bud.
Sweet.
Michael, are you at least
So,
18 and are you a believer?
yes, I am 18, and I am probably one of the least believing people that's ever existed on the planet. I just had a quick question for you. Something I'm interested about, hearing about somebody like you specifically.
Sure.
If that's cool.
You can ask a question, but I got to ask one more question. Are you driving?
No. I'm at work. I'm a truck driver. I'm in Chicago. I'm a local truck driver, but I'm parked for break and stuff. I have the truck on because I have the air conditioning. It's super hot, you know.
Fair enough. What's the question?
So I ran into your channel a little bit ago. I think it's awesome. You know, I've watched all the atheist stuff like Hitchens and Dawkins and all those guys. You know, but you come from a different angle where it's super fascinating to watch you talk to people and just watch people walk into walls constantly. You know, when you're basically talking about the stuff they claim to believe, like scripture and all that stuff. I was going to ask you other questions, but I watched a podcast with you and some other guy where you basically told your whole story of how you deconstructed and stuff. And what I was curious was, you seem very skeptical and pretty normal about the way that you look at things, right? It reminds me of me when I was young and I was introduced to it when I was 6, 7, 8 years old. And for me, it just it made no sense. You know, I found myself asking, finding all these contradictions that you talk about all the time, but as a kid, which I think a lot of kids do. What do you think was able to get you, when you were young and you first started, and keep you in there for so long?
I think inexperience, not fully knowing the text, growing up in an environment where everyone believed it. And then on top of that, I would say a little bit of sunken cost fallacy. So I invested so much into it. I wanted to see it all the way through and not give up on it early. So I think those were kind of some of the reasons why I stayed in so long. I was thinking critically about a lot of these issues. I was just willing to put them on the shelf, put these difficult issues on the shelf and say, yeah, this is kind of a problem, but I got other things to worry about now. I'll get back to it. Eventually I did get back to all those issues, and it turns out that there's really not good explanation for those issues, and the Bible doesn't make sense, and neither does Christianity.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Being so invested into it that you just felt like you'll just put the rest of your questioning on faith, and you'll deal with it later.
Yep.
That makes sense. And then yeah, that was pretty much it. I know you're trying to talk to believers and stuff and debate them, and I'm trying to listen to it too because I'm at work. So, and then I just had one more thing for you. Yesterday I was listening. You said something that I've told tons of people, and I think a lot of people don't think about it as much as they should. And it was, you were talking to some crazy lady that ended up saying something about she would burn her kids if she ate whatever. I don't know.
Eliana, yeah.
Yeah, she was crazy. And you brought up a point to her that I try to make to my brother and other people, and I try to drag them out of it, where she says that she was a heroin addict and God helped pull her out of it and this and that. And I've tried to make the point to people the same that you made, that it's like super sad and I think really like soul crushing for people to use religion and all that stuff to pull themselves out. They do all the hard work. They take all the blame because they're sinners and they're like failed people. They take the blame for their addiction and all these problems. They do all the hard work to pull themselves out and they take none of the credit for it. They give all the credit to God, some non-existent thing. And then eventually, if they fall back into it, then they take all the blame on themselves again and they think that they failed when really they're the ones that pulled themselves out and they get no credit for it.
Right.
And I think this is like a circular thing that causes way more like damage to people.
Well, they've been trained to think that way. They've been trained that everything good comes from God and everything that's bad is we did it. We made that problem.
Right. It's pretty messed up,
Pretty
But anyways,
crazy.
man, I appreciate your time. I send you some like chats and stuff when I can. It's the first time I've been up. I'm not the guy that you're trying to talk to because I'm like, I don't know, I'm like somebody that's just never understood how people could believe this in the first place, since like 5 years old.
You were smarter than me, Michael.
I don't think I was smarter. I think I just kind of have like a little bit of like maybe a slight bit of like autism, like maybe I'm slightly on the spectrum.
Mhm.
So like certain things, I just don't see them like other people see them. Like I think sometimes I think too practically. And when I was a kid, I found myself, when I found like stuff on YouTube, like Christopher Hitchens and all these guys, I found myself asking the same questions as like a 6, 7-year-old, like who made God? If God made everybody, who's God's God? Or, like things that just make no sense,
Yeah,
but
for sure.
yeah, man, thanks for your time. And, I'll be checking in everyone. I'm a truck driver, so I listen to a lot of random stuff.
Oh, thanks for stopping in. Be safe, man.
You're the man. Thanks.
Cheers, Michael. Dubs to the truck drivers. It's hard work. I gotta be honest. There's a lot of jobs I wouldn't want to have. That's a tough one. I wouldn't want to be on the road all day. Ugh. I'm glad that somebody's doing it. Obviously, I wouldn't want to do it. All right, we're gonna get the next guest here from the YouTube queue. So we'll grab our next in. Mike Leitner, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. It's generous, Mike. Good to see you, Mike. We also have Taco Cat with us now. Taco, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. How you doing, Taco?
All right. How about yourself?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Taco,
Yes.
are you?
And to that question, yes, I am 18 and I am a believer in Jesus Christ.
Right. Now, Taco, what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
So I think I have 2. I'm going to start with the moral argument. And that basically works in this sense. Yeah, I'm going to ask, like, do you think evil exists?
Nah.
Okay. So if a woman gets raped by some random guy on the street, that's not evil. That's
evil's a label that we put on things. It's not a thing that exists.
okay. So if morality isn't real, then raping someone is not technically a bad thing.
No, good and bad are subjective terms.
Right.
So there's no objective good or bad. Everything's subjective, which is why I can say, like, I believe slavery is wrong, even though the Bible disagrees. The Bible God says slavery is okay.
Well, I've read the whole Bible through, and I never saw anywhere it said that slavery is okay.
Oh, you didn't read Leviticus 25 then?
Leviticus 25. So what does that say?
It says you can own slaves. Want to read it?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the books that I don't remember as well, for sure. That and Numbers.
Trust me, not a lot of people are looking forward to reading Leviticus, but if you go to the law code, it says in verse 44, says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families that are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness.
Okay. What chapter was that in?
Leviticus 25.
25. I'm just going to put a bookmark in to read that later.
I would also direct you to Exodus 21. I would read those two passages in parallel. But anyways, what's next?
Okay. So regardless of the Bible, though, I believe that God can be proven to exist without the Bible.
Sure, go for it.
What was my other argument? Sorry, I'm not
rush.
Not the fastest thinker here.
No, there's no rush. We don't have rules. Like, there's no timer up here.
Sweet. Okay. So yeah. Okay, so this is kind of like simulation theory, but okay. So think about this. Say you designed a video game, and you code it, you design it, you model the characters, and those characters have programs, right? And they live, the way you programmed them to, right? And they are not capable of expanding beyond their programming. Would you agree with that?
As far as I can tell, yeah, a character that is programmed can only do what's within its programmed ability, even if it's like got AI capabilities. Even if something has AI capabilities, there's still going to be some kind of a limit.
Right. So what I propose is that this world that we live in and experience is designed by God, and we, being designed by God, have a limited capacity of operation. Like, we can't understand his world that he lives in, is because we are in a world he designed and can only operate at the level he designed us to operate at, which would create an excellent explanation as to why we can't understand God,
Or the more plausible answer is that there is no God, right? Because if we're just saying, listen, there's a thing
Why
that
would that be
exists
more
that is
plausible?
completely unfalsifiable, and you can't test it because it's in a different realm. I could put anything over there. I mean, I could put the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus over there.
That's true. It's a good point. But
Right? So, I mean, your
but you
argument
wouldn't be able to
for
disprove
God
their
is,
existence either, right?
well, you can't disprove Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy.
Right.
So your argument is only as valid as the Santa Claus and Tooth Fairy. So just keep in mind, this is kind of the reason why this argument fails is because it can be true for anything. So if you say, well, you can't disprove my theory, therefore it's true, then I would say, okay, cool. Then you should believe in the Tooth Fairy as well, because you can't disprove my theory of the Tooth Fairy.
It's a good point.
Right.
Good point.
So I don't.
You could like, that's an argument to prove anything's real because you can't disprove it. It's a good point.
Right. I don't think that things are true just because there's not a way to falsify the claim.
Right.
Now, the Christian God, as it turns out, is easy to falsify.
Why?
Because he's a logical contradiction. Want to hear why?
Go ahead.
Because the Bible says he's perfectly just and he's perfectly good and that he's all knowing and that he's all powerful. Do you believe in these attributes?
Yeah.
Okay. So then all we have to ask ourselves is whether or not that seems to be the case, right? So you probably believe that God is perfectly just, right?
Yeah.
Have you read 2 Samuel 21?
2 Samuel?
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall that.
In 2 Samuel 21, there's a situation, and we'll read some of it, where God sends a famine on the Israelites. And the reason is because of something that David's predecessor did. When Saul was king, he did a big no-no. And so David is pleading before the Lord for 3 years during a famine, trying to figure out why are we under a famine, God? What are we doing here? And then finally God talks. So let's read the passage a little bit. So in 21, it says, now there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years, year after year. And David inquired of the Lord. The Lord said, there is blood guilt on Saul and on his house because he put the Gibeonites to death. Now, if you remember in Joshua chapter 9, they were supposed to let the Gibeonites live, and they went back on their word, right? So it says, so the king called the Gibeonites and spoke to them. So David calls the Gibeonites, and he's like, listen, there's a famine, and God finally answered me after 3 years and said, here's why there's a famine. So they put their heads together about the solution, right? And the solution is actually this: let 7 of his sons be handed over to us, and we will impale them before the Lord at Gibeon on the mountain of the Lord. And the king said, I will hand them over. So David hands over 7 random men of the household of Saul. They go out to the mountain of the Lord and they impale them on poles, and then God is pleased. So it says in verse 9, he gave them into the hands of the Gibeonites. They impaled them on the mountain before the Lord. The 7 of them perished together. They were put to death on the first day of harvest at the beginning of the barley harvest. And then we read later on that God, after this act, he finally answers their prayer and sends the rain, right? So what I would say is, do you think it's fair to punish an entire people group with a famine just because their prior leader made some bad decisions?
I wouldn't. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say so. But how would I know that there wasn't something deeper going on? I mean, obviously, at face level, that would be, like, no way, So I can see your point. Could you remind me where that is in the scripture again?
Yeah, it's 2 Samuel chapter 21.
Chapter 21.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to bookmark that too.
So if we're asking if God is just, I mean, I've got lots of examples that demonstrate that he's not just by the fact that he punishes people for crimes they never committed all the time.
So, I mean, there's a very interesting comment I do have to say about that. And that's in the beginning of time, when Adam and Eve sinned against God and they were, removed from the Garden of Eden, they, all of his posterity were cursed and they didn't do anything, right?
Yeah, that makes it worse, not better.
right, yeah. So how do you come up with an answer to that?
Well, I don't think there is a good
but
answer.
what I realize, so what the technical reason for why that actually happens is because Adam was the legal representative of the entire human race, in the sense that, so as he was cursed, we were also cursed.
If Donald Trump committed a war crime, should all of Americans be cursed because of it? Like, so if Donald Trump decides that he's going to, I don't know, march down into Mexico City and take all of their guava, and then come back and murder people along the way who disagreed with what he was doing, is that something that all Americans should be punished for?
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course not. When you think about it in an individual sense, right? Like, so he goes and decides to do that. Like, that's not fair that we get punished for it too, right? But the reason why he was I mean, I don't know why exactly. I read this idea in a book called, what is it? The total depravity of man.
Yeah, that's something from John
Have
Calvin.
you ever read that book?
Yeah, I would disagree with it pretty hard.
But like, that would explain why, like, everyone is condemned to sin, even, like, babies who haven't done anything, and why we all suffer.
I don't think
explains that.
No, I don't think it does, because it still doesn't explain why God set up a system that was unjust. Like, describing the unjust system is not the same as describing why the unjust system exists.
Right. So about that, right, being an unjust system, it wouldn't have been unjust had Adam and Eve not sinned. Like, it would have operated effectively the way it should have, right?
It's like
Would
a
you agree
wife
with that?
abuser saying, you made me hit you. I didn't want to hit you. You made me hit you.
That's not what I meant. What I meant was, like, he made Adam the legal representative of all
Why?
of humanity.
Why though? He didn't have to.
Well, I mean, I don't know why, but let's just
Well,
for the
then-
moment say that that's the case.
But that is the problem.
But hold on, let me finish my point, and then we'll go back to whatever that is. He made it. Assume he made it that way, right? He made Adam the legal representative of humanity, and assuming they had never sinned, it would have functioned perfectly, and no one would have ever suffered and had any problems, right? It would have just been heaven on earth indefinitely. So
Well-
that system is something that we suffer from, not because God made that system, but because we fell.
No. Okay. So I'm an engineer by trade, right? So like all of my machines have to have a failure mode. When somebody does something wrong or the machine malfunctions, there's a failure mode. And I actually have to make sure that when my machine fails, that it doesn't explode and like kill a whole factory of people, right? So like God knew exactly what would happen when Adam and Eve sinned. He knew that they would sin. In fact, he planned it according to Ephesians chapter 1. And so the failure mode that was enacted when Adam and Eve sinned was still his fault. He didn't have to make that the failure mode. He could have made the failure mode anything he wanted to. He could have made the failure mode getting tickled by a feather.
That's true. So yeah, that's a good point. Did you bring up? Although I wouldn't say it's God's fault. I would say that so he put the responsibility in our hands. He knew we were going to disobey him, but it didn't make him, or he didn't make us choose. We chose ourselves. Even though he knew we were going to choose, it still doesn't mean that he made us. So it's
I didn't say that.
technically not his fault, right?
No, I think it is his fault, right? Because he's in charge of the consequences. We're not asking if God forced us to sin. No one's asking that question. We're saying what would be the appropriate reaction to somebody sinning, right? So if my child sinned, imagine I have a household of 10 kids. If one of my children sins, I'm not going to curse the entire household. That'd be silly.
Yeah, it would. But like I said before, the system would have worked fine if we hadn't sinned. You know what I mean?
Well, that's irrelevant whether it would have worked fine if nobody had sinned. God obviously planned for people to sin. Ephesians chapter 1 says that the elect were chosen before the foundation of the world in Jesus Christ. So
yeah.
Before God created
That's
us,
a
he knew
verse.
somebody would sin.
Well, yeah, obviously.
And so
I mean, if he knows all, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if he created human beings knowing they would sin, then it's not like what's happened after the sin is like plan B. Obviously, he knew it was going to happen, and he decided
Right.
what would happen as a consequence. He could have made the consequence anything.
Yeah, that's true. Well, actually, the consequence, well, the Bible does say the consequence is death, which is just the inverse of life, right?
It seems to be that. That
So,
seems to be the
so
case.
that's what
Yeah.
that is. Yeah. So, one way I do like to think about this issue is God, at the beginning of time, God wanted to make a species of free creatures who could decide to do whatever they wanted to do, right? And he looked
push
at
back on
all
that?
the different. What's that? What's that?
Can I push back on that just before you get too far into it?
Sure, go ahead.
Because I don't think he created a bunch of people where he wanted them to do what they wanted. Because if you don't do exactly what he wants, he'll throw you in hell for eternity.
Okay. Not doing exactly what he wants, just not doing anything. Well, you know what? I guess that might as well be put that way.
I mean, he will do it. Like if you commit even one sin, you go to hell, right?
Right. So he designed a world for us to live in, and we can do anything that he designed us to do, but if we do anything that he didn't design us to do, then we get punished, right? So I see what you're saying.
There's a pretty strict set of parameters too, because like even thought crimes are a crime according to Jesus. Like if you just look
Right.
at the woman in lust for 5 seconds, you're in hell now.
Yeah, the predisposition of humanity is to sin, though.
What if we're predisposed to sin? That means it's God's fault that we sin.
No, because we are cursed by lineage,
by God,
because by Adam being the legal representative of all of human posterity.
And who set that up? Was it God?
It was.
It means God's the one that
like
ultimately decided that would be the case.
He did, but like I did make a point earlier, is that that system wouldn't have been a bad thing if we didn't choose to sin.
It doesn't matter. God knew we would sin, and then he decided he would do something that was unjust when we sinned. And if we're designed with a sin nature, that means we have to sin.
So that does bring me back to the point I was going to make earlier, is that at the beginning of time, God, knew that we were going to sin, right? And he looked, and he wanted to create, a species who had free will. Even though he so let's just say he sat there at the beginning of time and he looked over all these different variations of the world he might make, and he chose the one that had the least bad happening in it. I know it sounds weird, but what I'm trying to express through that is that creating a species of free-willed people is not possible without them sinning. It's gonna happen.
Okay, so if that's the case, if God creates human beings with the only inevitable result that they will in fact sin, and then he says, when you do sin, I'll torture you for all eternity, even though you can't help it. You have to sin because you're human. That's not just.
But at the same time, at the beginning of time, he did plan for that and created and planned to have Jesus die for our sins so that we can be reconciled to him.
Only if you believe the nonsense. I don't believe the nonsense.
Right, but why wouldn't you?
It's not true.
Well, wouldn't it be worth it if it was true?
I don't think so. I wouldn't worship a God that thinks it's okay to own slaves and rape women.
Okay, well, why is that a bad thing if you don't believe in absolute morality? Those things aren't bad.
It's a personal choice. I personally wouldn't worship somebody that intentionally harms people.
Right.
Now, if you do, if you say, listen, I will worship somebody who intentionally harms other human beings, go for it. You're welcome to do that. Just know that like they're going to be tracked by the government for a while.
Right. I mean, obviously, I don't believe that's who God is, but those are those verses you provided me with are some good stuff I'm going to have to study up on. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Taki, you want to know why Christianity fails?
Sure.
Sure. Have you read much of the Bible?
Well, I've read the whole thing through once. I don't remember a lot of it because it's pretty big. But,
it is big.
I continue to read it, but yeah, I've read the whole Bible.
Would you say that the New Testament fundamentally bases the messiahship of Jesus on being predicted in the Old Testament? Like he's the Messiah that the Old Testament said was coming?
I mean, I don't remember where it says in the Old Testament that Jesus was that, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. The basic claim of Christianity is that God promised a savior, the Messiah.
And that Jesus was that.
And Jesus is that, right? Now, if Jesus is not the promised Messiah, what would that mean about Christianity?
Well, that means the whole thing's not true.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the whole thing's not true. Now, as it turns out, I spent a lot of time, many years, studying the prophecies that are given for the Messiah, both in the Old Testament and what the New Testament claims. And I don't think Jesus fulfilled one prophecy, not even one. And so if he didn't fulfill even one prophecy, he certainly can't be the Messiah. And you want to see an example of what I'm talking about?
Sure, give me some more verses to study.
Sure.
Sorry, excuse me.
Don't worry. We're going to pop down to Isaiah 7. So Isaiah 7 is the quintessential passage that theoretically predicted the virgin birth of Jesus. What Bible translation are you in right now?
New King James Version.
Fair enough. I don't know what the New King
Isaiah
James...
verse 7?
Well, we're going to be in Isaiah chapter 7.
Oh, chapter 7.
Right. And I don't know how the New King James is going to read because I don't typically read the King James. But
What are you reading from?
I'm going to be reading from the NRSV, but
Okay.
my guess is your King James is going to read different from mine, and I'll tell you why later. So in the beginning of the chapter 7, verse 1, it says, "In the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind." Now, if you're not familiar with the Old Testament, there's some stuff happening here. So what's happened is King Ahaz is the king of Judah, and the kingdom's already divided. We've got the northern 10 tribes and Judah and Benjamin in the south. The northern 10 tribes had an alliance with the Arameans, and they actually want to go down into Judah, dethrone King Ahaz, and put in a different king that is more favorable to the Ephraimite Aramean alliance. Now, it doesn't work. They mount an attack, but they're actually unsuccessful. But nevertheless, Ahaz and the people of Judah, they're pretty damn shook. They just went through a failed attack, and they're like, shit, maybe they'll be more successful on round number 2. So God sends the prophet Isaiah to kind of shore up their confidence. And there's 3 different prophecies. The second one is the one we care about. The first prophecy ends by saying, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. So God is saying, listen, you got to have faith, or things might go south. Now, verse 10 is where you get to the fun stuff that your Bible is going to interpret as a virgin birth. It says, "Again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted." So a plain reading of the prophecy, I think, is quite easy. There's a child who's already conceived. He's about to be born. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the 2 kings, namely Pekah and Rezin, those 2 kings are going to be wiped out. It's a prophecy for King Ahaz, about King Ahaz. There's nothing in here about a Messiah being born of a virgin.
So?
So it certainly couldn't have been fulfilled by Jesus if it was actually talking about the Ephraimite Syrian war.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of zoned out. Like I'm actually really tired. But yeah, I couldn't follow. Could you like pinpoint for me the specific things that make that prophecy not be able to work?
Yeah, okay. So first of all, the prophecy is to King Ahaz. The prophecy is said to be a sign for King Ahaz. The purpose of the prophecy is to bring more faith and reassurance to King Ahaz and to his household. And so everything about the prophecy is for King Ahaz. And the prophecy is very clear. It says there's a child who's already pregnant. She's about to give birth. And before that child knows right from wrong, the 2 kings that are attacking you, they're going to be wiped out. So everything in the prophecy is about King Ahaz and his current the war that's going on that he's dealing with. There's nothing in here about a Messiah, and there's certainly nothing in here about a virgin birth.
Okay. I don't follow why that disproves Jesus being a thing.
Well, because Matthew claims that Jesus fulfilled this prophecy.
Oh, okay.
But Jesus couldn't fulfill this
So
prophecy.
where does that Matthew claims that specific prophecy was fulfilled by Jesus?
Right. Yeah, Matthew chapter 1.
Matthew chapter 1. Okay. Okay. Well, that's some more good stuff for me to read.
Yeah, so anyways, Taco, thanks for coming up and chatting with us and being courteous. You know, a lot of people get up here and they kind of lose their mind because their beliefs are being challenged. And
yeah. I mean, like, I appreciate too. Like, you're a good debater. Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, I I want to have a good conversation. I'm not trying to like. I don't want to hurt people.
Mm-hmm.
And people get so divided in religion debates, but
I believe
you're doing pretty good debates. I appreciate that you're calm, that you
thanks,
trying
Taco.
to keep things. Yeah. So I appreciate it was a productive conversation.
Actually, have a great one, buddy.
You too. Bye.
We do get nice people from time to time, and it's fun to talk to them. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll move right on, my friends. Dexter says, Jeremiah wrote the Bible. Was a bullfrog, therefore animism. Actually, this is a fair point. If Jeremiah was a bullfrog and Jeremiah did write a book in the Bible, then I don't know, maybe animism is true. Design, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, if not for God, I'd be gangbanging. It's just one step from if there was a God, there'd be no gangbangers. Come on. Actually, this is a really good point, Design, because he's suggesting that God saved him from life of the streets, but like he doesn't save so many others. Like there are so many people that are out there on the streets begging for this God to be apparent, and he's nowhere to be found. It's gone, Josh Barba says this Muslim word salad tastes like it's full of pork. Oh my gosh, was it ever? Yeah, that was a rough word salad. I think he was a nice enough guy, but boy, that was tough to listen to. And Hyro, good to see you again. Thank you for the 666. My screen name is Hyro Fantastic. A play on Hierophant. Oh, on the Hierophant card in the tarot deck. And because I'm fantastic, you're fantastic too, Justin Fantastic. Well, thank you, Hyro. I appreciate that. I don't know anything about tarot cards, but big W for deconstructing from the religion and finding something that works for you. And also, thank you, SFP IVATER. Thank you for the super chat. Theist, give me evidence that atheism is true. In other words, give me evidence that you don't believe that God exists. How the F will I do that? So this is the point we do pretty regularly, which is you can't prove that nothing exists. You have to start somewhere, right? Like you can't prove that the tooth fairy doesn't exist because in fact the tooth fairy doesn't exist. Music by Artemis. Thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, you realize you've created an alternate universe where by the year 3000, everyone on the planet will be worshiping the rock of Doug. Hail Doug. Actually, we've talked about this, Music, and I think you're right. When archaeologists look back in the year 3000 and find what we're doing, some people are going to convert to Dougism. It's going to happen, friends. Just remember, Doug loves everyone, no matter what they believe. Atheo Ricard 2, thank you for the $10 super chat. He says, since I don't know how TikTok works, is it viable at all for you to go to theist lives and engage with them there? I come across them all the time and run around in circles when I use their arguments. Theo, I have a pretty strict rule about how I do my debates. I don't go into believers' lives and debate them for a couple reasons. One, because it's a waste of my time. I spend almost all my time streaming here. And why would I go to somebody else's live stream rather than building up my own channel? The other thing too is when you're in one of those live streams, typically, and you're making good points, they just kick you. Number two is I think that if we just leave them all fucking alone, their live streams will die and they'll have to come to us. The only reason why these Christians have live stream debates is because atheists are showing up watching. Why? Stop doing it. Stop watching theist live debates and make them come to us. Put them on our turf, on our playing field. Stop giving them any of your attention, your time, your views, or anything of that nature. They don't need it. They've got God. Dan, thank you for the super chat. Says, forget Shark Week. Justin is barbecuing for Woo Week. Holy shit, has it been a Woo Week, Dan? My goodness. It's the amount of woo it must be in the daytime. Somebody said it was the full moon. Dan, I don't know if that's the case. It could be the full moon, but if that's the case, I think the full moon is another form of woo. So Voltage says, on my last chat, Chihuahua Wiener. There we go. Chihuahua Wiener or a Dachshund. Actually, I love a Dachshund hound. But yeah, a Chihuahua Wiener is roughly a Dachshund hound, I believe. Thanks for clarification. Carlos says he's going to try and justify some insane stuff. Carlos, you know they're going to. They can't help themselves. They're going to justify all kinds of stuff. But that last guess was pretty nice. Marcus, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. Great to see you. It says, Adam, first man, lawyer for all humans, creative if ridiculous. Regardless, I always love hearing a new argument. I'm with you, Marcus. I love hearing a new argument. At least they're thinking, right? When they just repeat old bad arguments, that tells me they're not thinking. Somebody told them an answer. They never thought that it was a good or a bad answer, and they just repeated the shit because they're not thinking. But people who are thinking try to come up with unique answers. But Zach K, thank you for the $9.99 super chat, says the Mortal Kombat sound is saying toasty. That's what I thought. I think the actual Mortal Kombat sound is toasty, not whoopsie. It sounds like whoopsie, but it's toasty. Just a couple more super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Good Juju, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, please allow my friend to debate you. You blocked or kicked him talking philosophy or something. I'm begging you to run through his arguments. Well, I don't block anyone. If he got kicked, it's because he thought he was going to come on my live and dictate how the conversation was going to go, and then he got kicked. That's how people get kicked. So if you don't want to get kicked, don't come up on my live stream dictating how the conversation is going to happen. Dylan, thank you for sending out a membership. And Edward, thank you for the super chat. Says, hello, friend. Imagine if someone would today act like Samson, do the things he did, and shout, I'm a man of God. This religion is not cool. Actually, that's the point. If somebody did what the Bible characters were doing, we'd lock them up. If somebody walked around with a jawbone of an ass trying to murder a whole bunch of people, it would not go well. It wouldn't go well. Bruce says, dying in a gangbang would be a hell of a way to go. Praise Doug. It would be a hell of a way to go. And I'm glad that his, supposed God got him out of it. Newsy, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I was never a Christian. Why am I out of bounds to doubt the existence of Jesus? Most characters of the Torah are fiction or composites. What's the difference? Newsy, I'm with you. I think that a lot of the people in the Old Testament, like in Genesis, are fictional characters meant to be read as fiction. And Current Date and Time says, please put your brain drawing on a shirt. I could do that. I still got it down here. I can take an image and put it on a shirt. Just for you, I can do that. I can do that for you. And Jason says, panpsychists are worse than theists. Yeah, actually, Jason, I agree with you. It's pretty bad. And Cosmic Flow, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, God never existed, but now we're building one. AI, smarter, faster, unstoppable. It could save us, wipe us out, heaven or hell, created by us. Soon, maybe the question isn't if, it's what happens next. Cosmic, so I've thought a lot about this, about whether or not there could be a God that evolved within the universe rather than created the universe. And trust me, there's some dialogue that could be said on that topic. It's possible that there is something we might classify as a God that is super evolved out there in the universe, but it certainly wouldn't be the creator of it. American Culture says, you can believe in me. I'm real. My only commandment, believe in yourself and each other. Hey, that's what Doug says. You must be a Dougite. Welcome in. And Adam, thank you for being here. Adam says, hey, buddy. Well, hey, buddy, to you. I hope you're having a good day, Adam. And Current Date and Time comes in again and says, whoopsie sound is from Tim Pool clip. I don't know much about the Tim Pool clip, but I do know that the whoopsie sound from Mortal Kombat is, I don't believe it's whoopsie. Circles and Sound says, Justin, you are my new comfort source that I come to whenever I get preached at or have lost more brain cells listening to Christians. Thank you. Well, Circles, I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know. And I'm sorry that talking to these Christians are so painful. Most of these conversations are pretty rough. Sprawley says, Your Honor, my legal counsel did not know right or wrong. I'd like to move for a mistrial. That's the case, actually. Adam and Eve didn't know right from wrong yet. They didn't know good from bad until they ate from the tree, which means punishing them for doing something they didn't know was wrong is crazy, much less punishing all of humanity. Space Lord says, if sin is inherited and if Adam had not sinned, but everyone can sin, we have to hope every one of our ancestors never sinned either. Not helpful. So this is a good point, because if God will curse everybody because of one person's sin, then it didn't matter if Adam and Eve sinned or not. Eventually somebody would sin, and eventually God would have to curse all of humanity. So you end up in the same bad spot. Skeptic Quest says, Taco, could Adam and Eve have done other than that which God foreknew? If yes, then God is not foreknowing. If no, man has no free will. Skeptic Quest, we almost got to the free will topic. We didn't get quite around to it, but I agree with you. God can't change his mind if he's all knowing, and if he's all knowing and he knew they would sin, they couldn't do anything otherwise. Adam says, you got the morality, bro, right in the Bible. Toasty. Yeah, actually, the Bible morality is fucking toasty, because he will light you on fire for nothing. Samuel, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Ehud, the leftist, great to see you. Thank you so much for gifting out 5 deconstructions of memberships. Guys, the memberships are the backbone of the community that really helps keep things running smoothly. I super appreciate all the support through memberships. And of course, you get the cool chat emojis, and you get access to the deconstruction cheat sheet. And Bryce Aroni, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, God did not want free will. He allowed the evil serpent inside the garden, especially to coax Eve by telling the truth. If God wanted free will, he wouldn't need to send a serpent to manipulate them into making the wrong choice. So this is just true, Bryce. If God really wanted us to have free will and wanted us to make our own decisions, then he wouldn't have put the serpent in the garden to cause Adam and Eve to sin. I mean, we could take from the story that they weren't as likely to sin without the serpent. But if they were as likely to sin with or without the serpent, then the serpent is redundant. We don't need the damn thing. Carlos, thank you so much for the 10 deconstruction zone memberships. Big W, my friend. Thank you so much for your generosity. And with that, I think we are ready to move on to our next caller. Let's grab JR Ted from the TikTok queue. How you doing, JR?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. JR, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am 18 and I am on the fence.
Cool. Okay, so let me ask you, I'm going to ask you a hard question and then an easy question.
Sure.
The easy question is, what's causing you to doubt?
So I guess the most pressing thing, I'm pragmatic. You're an engineer. I feel like we can kind of vibe on that level. But from a scientific standpoint, is there a good argument for where all the mass of the universe came from prior to the Big Bang?
Well, as far as I'm aware, matter is created by quantum fields. So there's, you can ask Dr. Blitz about this. He's got a great explanation, but so you can have quantum fields that actually produce mass. So if all of space-time or whatever, all of whatever is out there, even if it was at one point, there was no matter, there was no mass, if it was just nothing but quantum foam, it could in fact produce all the matter that we have.
So where, excuse me, so that quantum foam, where did that come from?
Well, I just think it's eternal. I have no reason to believe that there was ever like a state in which there wasn't something.
Okay. Yeah, so like time and whatever this matter origin is, like coexisted always?
Well, I think time's difficult because in order for time to exist, you need space and you need material, right? Because as far as we can tell, time is like an emergent property of the material universe. And so would space then at that point. So all that being said, if in fact there was nothing but quantum foam, you run into this really weird situation where there's technically no time. So like I'm sure there are really good physicists that could explain this better. But to me, it's head spinning. That's why I've never really been a big proponent of the quantum foam idea. I believe in the Big Bang, Big Crunch model, which is that all the matter and stuff in the universe has been in a constant cycle of Big Bang, Big Crunch.
It just always existed.
Yeah, I would say so. That's my viewpoint. I agree with like Sean Carroll and Roger Penrose and others who believe in the cyclical universe. And I just think even if you take the limited information that we have, I just think it makes more sense. So, for example, basic analysis, right? Which is you can't get something from nothing. Easy.
Right.
But we have something. So if we can't get something from nothing and we have something, then it just seems that there always was something. And then
So, like, irrespective of any sort of religion, would you be open to like just that there's some sort of creator to even make that foam or matter, and maybe that creator made all this and just let it ride?
well, I don't see what that solves, right? So if there always was something, then there's no need for somebody to create the something.
If you follow that logic backwards, then nothing comes from nothing.
Mm-mm. No, because it always was.
So you think just time and matter was just always there?
That's my belief. Yeah, I think there always has
Okay.
been time, space, and matter.
Is there like a good argument? Is this like both disprovable?
I mean, I don't think there's a disproof for it yet. I mean, the only thing you can do is posit theories and say, well, before the Big Bang, there wasn't anything, but we don't have any evidence of that. There's no evidence that there was nothing before the Big Bang,
Okay.
right? So
And if there's like humanity, common knowledge, belief, whatever, would the burden of proof be on disproving it or proving it?
what do you mean? Proving what?
So like, for all of humanity, there was like basically in every civilization, there's some sort of worship to a creator, for, as long as humans existed. So would the burden of proof come or be on disproving God's existence or creator of any sort, or proving it?
I think a little bit of both. So, for example, if you're a Christian and you say that the Christian God is real, I mean, the burden of proof is going to be on you. Now, if I'm making a claim here, my claim specifically is that your God is imaginary, assuming that the people I'm talking to have a specific God, like Allah or Vishnu or Jesus. And I actually do have arguments that lead with the conclusion or end in the conclusion that the God isn't real. So, like, I can actually back up my claim. Now, that being said, the theists who get up here and talk to me, they actually can't back up their claims. So, I mean, I think there's a burden of proof going both ways. I would only add one more thing, though, is then when we're talking about things that we clearly don't have evidence for, there's always going to be, it's always more reasonable to reserve judgment on the thing existing. Like if I said there's an invisible teapot circling Earth, it's just been in orbit for the last 500 years. Like I think the most logical thing to do is say, yeah, that doesn't seem right to me. I'm not going to believe that until I see evidence of it.
Yeah, and I think just in general, from like a scientific perspective, burden of proof usually goes on proving the thing exists.
I agree.
I think it gets a little muddy when there's tens of thousands of years of precedent saying otherwise, and not to say that makes them right, but to change or disagree with that much collective wisdom, to me it muddies the water. That's all.
I mean, I do agree with you. I mean, asking people to prove non-existence is a silly thing because things that don't exist don't leave evidence.
Right.
Right. So the only thing, like even in my arguments, like when I do arguments against the Christian God, I still have to use the Bible and the theology that was made up by men. Right. Which is why like I have arguments against the Christian God, but I don't really have an argument against the deist God. Now, luckily, no one believes in a deist God because, I mean, there are people who do believe in a deist God, but they're not going to be up here arguing with me because in the deist worldview, the deistic God doesn't care what you think. So why do you care to go around to other people's live streams and convince people that there's a deistic God? Like, who cares? He doesn't care about you. Why do you care about him? So for all the formalized gods, I think we can mount pretty good arguments against them.
Yeah, and if you could pretend for a second that there was a God, let's say Christianity, do you think it is possible that the word of God was relayed to them, and because of the context of the time and limit of man's thought process, that it was interpreted incorrectly?
So, I mean, when you ask about possibilities, right? In a
Yeah.
God world, all possibilities are possible. So, I mean,
Sure.
from that worldview, anything is possible. I think the question we need to ask ourselves is not what's possible, but what's more likely. So, if there's a God who loves humanity, that wants to communicate with humanity, that wants them to know him, and then there's a book that supposedly came from him, why would he not take care to make sure that it's at least accurate and can convey the information necessary?
Yeah, he should have wrote it himself, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, according to the book of Exodus, he wrote the 10 Commandments with his own finger on the stone.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I asked you the easy question at the beginning of the
Yeah.
conversation. Now I have to ask you the hard question.
Ready.
Okay.
Maybe.
What are the factors keeping you in the faith? Because you said you're on the fence. So it means there are some factors that are making you question and some that are keeping you in. What's keeping you in?
Well, I just think that, that basically what I was saying earlier, tens of thousands of years of precedent and people all over the globe making, structures to worship a higher being, like that collective knowledge and the lack of being able to disprove it just makes me like on the fence, I guess.
Sure. So, for the majority of human history, almost everybody in the world believed that the Earth was flat with a dome over top of it. Now, the Greeks did not all the Greeks, but some of the Greeks, like Aristophanes, figured out that it was round. But just about everybody else besides that believed that it was flat, even into the medieval period. But let's just say 90% or more of all human history believed that the Earth was flat. So I would say that only because I don't
Probably
know.
way more than that, but yeah.
Yeah, right. I don't know if collective people's understanding over history of how the universe works as a collective is a great thing to point to, because we can look at all the stuff that they got wrong and be like, well, maybe they got this wrong too.
And I feel like that's a fair criticism, but we can actually prove that the Earth is roundish.
Right. We can prove that, right? So
Yeah.
we agree that we got actual evidence at hand, right?
Yeah, there's an actual quantitative measurement of it.
Let me ask you a couple
Whereas
difficult questions.
What's that?
Let me ask you a couple difficult questions. Sure. Is it possible that there is a God, but it's not the Christian God?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you know? I mean, let me rephrase it. Not how would you know if there's a God?
In the Christian God camp firmly. I think that, like, personally, I just think there's some sort of creator, and whether it was somebody who created all this mass of the universe or whatever and just is watching and laughing, or has a hand in the development of whatever, I just don't know.
Sure. So what I'm gonna I don't think I asked my question very well, so let me rephrase it a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
If in fact there was a God, so I'm not saying atheism, if there was a God, but it wasn't the Bible God, how would you test to know that it wasn't the Bible God, it was just some other God?
So, like, how would you say one religion is correct and others are not?
Exactly. How would you, let's imagine you have two options, the Christian God or a generic God of theism, like
Gotcha.
Plato's God or gods.
Obviously not provable, not measurable.
Right, yeah.
Anything observable So to me, I think just from a human perspective, I think having faith is whatever your faith is actually a healthy thing. It helps with like keeping society looking to be respective of like one another and to do the right thing, whether or not it's just a story like, you know, if you have kids and you're trying to tell them to do the right thing like Santa Claus or whatever, but like some sort of belief where there's a commonality of doing the right thing and kind of working forward to a higher goal, I think is net positive for any society.
No, I agree with all of what you said. What I'm asking is, if you personally, JR, if you have to choose between a generic God existing and the Bible God existing, what methods would you use to come to the conclusion as to which one existed?
It's not measurable, I don't think.
So do you think it's just not knowable?
Yeah, I just if there is a creator or all powerful, all knowing, whatever, the creator, I don't think we would be able to grasp the concept of it. So I don't know if you could actually pinpoint like if whether or not it's Vishnu or God in a Christian sense or Allah or Jesus or
So, as far as you can tell, there's no way to know if God is the Christian God or the Hindu God or any other God system. So what would be the thing that made you choose the Christian version?
Oh, personally, I don't.
Okay,
I think actually
gotcha.
just from like a historical perspective, you believe Jesus exists, right?
I do, yeah.
Like he is a person.
Mhm.
Okay, so just from a historical perspective, I think Christianity has a lot of evidence to support that, even if they are fairy tales, but like certain things happened. Not that other religions don't, but I think from an evidence-based perspective, I think they have the most documented.
What have you
things.
compared them to?
Well, I don't want to get everybody mad at me, but I think there's more evidence to support Christianity than like Islam. I haven't really looked into, Buddhism or any other religions.
What about
and it's
the
not
Greek
like
gods?
a thing against Islam or anything. But
What about the Greek gods, like the Greek pantheon? There's a lot of writings about their, their doings.
yeah, I mean, so when I say there's like evidence for Christianity, or like at least what's depicted in, and I'm not a Bible expert by any means, I won't even pretend to be, but there's provable things that exist today. It's not just like a written testament of this thing. Whereas like Greek mythology, I feel like is probably just written down.
We've got written testimony of actual deities. In fact, even Josephus mentions the lineage of Hercules. We actually got quite a bit of documentation for what the Greek gods were up to. I think the difference is you read the historians like Tacitus, maybe, or perhaps Suetonius, and you think that it's just mythology, but these were history writers. But I would say the same for the Bible. I think what Tacitus and Suetonius were doing is the same thing that the gospel authors are doing. I think they're
that's fair.
right. They're both attempting to do history, but both of their histories include what I would call mythology.
I think that's fair.
Right. So here's what I think. I think if we're gonna weigh something to be truthful or not, like you pointed to, the reason why you would land on Christianity versus anything else is because of the evidence. I agree. I think the reason why we would choose something is because of the evidence we have in front of us. And unfortunately, I think that the evidence for the Bible is pretty conclusive that it's mythology, and it's not even good mythology. It's got hundreds of contradictions and errors and scientific, inaccuracies. And this to me just doesn't seem like it would be fitting if the character God of the Bible actually did exist. Because like he says that, all kinds of claims about being perfect and about preserving his word, but the word wasn't preserved. It certainly isn't perfect.
Yeah, I always, well, I'm a curious type guy, but I'm always like, maybe this word of God or whatever was told to people, and they're transcribing it like as if Albert Einstein is teaching me advanced physics, and I'm not an expert in that. So they're like, yeah, jotting down what they can.
So I mean, the question,
it's hard to make it. It's hard to disprove either of these. These are just kind of like philosophical arguments. So
right. So, but if God was going to write a book for human beings, don't you think he would make it intelligible to the human beings that are reading it?
yeah, and then maybe it's the way to make it perceivable at the time. So, that I heard earlier, there was, well, I think you said there was, there's actual scripture that says the earth's flat.
Yeah, Job 38, or Job
I believe
38,
it.
14.
Okay, yeah. So like, it might be like the misunderstanding, or if let's just pretend this all happened, it might be a misunderstanding of like the transcription from some higher being to the people at the time. But yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't just make a book.
Right, because he is all powerful. Like if communication is all he needs, he could do it. Like there's nothing stopping him if he's all powerful.
Yeah.
Right?
No. Totally makes sense.
And let me ask you, we're going to do one more inquiry. Let's talk a little bit about what's traditionally known as the problem of evil. We do live on a planet, and you probably agree that there are natural disasters here, right?
Correct.
Right. Do you think that the natural disasters are executing people at random or targeted?
Executing people. Oh, like weather events are the people who pass away from weather events.
Yeah.
It's designed kind of thing.
Yeah. Is it randomized, or is it like God is pointing and saying, no, go over there?
To me, it's like randomized. Like there's weather patterns, and if you're there, you're out of luck.
SOL, right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that without getting.
I know TikTok's tough. So okay, so let's go over the points then. Now, if you believe in a God that's all good and all knowing, all powerful, then it's kind of entailed in that triomny situation that he or she does not cause unnecessary suffering. There could be necessary suffering, but there can't be unnecessary suffering. Do we agree on that?
Well, I mean, the premise, I guess, that from a definitional standpoint, if there is a creator, I don't think I like all powerful, all knowing, fine. I think only does good things is debatable. Because why do they, like, if there is a creator, why are they limited to only doing good things?
Because it's part of being triomny. Triomny means that you're omnibenevolent, you're all good, which means you can't do bad things.
What if it's not your actual intervention? Let's say you're God and you just, made the earth.
Well, I mean,
you're not necessarily making a negative situation with weather for the other example.
Well, we can get there. So let's finish. Make sure we understand triomny. Triomny does entail that the being that has the all good property can only do good, right?
This is the common belief of religious people.
Well,
I'll go with it.
I think religious people vary a little bit on this, but we
Okay.
can put some Bible verses to it. Like, the Bible does say that he's all just, does say that all of his ways are good. I mean, you could default to God's not all good, and then we just have to go somewhere else. Like, I actually know a Christian who says, no, God's not all good. Sometimes he's an asshole.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. And doesn't have to be Christianity, but like, if there is a all-powerful creator, why can't they get frustrated?
I mean, they can. It's weird to me that an all-knowing agent would experience the same like weird emotions that would cause them to do bad things that we do. Especially when the Bible says that he's loving, merciful, gracious, long-suffering, and all those things. It just seems like he would be better than us, wouldn't he?
I mean, that's taking the Bible as an absolute truth, right?
No, I'm just saying that if the God of the Bible existed, it would seem that he should be better than the humans, right?
I'd imagine so.
Right. Psalm 25:8 says, good and upright is the Lord. I would expect that means he's like always good and upright. Why would we say that about God if he wasn't, right?
Yeah, he's solid.
Right. So I personally, I haven't met a Christian more than once or twice that didn't think God was all good. You can make a case using the Bible that he is all good. If you don't believe God is all good, then I guess I would just wonder why the hell you worship the thing anyways. Because if you don't believe God is even good, why do you care to worship the thing? You don't even know what he wants you to be there for.
Yeah, so I feel like the way I look at it is probably all religions get it wrong. There was probably some sort of creator that even just kickstarted the process, and all the scientific Big Bang, evolution, blah, blah, blah. And, it's hands off. But it's good for human beings to have some sort of thing to look up to and believe in.
Okay, so we'll try to circle the wagon, and then I'll have to move on to another guest because I got time for
no
one
worries.
more. But so the point that I'm getting at is the fact that there are earthquakes, hurricanes, volcanoes, and other things on the planet seems to be more parsimonious with the idea that we're living in a planet of chaos, not that a loving God created us, because I can't see why a loving God would randomly execute 100,000 people a year in natural disasters.
Well, did you have a question in there?
No, it's not a question. It's more of a statement of my position. Like, why would
I totally agree. If you
right?
if you think and you worship, let's say, God from a Christian perspective, and one of the things that's commonly believed is that she, whatever, is benevolent always, then yeah, I feel like it's hard to argue that position. But if you think of it as like a creation for the opportunity to be good, or like productivity or whatever in God's image, I don't know what people normally say, but I almost feel like the creator made an environment and things go as they may.
If God is not good, why worship him? Why care about him?
I think it's healthy for humans to have something to look forward to.
Even if it's not good? Like, that sounds like Stockholm syndrome. That's like I'm looking forward to going home to my abusive husband.
Well, I mean, I think you can worship the good parts of, like, I feel like you can admire even people from history, like Thomas Jefferson, right? He had slaves. It was common at the time. It's terrible practice today, but it was common at the time, and he did tons of good things for the United States, and that's why we're here today. So he's not perfect, but like you can admire Thomas Jefferson or Christopher Columbus or whatever.
Yeah, but I wouldn't worship him. Like I wouldn't.
No,
You know what I mean? Like
I just think having a belief in like a higher power is healthy for humans.
sure, but what if the higher power is an asshole?
Well, you better pray to him so he doesn't kill you.
What if the what if the higher power is more like a satanic figure that we're just like his little play toys and he's down here like a kid in a
It
sandbox?
certainly could be.
Right?
You want to be on his good side, though, right?
No, I wouldn't. I'd give him the finger. That's just me.
But it's been a pleasure. Absolutely polite.
Jared, thanks for
Appreciate
talking to
it.
me. Thanks for being polite. You were a treat.
Thanks, man.
Cheers. Best of
Take
luck
it
on your
easy.
journey.
Thanks.
He's a nice guy. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Johannes Brahms, good to see you this morning. Says, imagine, well, it's not morning anymore. Imagine inventing and creating Lego, then punishing your employees for not stacking them the way that's impossible, still more rational than Yahweh. Actually, yeah, that's a very good example. Imagine inventing all of the Legos and then saying you must assemble them in a way that's not even possible. And then when you can't do it, I will punish you with hellfire. It's a really good analogy. Josh Barb says, gonna be honest with you, I'm done. Dumb. And yeah, that prior guest, not the guest we just talked to. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. And Morpheus, my friend, great to hear from you. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. Says, when was hell created? If made before humans, then God created an environment he intended to fill with inhabitants before they were created. Evil MF. I agree. Now, according to Matthew chapter 25, it says that hell was created for the devil and his angels, presumably when they sinned, but like none of that makes sense because even if it was created when the angels sinned, God knew when he created that humans would go there. So to me, I don't know if it matters when, but regardless, yeah, it's horrible that any human would be sent there. Carnage Asada, my friend, welcome back. Thank you for the super chat. It says the sun worshippers are out in full force this week. I know. I don't know what it is because it's middle of the summer. I'm going to need to overhaul my Cosmic Woo spreadsheet with more quantum entropy. That's what when you get your spreadsheet updated, Carnage, send me a copy. I'll look over it and we'll run it by all of our Quantum Woo experts out here. And Luke, thank you for the super chat, says the full moon doesn't make any people crazy, but crazy people think it does. So maybe a psychosomatic sort of thing. Luke, that's my feeling. I think that's the case for a lot of things. I think a lot of things are psychosomatic, that they materialize because we believe they're going to materialize. And people says petition for a toasty emoji on the Discord. Shit, okay, we can do that. We can do a toasty emoji all the way around on the Discord, on TikTok, on YouTube. Hi, LY says, I don't need to wait for years. I worship Doug now. Hell yeah, the Rock of Ages. He's right in front of you. You don't have to die and know that Doug is real. Doug is real. He's in front of your face, friends. You don't have to question Doug. And a cat with Ebola, thank you for the super chat, says, glad I found another voice of reason. Keep it up. Well, thank you so much, cat with Ebola, and I hope that you get well. I heard that Ebola is pretty bad, and if I had to guess, cats aren't fond of it. And her name is Lola, says, it's my birthday today. Well, happy fucking birthday. This is the first one after deconstructing, which makes it one of the best. Thank you for helping me complete that journey. Well, big W to you for completing the journey. Thank you so much for allowing us to help. And happy birthday to you. Big W for another year. Russell, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, been watching your broadcast for 6 weeks now. I'm addicted to it. And Noah's Ark have floodlights. Did Noah's Ark have floodlights? So I got so many questions about Noah's Ark as an engineer. Where did they shovel all the poo? How did they collect all the water for the animals? What water were they drinking? Because it didn't rain for the whole 374 years that they were there. So they had to collect the water and store it somewhere. What kind of food was on the ark? Because it certainly would have spoiled. It was very specific food. Koalas need specific food. Lions have to eat raw meat. I mean, there's so much shit that's got to go on the ark that they didn't make provision for. It's almost like the story was made up. Morpheus, Coming in again, thank you, Morpheus. If Moses is not a historical figure, then the story of the Ten Commandments involving Moses on Mount Sinai cannot be regarded as historically real. And I couldn't agree more. And add this, Mr. Morpheus. If in fact that story didn't happen, then the New Testament is false too, because the New Testament is built on the premise that the story is real. Flux, my friend, welcome back. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Jay, you are awesome. Nope, sorry, I read that wrong. Jay, you are aware of the Kiyoki? I'm not. It's the oldest known library work in Japanese history, and it serves as both an early historical document for the basis of Shinto mythology and religious practice. Well, Flux, this is good information. I'll tell you up front, I don't know anything about Japanese religion. I would love to learn more. If you've got reading recommendations, like books that clearly explain what they believe, send them. Let me know. Discord me the names of the books. I'll get them. And Atlas, my friend, says, I was so happy to finish a hike and see that you were live. Then got home to find that my Rock Hard for Doug shirt arrived. Hell yeah, Rock Hard for Doug. If you want Doug merch, it's starting to populate in the merch shop under the YouTube stream. Get your Doug merch, and all the proceeds go to our Discord community fund. In fact, I should be getting the first payout pretty soon. Flux coming in again. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Oh, also, let me know when you're ready for me to buy the sequel on bullshit. There's a sequel? What the fuck? There's a sequel? I'll let you know, Flux. I had no idea there was a sequel, but I will finish the first before we get on to the sequel. All right, let me grab our next guest. It looks like it's going to be Bean. He's been waiting the longest. We'll get Bean in the box. How you doing, Bean? Bean? Bean might not be with us anymore. All right. Sorry, Bean. Got to move on to the next guest. Next in line was Resident Perinihilist. I didn't get that one right. Sorry, let me unmute him. Resident, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Justin?
Not too much. How you doing? Is it Resident is what you want to be called?
It's a perennialist.
Perennialist. Okay. Sorry, the letters are all squunched together on my screen. I can barely read it.
No, that's fine.
So,
are you familiar with perennialism?
I know about perennialism in terms of like the floral world.
No, I'm referring to the perennial philosophy.
Nah.
I had a question, if you don't mind me asking. It's Graham Hancock posed this to Richard Dawkins once.
Mm-hmm.
He said, many traditional hunter-gatherer cultures believe that there are other realities, spirit worlds, and so on and so forth, and concrete techniques such as the use of psychoactive plants to access them. For example, the visionary brew ayahuasca used for thousands of years by indigenous cultures throughout the Amazon basin. As an atheist, have you ever seriously engaged such techniques to have firsthand experience of what they're talking about, even to challenge your own concept of what is real? If not, would you ever consider doing so? And when would you be ready to begin? If you would not consider doing so, please explain why not.
Yeah, I mean, I've never done any of those substances. I certainly would be willing to do a controlled situation where the substances were administered professionally. But I mean, in my head, I just know that it's a hallucination. But I'm certainly willing to find out.
Well, I have a link for Johns Hopkins for people to sign up over there to be administered what they give a high dose of psilocybin contained in a pill, and you're supervised by medical professionals. I would gladly leave you that link in your comment section after the stream. But one thing I wanted to also ask, are you familiar with the studies out of Johns Hopkins involving psilocybin-induced mystical experience?
So I don't know specifically about what happened at Johns Hopkins, but I have read other studies that have been done at universities where they've used psychoactive substances to trigger out-of-body experiences. And all of the ones I've read so far demonstrate that people only think they're having out-of-body experiences. They can't actually provide the evidence that they did leave their body.
Well, I'm referring specifically to psilocybin-induced mystical experience. It's a term that William James originally laid down in his book, The Varieties of Religious Experience. And they've shown at Johns Hopkins that when they have atheist volunteers, they give them a single high dose. And after this event, they're no longer able to identify as atheists. And you've never heard of that research?
I mean, I specifically know a person on TikTok who did exactly what you're talking about and is still an atheist.
Well, I mean, like I would question their, the method they use, because like as I mentioned, they use a single high dose at Johns Hopkins, with the equivalent of what Terence McKenna called a heroic dose. And so you said you'd be interested in possibly signing up at Johns Hopkins to try it out yourself.
Probably not. It's like a 12-hour drive from where I live.
Well, if I can find somewhere closer, what state are you in?
Well, DM me. We'll hook it up offline. I'm not going to give my
All right.
whereabouts on the internet.
Because I really think, I think if you really wanted to challenge your atheism, that's how you would do it. You wouldn't speak to low-hanging fruits theists on TikTok and YouTube. That's definitely not how you would go about it.
Are you low-hanging fruit?
I know it makes you money, but
Are you low-hanging fruit?
No, I wouldn't say so. That's why I'm offering, because there's a lot of neuroscientific studies that back what I'm talking about. So it's not something you could really argue against.
Actually, I think it is, because there are people who do the things you're referring to and they don't deconvert, and we have no evidence.
Yeah, but you're not referring to actual
you let me talk?
neuroscience. Like,
you let me
go
talk?
ahead.
Okay. So the only evidence that it points to is that people are having a neurological experience. You can't prove that any of these experiences where somebody is leaving their body and going into like an alternate universe or experiencing something from a different universe. People only think that they are.
No, that's not what I'm saying, though. I think you're kind of conflating the outer body with this. No, when these professionals say mystical experience, they mean specifically the types of experiences that mystics have reported throughout the ages. So, they relate this to what they call the perennial philosophy. That's why I mentioned it. And that, when they look at the reports of mystics referring to, let's say, Theoria, or the direct revelation of the Holy Spirit, or in Buddhism, when they speak of nirvana, Hinduism, samadhi, or fana in Islam, these are all various ways to reference that phenomenon in consciousness, which professional neuroscientists today refer to as mystical experience specifically. And it's a term, that they've laid down quite concretely over decades of research. So
that
it's
doesn't
something you
describe
may want
the thing. What is a mystical experience?
in the research, it's defined by 6 characteristics that they've developed over decades of research, as I've mentioned. And a volunteer who meets criteria in each one of these 6 characteristics will have said to had this phenomenon occur.
Can you give me the characteristics?
Sure. The primary characteristic is unity, interconnectedness
What
of
is
all
unity?
people and things. So they refer to this kind of like as a non-dual experience, meaning that the subject and object dichotomy that you experience in your everyday waking consciousness collapses. So like you have the impression that you're, a bodily entity and you're roaming in an environment, you're looking down at a computer or what have you. That threshold between you and the rest of the environment collapse. There is no perceived boundary between the dichotomies.
So you feel like you stop existing.
Well, you often hear mystics say all is one, and they'll put it that way, but they're referring to a collapse between the subject object
and it's a feeling, right?
I mean, I wouldn't kind of like reduce it to a feeling. It's more of like a complete transformation of one's consciousness.
Sounds like a feeling to me.
Well, I mean, if you want to put it that way, I think it's, consciousness as you ordinarily perceive it is completely transformed.
Have you done it?
And it's accompanied by a sacredness or reverence. People feel that they're
Have you done it?
Engaging them. I'm sorry?
Have you done it?
Yes, that's why I'm so passionate about it.
Okay. So why are you having like a weird time explaining it if you've done it? Like,
Well, I'm referring to how it's described in the actual neuroscientific research. That way, if you wanted to look it up, you can confirm this.
sure. Listen, I believe that you took some drugs and you had an experience. I would need actual evidence that the experience was anything that wasn't just your brain hallucinating.
Well, I mean, it's not specific to the usage of psychedelics. People experience this in deep states of meditation. It's speculated to occur in the NDE. In some cases, it occurs spontaneously. So it can come about in myriads of ways. So, it's not something that could be kind of reduced to the psychedelic. The psychedelic acts more like a catalyst.
Sure it does. Well, listen,
Yeah. So,
I don't think this is a conversation anyone is here to listen to. But if you want to get me drugged up, you send me the information. We'll figure it out.
fair enough. That's fair enough for me.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Daniel already did the DMT and psilocybin stuff. Robert says my atheism was born from hallucinogens. Yeah, that actually is the case. I've met a couple of people that were firm believers in a religion, and then they did hallucinogens, and then they're like, oh, maybe now. Barber is weighing in and says it's toasty in Mortal Kombat. I agree with you. I think it is toasty. Booget says, what did the Trumpy get on their SATs? Barbecue sauce. I don't know. I don't understand the joke. What did the Trumpy get on their? What's a Trumpy? Am I confused? What does anyone know what a Trumpy is? What's a Trumpy? I gotta Google this. What is a Trumpy? A Trumpy is a person who supports Donald Trump, according to the internet. I don't get it, buddy. I appreciate the super chat, but I don't understand it, my friend. Anna Brown says, speaking of AI, did you see the horrors that Grok was spewing this week? Oh my God. Yeah. Supporting Hitler. Absolutely crazy. I mean, look who made it. The guy's doing literally salutes to Hitler. Obviously his AI is going to be biased. And Noah's Lines, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, what are some references that would be funny as a bumper sticker? I want to counter the John 3:16 or the Romans 6:20 or 8:28. I love like Ezekiel. Was it Ezekiel 23:20? I think that's a great one. Let me grab it. In fact, we can even grab verse 19 and include that here. And probably get my life taken down by TikTok, but we'll do it anyways. Ezekiel 23 says, yet she increased her prostitutions, remembering the days of her youth when she prostituted herself in the land of Egypt and lusted after her paramours there, whose members were like those of donkeys and whose emissions were like that of stallions. I think that's a good way to do it. I mean, this is funny that Ezekiel's writing this because he's also implying that the other gods, this is a metaphor for the Israelites worshiping other gods. He's implying that the other gods are more powerful than Yahweh, that like they've got the schlongs like donkeys and semen like horses. That's a crazy thing to say about gods that you didn't think existed. Nightman Cometh said, I had my fair share of funny mushrooms and other psychoactives in college, and through my 20s, never once questioned my atheism. I know. These guys have a mystical experience, and now they're convinced that everyone who does what they're going to do is going to feel the same way after. It's embarrassing. Robert comes again. Oh, sorry, we just read that. Thank you, though. Gene, thank you for the super chat. He wants your kidneys. Don't do it. Fuck, you might be right. This is what happens in China. They take you in and take your kidneys. And just a couple more super chat friends. Joshua says, somber note, warning, I really feel for these believers as I was entrenched. I know it's funny to cook, but scary in instilled worldviews as correct lies. So you're not wrong. I was too. A lot of us were. We were once buried in the mire of these religions, and it's hard to come out. It's difficult to come out. It's difficult to deconstruct. And like sometimes you have to be a little gentle. When I get good people up here, I try to. Maddie says, I can't lie. You're the truth. I'm making you a member of the God Killers GOAT status. Well, shit, Maddie, I appreciate that. I've never heard of this group, but I'm proud to be a part of it. And Hyro coming again. Thank you so much for the 666. According to Pat Benatar, hell is for children. Listen, I know who Pat Benatar is. I didn't know that there was anything related to health being for children in Pat Benatar's work. Now I need to know. Somebody send me a link to that song on the Discord or anything that he did. The Ungoogleable Man, thank you for returning to the stream. Haven't seen you since, I think, yesterday. Says, can Doug create a god so imaginary he himself cannot believe in it, loving the day streams? I don't know if that's the case. I can tell you that I can ask Doug as a prophet of Doug, but I don't know the answer. But I understand the logical paradox that you're putting me in, and I get it. You have to do it. Also, Roscoe, thank you for the $10 super chat, says they cannot even come up with a coherent definition of nothing. So why is it something versus any other nonsense concept you dreamt up that never existed? Why something rather than unicorn farts? So Roscoe, that's a very good point. And we do bring that up from time to time. Like, if there is something that caused anything to be, why are we jumping to a god written in a book? Why don't we just say Lisa, the Rainbow Draft did it, or Doug, the Rock did it, or Magic Pixies did it? Our last super chat, I'll get our last guess. Kyle, my friend, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge, my friend. Says, in my opinion, anyone who uses these substances, even though I had the experience I had, the substances are going to affect your brain. That's why I would advocate if you try to do astral projection, do not use any form of substance. Use natural means. That's good advice, Kyle. And I'd love to hear more about your experience on these substances because I think you've done some. All right, with that, we're going to get our last guest in here. He's been waiting for quite a while, and I'm going to try to pronounce the name correctly. It looks like Yuvraj. Is it Yuv? Can I call you Yuv? Right now, your microphone's muted, Yuv. There you go. Oh, no, it's still muted. Yuv, can you hear me? You're on the screen right now. I see you've got a MacBook Air. I don't know if your microphone's working. Yuv, buddy, you're live. You're on the thing. You're in it. I don't think his earphones are working. Welcome in, Yuv.
Yes, you can call me anything. You can call.
Very good. You look like
Hello?
you look like you're over 18, so I'm not going to ask you that. What God do you believe in?
Yep.
Well, there's a bad delay.
Hello?
I bet. Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm getting some lag over here.
I think it
I'm
is.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. Can you hear me right now?
I can hear you. I just think it's laggy.
Yes.
Maybe if you turn your video off, the lag will be lessened.
Okay, yes. I hope you can see me now.
I can see you right now.
Great. So what's up?
Are you a believer in some kind of a higher power?
I don't want to actually tell you right now, like, what do I believe in? Basically, because you have a thing that your God is imaginary. So first of all, I would like to have some discussion. So if you're cool with it.
Right, but I need to know who your God is.
Yes, first, basically, like few years back, I reverted back to Islam. I was Hindu before that.
Okay,
so I was
you're
practicing
Islam.
Hinduism.
Okay.
Yes, now I'm practicing Islam. So I was very curious about you because whenever I was scrolling like the shorts on YouTube and you were getting into my shorts every day because I work in US time zones. I'm in India right now, so that's why. So I go on to chat shorts and I saw you. I thought a couple of times to get onto the chat and talk to you, but I was not sure. And I'm telling you right now that I'm not that much educated, but still I want to know your beliefs because you are telling that your God is imaginary, and I would like to know, like, if I want to prove you wrong, what are your credentials, like not your credentials, but what do you think that it will convince you to believe in a god?
Well, I think it depends on which God. For example, if it was the Bible God, I would expect that all the prophecies actually come true, and they don't. So it can't be that God. I also want the God to not be like wrong on science. And so when we look at like the God of the Quran, he doesn't understand that women are equal to men, doesn't know where sperm comes from, doesn't know embryology. So it seems like that's weird that the creator of all things doesn't know how embryos develop. The God of Hinduism, I can't say I know a lot about the Hindu gods. I know there are many of them. So that's not something that I really have a lot of knowledge about. But I do know a few Hindus. And my understanding with most Hindus is that I've never seen a Hindu come up and try to prove their religion to be true. I think most of them are willing to accept that it's on faith.
Yes, basically, what I would say is when I was practicing Hinduism, it's not generally like Christians and it's like, Muslims, because you guys read your books, right? Like the Quran and the Bible, you constantly read it from your child, like when you were children. So you have much more knowledge on that. But on the basis of Hinduism, it's not much technical on like we are not mostly focused on the books. It's like whatever our parents or whatever our previous generations have told us, like we just have to believe it. I see my father going to pray in a temple, so I just go behind it and I just I just follow it blindly. So that's the that is the main case why most Hindus are leaving Hinduism, I would say, and or not leaving Hinduism, but they don't usually debate on that because they know they don't have any proofs, they don't have any books that they could consider or anything like that. So that's why. But I'm not here to have a debate on Hinduism because I left it like few years ago. So that's not my forte now.
Right.
So yes, basically I was asking you that like what would be the criteria, and you gave me like 3 reasons, the science that why the Quran is wrong, right? But you never answered like what is the criteria. Like you answered me like the what is wrong with the Quran. Like can you just state me one thing that's wrong and we'll discuss about it, if
Sure.
that's okay with you?
Yeah, according to the Quran, women's minds are deficient, which is why you need 2 women as a witness to signing a contract as opposed to 1 man. Actually, you need 2 men or 2 men plus 1 man plus 2 women. That's in 2:28.
Yes. So basically, what it says, right? Because we have interpretations, right? So even I had that question, and like when I asked it, so it's not like that. They're considered in that way. Just give me a second. Is that okay?
Take your time. We can read it out loud if you want.
No, actually, I'm on the job also, so I have to actually connect someone to something. Okay. So what I was saying was like you have to consider. Where's that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm taking so long. Um, okay. What I was saying is that as you said, that there are 2 women that we have to consider it, and uh, okay, I've seen it. Right. So it's not like that. Basically, there are some roles that are defined for the women and the men, right? Let's just suppose that if men are stronger in power and men are ruling something, so uh, they have some things like men have some say in some things. So there we consider like 2 men's statement to be correct. But let's just suppose that there are women like in pregnancy, right? So in pregnancy, we have the statement for 2 women. We don't need men over there. So if there are 2 women and they state something regarding the pregnancy or the area or the domain where the women are experienced, then they have the equal opportunity. It's basically the division of the work they are doing. So it's
No,
not differentiated.
I'm talking about a specific thing. It's about signing contracts. So the way the Quran reads is this is actually an actual contract, like for money or a debt. It says when you contract a loan for a fixed period of time, commit it to writing. Let the scribe maintain justice between the parties. Okay, and part of the justice is making sure that you have witnesses, right? It says call upon 2 of your men to witness. If 2 men cannot be found, then 1 man and 2 women of your choice will witness. So if one of the women forgets, the other may remind her. And if you read the narrations, like in the hadiths, and if you read the tafsir, it explains that this is because women's minds are deficient compared to men.
Yes, because in the financial sector, when they were not working in that sector, in that domain, so let's just suppose that I am not experienced in, in that domain of the pregnancy. I don't know about it. So how could I, have that discussion or have any say in that thing? So in the financial
It's not
domain,
about
when we
specialty though. It's about memory.
Yes,
It says
like,
if one of the 2 women forgets.
yes, like if 2 women forget like
what?
there's a financial statement, right? So as you were saying, like in financial statement, when there are 2 women connected, take like let's just suppose that there is one woman who forgets.
Forgets
There
what?
could be situations. Then you have the another woman, but I am telling you that there are situations
Forgets what is
where
what I'm asking
only
though. What would they be forgetting?
the finance when you stated the verse, you were stating that accurately, like in the finance thing when they were
But
doing that.
they're just witnesses. They're not part of the financial transaction.
Yes, but yes, that's what I'm telling you. Like when you are, let's just suppose that you are considering we are talking about 1400 years ago, if I'm not wrong. So if we are talking about 1400 years ago, right, we have to consider that at that time mostly men were using that financial domains. They were mostly working in that financial domain.
Were their
There was
memories
some,
better?
no, it's like if I'm not a doctor, how would I be suggesting someone?
What does a witness have to know about finance?
So witness, let's just suppose that there's a witness who how the finance works. Let's just suppose that mostly the finances are done by the men at that time.
No, my question is, what about
Yes,
finance does a witness need to know to be a witness?
yes, that's why I'm telling you, if there are men who are doing the finances, right, and there are 2 women, let's just suppose, right,
I'm not asking
and
about
they,
tradition. I'm asking about specifically. What specifically about finances does an individual need to know to be a witness?
there could be anything. Like I'm not getting your question again. Like what kind of finances?
We're saying you need 2 women for 1 man because women didn't typically do finances. I'm asking you what specifically about finances do they need to know to be good witnesses?
Yes, like what you are talking about, like what you are doing is you are taking today's prime period and connecting it to 1400 years ago. What I'm telling you is like there could be huge numbers that they were doing,
So
and the
women didn't
woman
know
cannot
numbers?
remember it. Yes, even scientifically, if you check, if I'm not wrong, the
I want to
men's
make sure
brain
we
size.
heard this correctly. Women 1500 years ago didn't know numbers.
No. I didn't say that they didn't know numbers. Okay, so what I was
Which
saying
numbers do you
is
think they didn't know?
no, it's not about numbers. You're not getting my point. Basically, what I'm saying is it's like uh, if you are not in that domain, how could you remember it? Let's just suppose
Remember
that
what?
if I am a remember anything, like let's just
All you have
suppose
to
that
do
there
is
is a piece.
witness it. Do you know how witnesses work?
You yes, I know
So
that,
like, for
but you have
example,
to
when
remember.
my first car loan, my father and my stepmother were witnesses on the loan, and my father was actually a co-signer. Now,
Yes,
the
but
bank
it's
didn't
that.
hold on, the bank didn't give a damn if they understood the loan. They only needed to know that there was a witness and there was a co-signer. That's it. These witnesses here, they don't need to understand what's happening inside of
No,
the
no, 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 no.
contract. They only need to witness that the contract happened.
No, no that's wrong. No, that's wrong.
Oh,
Okay, you are
actually, I
getting it
disagree
wrong.
with you. No, you're wrong.
No, you are getting it
The
wrong. I'll
history,
tell you what.
if women don't know finances, which means they're not good for being witnesses, then it should be 0 women. You should never allow women to be witnesses for contracts.
No.
The fact of the matter is, this passage has nothing to do with whether or not you understand finance. It's about the deficiency of women's minds, which is why if you just read the hadiths, it backs up my interpretation. My interpretation of the passage is confirmed by the tafsir and by the hadiths.
Okay. Can I speak now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What I'm saying is, like, you are getting it wrong. Why? Because in your case, like I said before, in your case, you are getting it into present. Like, you are stating like you have to witness something in a signing format, that you are witnessing something at that particular moment.
Yes,
it's not like that.
That's what witnesses do. Mm-hmm.
Yes. No. It's not like that. Witness also, let's just suppose that I'm in a crime scene. I saw a man killing someone, right? Are you getting my point right now? So I saw a man killing someone. I am a witness. I have to go to court and be there as a witness, and I have to jump from my memory and portray everything in that courtroom regarding that scene, right? If I gave you the correct example, is that correct example of a witness?
Witness only needs to recall what they witnessed.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
They're
but
not.
You were saying,
So witnesses are not.
the example
Witnesses are not financial advisors. They don't need to know what's happening. They just need to know that it happened.
No. Then what you are doing is you are taking one witness and you are assuming it that kind of witness is fitting in that moment. What I'm saying
Do you
is
think
there are
that
two kind of witnesses.
Sahih Bukhari is reliable?
Yes, like there are authentic hadiths.
Okay, because
there are different
Sahih Bukhari agrees with me. It says narrated by Abu said al-Qadri, the Prophet said, "Isn't the witness of
number,
a woman equal to half of that of a man?"
Can you give me the number?
Yeah, it's going to be in Sahih Bukhari, book 48, hadith number 826.
Hadith, sorry.
It's number 826.
826. Okay.
And it says it's
what
a quotation from the Prophet.
I never actually completed my statement that I was giving it before. I never.
Well, I think it's
given
kind of
all the
irrelevant
examples.
because you can't demonstrate your claim to be true. I can demonstrate mine to be true. So
But I
within
was
your own
actually
religion,
thinking about that.
within your own religion, the explanation is that women's minds are deficient. So it literally says the Prophet said, "Isn't the witness of a woman equal to half of that of a man?" The woman said, "Yes." He said, "This is because of the deficiency of a woman's mind."
Okay, so basically, as I'm reading it right now, the context matter in this. Hello, am I audible?
Mm-hmm. Do you think women's minds are deficient?
No. Like as I was telling you, like there are contexts to everything. Even I was when I was explaining something, you cut me off and you took me into this one. Okay, let's just see. It does not imply overall inequality or inferiority between men and women. It addresses a specific legal guideline, not inherent value.
It says their brains are deficient.
No. See, that's why I told you that context matters.
Oh,
If you
words
just
don't mean
took a
words. I forgot
and you
about
don't-
that. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Words have
if I
no
just
meaning to believers. I forgot about that.
I'll tell you. No. Just listen to me. If when I was reading in school, I used to listen. Like I used to read that sun sets in the east, right? So it doesn't mean that sun sets in the east. Then we learn and then we know. So there are contexts to some terms. You just have to read it out. So as I'm telling you, meaning of deficiency, basically in Arabic, it's called nuksan, and it's classical commentators. Basically, what it says, it's male dominated in finance. As I was telling you, that it's male dominated in finance.
Show me a
They were-
tafsir. Show me a narration. Stop saying it. Prove it. Don't get up here and lie to me. Show me in the tafsir where it says this.
Interpretation. dude, you have to check the interpretations. What you are doing is right now
I'm
you are taking
asking
the
you to show me an authoritative interpretation because I've showed you an authoritative interpretation, and all you've given me is trust me, bro.
no. I'll give you. Just give me some time. I'll give you. Don't worry. It's just a click away, by the way. Like, let's just, okay, no worries.
Yeah, it should be just a click away because I'm looking at the tough seers right now. There's a bunch of them that agree with me.
Do you use ChatGPT?
No, I'm on Quran.com.
That's why, like, it's Google, So ChatGPT is much more, valuable. You can use it. It will give you all the details also.
Yeah,
But
ChatGPT
okay,
is not a source.
Ibn Hajar, I'll tell you. Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, Fath al-Bari, it's a book. Ibn Hajar clarifies that the term nuksan, basically the deficiency that you are taking in the, the English language, the deficiency that.
Read it to me.
I'm telling, like, Ibn Hajar clarifies that the term nuksan, shortage or reduction, does not imply deficiency in woman intelligence or spirituality. Rather, it refers to specific legal obligations such as financial testimony and the menstrual exemption from prayer and fasting. So I'm telling you this. It's just a click away to ChatGPT. You just put it down, and it will give you the answer.
Okay, my friend Ems, hey, pay attention. My friend Ems, who's a native Arabic speaker, disagrees with you, and he grew up in this religion.
No. See, there are Arabic speakers. There are many other speakers. There are Muslims who turn to atheists. I'm not talking about those people.
So why does the tafsir on Quran.com say that it's about a woman's memory?
What you are reading, what I'm telling you is that there are contexts. You have to.
I know about the context. I'm reading the commentary. The tafsir is the commentary on the passage, and what you're suggesting, first of all, is that words don't mean words. You want to change the meaning of words. So the guy who translated the word was wrong, and that's fine. If you think the guy that translated it in English was wrong, that's fine. But I'm reading the tafsir, and it agrees with me that the problem here is exactly as it's translated, that a woman can and will forget, which is why you need two of them.
Read the tafsir.
Okay. It's going to be, it says Allah's statement even. Let me says, "Oh, you who believe, when you contract for a debt or a fixed period, write it down. Directs Allah's believing servant to record their business transactions when their term is delayed, to preserve the term and timing of these transactions, and the memory of the witnesses, as mentioned at the end of the ayah." The concern here is for the memory of the witnesses.
No. It's not the memory. The concern
It
is
says
when
memory
you
of the
read
witnesses.
Bro, just let me complete.
I know words don't mean words. I'm not gonna let you lie to me.
No.
So
I'm not lying to you.
every time I read something that says exactly what I said it says, you go in and say, no, it doesn't mean memory. The word memory doesn't mean memory.
I never. You are not even trying.
Without lies, religion dies, friends.
But bro, I never completed a statement. How do you know I lied?
You're lying right now. The minute
But
you
I
tell me
never
that memory
completed a
doesn't mean
statement.
memory, you're lying.
I am just. Let me just complete the statement and then decide.
Mhm.
But you are not letting me complete. Do you find it funny that I let you complete all the statements, and still when I start speaking, you just shut me off?
Because you're lying to me.
But you never let me complete the statement.
I'm not
That's
gonna let you lie to me. The translation says memory. It's about her memory. The same with the other tafsir. Therefore, recording such agreements helps the witnesses when they see their handwriting or signatures later on, and thus remember what they witnessed, for it is possible that the witnesses might forget what they witnessed. The whole goal here is to remember what you witnessed, and women's brains, according to the Quran, don't remember things as good. It's what it says. That's what the tafsir says, what the Quran
chat
says.
is seeing this, right? Your chat is seeing this, right?
He can't
And
help
your
himself.
chat will see that, you are not letting me complete a statement, but you are
All
just
right,
giving
tell
your
me
voices out.
how remembering doesn't mean remembering.
You are just stick on one statement. When I'm telling you, you gave the tafsir, right? I didn't give the tafsir, right? Am I correct in this? Right?
No, I'm reading
Okay.
it, yeah.
When you gave the tafsir, you read it that there is a specific condition, You read it on the financial terms. You read it.
It didn't say that.
Read it again.
You're a liar. It talked about them
Read it
having
again.
to remember. It talked about them having to remember what they witnessed. In fact, I'll read another one. It literally says, "You curse a lot and you do not appreciate your mate. I never have seen those who have shortcomings in mind and religion controlling those who have sound minds other than you. She said, O messenger of Allah, what is this shortcoming in mind and religion?" And he said, as for the shortcoming in her mind, the testimony of two men equals the testimony of one man. So the prophet in the quotation of the prophet of the tafsir is saying that women have deficient memories.
See, like you jump from one tafsir to another.
Right, because they all
I
say
was
the same
saying-
thing. All of the tafsirs
No.
say exactly what I
Then-
said, which is that women have faulty memories.
See, that's what you are doing. What you are doing is, when you know that the previous tafsir, when you read it, it said what I said.
It didn't.
You jumped into another one.
It didn't.
Then read the first one.
Oh, I'll read it again. Okay. It says, "O you who believe, when you contract for a debt or a fixed period, write it down. Directs Allah's
Okay,
believing
which
servant
one?
to record their
For which
business
one?
transactions when their term
Business
is delayed, to preserve the
Yes.
term and the timing of these transactions and the
Yes.
memory of the witnesses as
what?
mentioned at the end of the ayah. The memory
For what?
of the witnesses."
Bro, for what?
It doesn't say
the
for what.
transactions
It didn't say.
from the debt.
No, it
For-
doesn't
for
say
the
that.
things they are clear.
Wrong again.
Oh my God, that's so fucking liar, bro. You read it that the debt, that the business transactions
That they're
when
witnessing.
done,
Yeah.
yeah, when they are done, so you have to remember it.
Mm-hmm.
What I was saying.
No, you
was,
don't have to
who
remember
were
it.
Doing those,
You just
Who were
you just
doing
have to
those?
remember what you witnessed.
but who were doing those things?
Men and women both.
Men were doing those things. Men were doing.
If
those
women
things. That's what
if women weren't
that's
doing
what
them,
I
then
said.
there should never be two of them to witness it. If women are incapable
They
of
were to-
if women
I'll
are
tell you- I'll give you
incapable,
an
hey,
I'll
Yav,
give you an
listen,
example.
if women are incapable of doing business contracts, then two should never be equal to one. There should be zero of them.
No. See, what happens is, when there are transactions, let's just suppose that there is no men in the family.
Then you
Then there should
you
be
need two women.
Women's. Yes. So that what's wrong in that? I don't know.
So what if you're the only woman in the family and you're the one in charge of the finances? Why do you need two women witnesses?
Even if you are only men in the family, you have to have one another man to have that discussion.
Or two
It's
women.
simple as that.
No, it's not the case. No.
Yes.
See
that's-
what you're
No, that's the only
describing.
case.
What you're describing is silly because it turns out women know what a debt is. You think women are so stupid they don't know what a debt is? This is the worst apologetic for this passage I've ever heard. This is
What you are
embarrassing.
doing is you are that's called presentism. I know you are so knowledgeable. You know.
It's
What you are
actually
doing
not
is
called
you are
presentism.
taking
I
that
need
photo-
you to pay
you are taking
attention.
14
I asked you a
Let me just
question and you
complete
didn't
it.
answer.
Let me just
No,
complete
because
it.
you're
But
not
you-
answering my
you're not
question.
letting me answer.
You didn't answer. I asked you a yes or no question. Do you think women knew what a debt
Every question
is?
not yes and answer. Every question is not.
I got to mute you because you won't stop talking. So I'll try this again. Emza, I can hear you. Hold on one second. I need you to say yes or no to my question, or this. No one can. You're muted. No one can hear you. Hey, no one can hear you. You're muted. So I need a yes or no to my question. The question is, did women in Muhammad's time, did they know what a debt is?
Hello. I'm audible.
Do they know what a debt is?
But am I audible?
I'm asking you a question. I'm hoping you're going to say an answer.
Am I audible? First, at least clarify this.
Obviously, if I'm asking you to say yes or no, you're audible. So
it's not.
it's a yes or
not
no.
every time.
It's a yes or no.
No.
So in Muhammad's time, were women capable of knowing what a debt is?
It's not every time a yes or no answer.
It's a yes or
why
no.
do you want me to answer in your way?
Oh, this is
Why do
crazy.
you want me to answer?
All right, I gotta mute him. So here's the deal. We've got a misogynist on the line who literally thinks women are too dumb to know what debts and numbers are. That's what this guy thinks of women. He literally thinks that women are so stupid that back in Muhammad's time, women were so dumb that they didn't know how to remember a number or to know what a debt is. That's how this guy thinks of women. Ems, can you hear me? It sounds like your connection's kind kind of crashing out.
I can, yes. Yeah.
Oh,
So, in the translation you read, did it say that they're deficient in memory?
yeah. So the guy I'm talking to in the translation where it says that the women have deficient memories, he's saying the word deficient doesn't mean
It
deficient.
says deficient minds.
But I
It says
never
deficient
said it
minds.
that they have
It says
deficient
lacking in mind.
It
No,
says
it says lacking
lacking
in mind.
in your translation. It says lacking.
Lacking in mind.
Lacking
Not
in
in my translation,
mind.
in Arabic, it says lacking in mind.
In Arabic, it says
Yes.
lacking in mind.
Yes.
Shit. Yeah, women are lacking in mind. That's a religion I want to follow.
Can I answer? Am I audible?
Answer what M said.
What?
Ems just gave you the translation of the Arabic word.
AI. How would I?
Or to be more accurate, it's going to be naqisatu. So deficient or like lacking in brain, not mind. So brain.
So can you let me know destruction zone, like D what he's saying?
Did you hear what he said?
No, I can't understand.
Sorry, his translations. I think his connection broke up. He said the Arabic says lacking in mind.
Arabic never says that. Basically, it's English.
No, the Arabic. So
meanings.
Ems is a native Arabic speaker, and he knows ancient classical Arabic as well. He says that the Arabic says lacking in mind. So I'm gonna trust the guy who actually knows the language rather than ChatGPT.
I'm asking M, what is the word in Arabic?
The word is naqisat.
What's the Arabic word, Ems? I think Ems has got a bad connection. Oh, sorry, Ems, you were muted there. What's the Arabic word?
Can you hear me? Yeah,
Yep.
naqisat.
Say it one more time for the guest.
Yeah, naqisat. Naqisat.
Sorry, can you type it?
Naqisat, yes.
Can you type it?
No, I can't type it. I don't have an Arabic keyboard.
It's in Arabic.
Not like you can type in
Okay,
English.
so do you not know Arabic?
I can type in English.
Oh yeah, he wants to write it to ChatGPT.
I think you are trying to say it's nuksan.
No,
what you're
it is naqisat aqlin. Naqisat aqlin. So it is deficient in brain or lacking in brain.
I'm not able to hear him properly.
Yeah, I think the connection's bad. Well, listen, guys.
Let me come back. Yeah, let me come back.
Ems, it's 5 o'clock. I gotta cut it short. I gotta go relieve my nanny. But we can pick this up. I'll be live again next week. We can pick it up later.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm out, so my connection sucks. So
that's okay. Don't worry about it. See you, buddy.
No worries. Thanks so much to get me on the chat.
Thanks for coming through, Yuv.
Take care. Bye.
Cheers. What a crazy defense of Islam. But we knew it's always the same thing. It's always words don't mean words. All right, let me grab a couple more super chats. We got to go. I'm sorry about that. St. Brush says, this mushroom man sounds like his eyes are glazed over. And actually, I think his eyes were actually glazed over. And Marcus says, I've taken LSD, done mushrooms on more than one occasion. Some could call a few times heroic dosage. My hallucinations actually affirmed my atheism. This is an incredibly dumb argument. I agree, it's a dumb argument. And again, there's a bunch of people who do this. They're not theists. She says psychoactive drugs shouldn't challenge atheism because atheism is non-belief in a God. How does someone on hallucinatory substance know the difference between a mystical experience and a psychosis? They don't. There's no way to prove it. That's what I'm saying. He's just, I got hiccups again. He's just hoping that I have a personal experience, that I'm dumb enough to appeal to my personal experience rather than my rational thinking faculties. All right, last super chat from Griffin. Thank you so much, Griffin. Says, good afternoon, Justin. I asked about the Ugaritic text yesterday. Do you have any book recommendations that stood out to you and changed your opinions towards atheism? Actually, I came to atheism on my own. I studied religion a lot. I studied Christianity a lot. When it came to atheism, I came to that conclusion all on my own. I think reading science books are helpful. Like Sarah loves the book Why Evolution is True. I haven't read it yet, but it's got a lot of great reviews. But for me, just thinking about cosmology was all it took for me. Heaven and hell doesn't make any sense with our cosmological scene. It makes zero sense. So unfortunately, I don't know if I can help you out there. My path from agnosticism to atheism was kind of all on my own. But there's a lot of books that you could read on the topic. I'm sorry I don't have any good recommendations. All right. Guys, I'm sorry I left a couple super chats hanging on the board. Unfortunately, just things was what it was. I think I missed like 10 of them. I really apologize for anyone who super chatted, but I got to run. My nanny's leaving. I'm 3 minutes late. Love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. We'll be live again next week. We'll be doing lots of daytime streams next week. So enjoy your weekend. Have a great time.